Across the boundless stretches of Australia's red earth lies a secret hidden away for more than a century and a half. Ludwig Leichhardt, an idealistic explorer, set out to accomplish a feat no human had ever dared to attempt, crossing the entire Australian continent from coast to coast. Yet after leading his expedition party into the dense bushland one quiet morning in 1848, he and every member of his team vanished, completely fading away from all human memory and record. Tonight, accompanied by the gentle glow of the hearth, let us step through the mist of history and search for the wandering soul lost deep within the desolate wilderness. Some believe Ludwig Leichhardt perished from crippling thirst, others claim he fell victim to internal conflict among his own men, and many more whisper that he chose to walk away from civilization and live in quiet seclusion among the wilds. The mysterious disappearance of this German-born scientist remains the most famous unsolved enigma in Australian history, drawing generation after generation of searchers and explorers into its haunting mystery. This forgotten journey carries not only the unforgiving cruelty of untamed nature but also tangled struggles and fractured bonds between human beings. On this quiet night, relax your heart and mind and follow me into this true tale woven with suspense, destiny, and the quiet weight of fate. Ludwig Leichhardt, known in his time as the Prince of the Wilderness, left nothing behind for the world save a handful of tattered, incomplete letters. He sensed the overwhelming hardship of his final expedition long before setting out, yet still chose to step resolutely into that vast land known as a realm of no return. This journey was far more than a geographical act of exploration. It stood as an ultimate contest of willpower, authority, and raw human survival. Tonight, let this quiet story settle softly in your mind and allow yourself to experience the silent, dangerous, haunting beauty hidden deep within the Australian inland. Imagine an endless expanse of reddish-brown earth where the scorching heat warps the very air around you and silence hangs so heavy that only the faint rustle of dry grass stirred by the wind can be heard. Here there are no marked paths, no reliable sources of fresh water, only a desolate wilderness capable of swallowing all traces of human civilization without a whisper. In 1848, Ludwig Leichhardt set off from Australia's eastern coastline with 7 companions and dozens of livestock, determined to traverse 3,000 kilometers of uncharted territory to reach the Swan River on the western shore. Yet from that fateful morning onward, his entire expedition faded as if melting into thin air, never to be seen or heard from again. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, Ludwig Leichhardt rose as the brightest scientific star of his age in Australia, yet also became one of its most baffling and tragic failures. More than 170 years have passed, countless search parties have scoured every crevice and rocky stretch of the outback, yet not a single button, shard of broken pottery, or fragment of camp equipment has ever been uncovered. His fate is far more than a geographical tragedy. It unfolds as a haunting drama of pride, betrayal, and the sudden collapse of human nature pushed to the edge of survival. Now, settle into a comfortable, still posture, close your eyes, and journey back with me into the ambitious, dangerous, untamed wilderness of the 19th century. Ludwig Leichhardt was never built in the mold of traditional rugged wilderness explorers. He was a Prussian intellectual, a thoughtful, scholarly man who wore wire-rimmed glasses and always carried a leather-bound folder for collecting botanical specimens. He narrowly survived his first expedition by sheer miracle, bringing back records of countless new plant and animal species that had never been documented by European settlers, catapulting him overnight into the status of a national hero across Australia. Yet beneath the shine of his public success lay a subtle, unspoken rift. His own crew members wrote candidly in their private journals, describing him as an eccentric, cold, and distant leader, lacking warmth, empathy, and understanding toward his fellow travelers. This stubborn, unyielding streak in his personality grew more pronounced and uncompromising in the months leading up to his final expedition. In the early months of 1848, he prepared supplies and provisions within Sydney, earning glowing praise from local newspapers and intellectual circles. Yet unease lingered quietly among the men who planned to follow him into the outback. He refused to hire experienced native guides familiar with inland terrain, choosing instead to trust entirely in his own intuition, believing that scientific knowledge and theoretical study alone would be enough to conquer the unknown wilderness. This intellectual arrogance began poisoning the fragile unity of his expedition from the very moment they stepped foot into the inland bush. At night, around crackling campfires, his men spoke in hushed, uneasy whispers, watching Leichhardt's solitary, distant silhouette as a vague sense of dread spread through the small group. Long before they faced the harsh trials of the outback, the expedition was already tangled in invisible tension, uncertainty, and quiet unrest. As the party ventured deeper into the very heart of the Australian continent, the landscape grew brutally unforgiving and the already fragile bonds between companions began to fray completely beneath the crushing heat. Leichhardt's demand for strict discipline bordered on obsession. Even in the grip of severe water shortage, he insisted on maintaining meticulous daily scientific recordings and written observations to his exhausted, thirsty crew. This rigid devotion to order felt like a careless disregard for their very right to survive. The only seasoned bushman in the group familiar with inland survival urged Leichhardt to alter their route and seek safer terrain, yet Leichhardt viewed the suggestion as a direct challenge to his leadership authority and refused sharply without hesitation. During the driest, most desperate days of their journey, bitter quarrels erupted among the men and rumors spread of physical confrontation and open hostility. It is easy to picture Leichhardt sitting alone inside his tent on those cold moonlit outback nights, quietly writing entries in journals that no one would ever read. He carefully noted the Latin names of newly discovered plants, while outside the thin canvas walls his parched, weary companion stared toward the glow of his lantern with quiet resentment and mounting bitterness. The pressure of clashing authority and the desperate fight for survival turned the once hopeful expedition into a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Their last confirmed sighting came at Kogone Station. Leichhardt still carried an air of unshakable determination, yet his eyes held a haunting, feverish intensity. He remained convinced he would discover hidden oases and fertile stretches deep within the inland, never realizing that nature was quietly tightening its grip, closing off every path of escape. History holds many dark, unsettling theories surrounding the mysterious disappearance of Ludwig Leichhardt. The most widely accepted belief is that his entire party was caught in an unprecedented inland flood. Though the Australian interior is known for crippling drought, sudden downpours can turn dry riverbeds into raging, deadly torrents in a matter of hours. Yet this explanation cannot account for why no traces of wreckage, supplies or personal belongings were ever washed downstream and discovered by settlers. Another, far more unsettling speculation lingers in historical record, that somewhere deep within that nameless, isolated wilderness the exhausted, desperate crew rose up in mutiny, pushed past the limits of endurance by unbearable thirst, hunger and relentless hardship. The thin layer of civilized restraint fell away completely, leading the men to kill their stubborn, unyielding leader. Afterward, those mutinous travelers may have perished one by one from starvation while attempting to retrace their steps, or become forever lost amid the endless red dust storms of the outback. In Leichhardt's final surviving letter, his tone remained strangely calm and serene, as if he had already foreseen his inevitable fate. He wrote gently of the quiet, haunting beauty of the Australian bush, and even spoke of a quiet longing to merge completely with the ancient land itself. This sense of martyrdom in pursuit of natural truth cloaks his disappearance in an almost mystical spiritual haze. He set out to map new territories and unlock geographical secrets, yet perhaps he sought something deeper, embracing extreme isolation as a quiet act of spiritual self-exile. The 170 years of relentless searching that followed Leichhardt's vanishing act forms an epic tale of human obsession, persistence and unyielding curiosity. Explorers and search parties have found tree trunks carved with the simple letter L and listened to ancient oral stories passed down through Aboriginal tribes speaking of a solitary white ghost wandering the remote outback. Yet every fleeting clue and hopeful lead eventually faded into uncertainty and hearsay. Ludwig Leichhardt seemed to erase every trace of his existence, deliberately leaving behind no relics, no graves, no clear signs of his fate. This complete vanishing instead granted him an eternal place within Australian culture, transforming him into a living embodiment of the outback's quiet, untamed power. Novelists, poets and filmmakers have spent decades reconstructing his final hours, crafting countless imagined endings to his unfinished journey. In truth, for those captivated by his story, the journey of searching for answers carries greater healing meaning than the raw truth itself. His fate reminds humanity how small and humble human ambition appears against the quiet, eternal vastness of the earth, yet how noble and courageous it remains all the same. Deep within the most silent, untouched core of the Australian inland, he built himself a nameless, unmarked tomb. His primal bond with nature claimed his life, yet gifted him the ultimate gift of eternal quiet peace. Perhaps his expedition never truly failed at all. They simply chose to remain beneath the outback stars, walking no longer back to the noise and chaos of the civilized world. The tale of Ludwig Leichhardt draws slowly to its quiet close now. The night beyond the window mirrors the deep, calm, quiet wilderness where he drew his last breath. That unfinished expedition fading into the vast outback has over long years softened into a gentle backdrop of calm for our peaceful rest. There is no need to dwell endlessly on which tree finally sheltered his last moments, nor unravel every tangled thread of human conflict and struggle within his party. Simply remember that a brave Soul once walked fearlessly into the deepest unknown, chasing the inner light of curiosity, ambition and discovery. In this quiet hour let your thoughts settle like the slow drifting wind across the red earth. All lingering suspense, inner conflict and unspoken struggle will dissolve away into the soft embrace of peaceful dream. Starlight still falls gently over the ancient red land, and you too will sink into tranquil rest, wrapped in the timeless quiet of the outback. Good night and peaceful dreams. Beneath the gloomy overcast skies of Victorian London there once lived a mixed-race teenage boy whose musical melodies took the whole world by storm. Samuel Coleridge Taylor, hailed with the revered title the Black Mozart, bloomed brilliantly all alone amid deep-rooted racial prejudice. Tonight, nestled within this soothing tale meant only for quiet reflection, we may listen closely to the exotic tenderness woven deep inside his musical notes and feel how one wandering soul managed to compose pure inner peace and spiritual redemption while trapped in the tangled mire of confused identity and cultural belonging. He carried the ancestral blood of Sierra Leone blended with the refined gentlemanly upbringing of British society, yet could never find a true place to belong between two vastly different cultures. The entire life of Samuel Coleridge Taylor unfolded like a beautifully crafted yet swiftly paced musical movement, cut short abruptly in the late autumn of his 37th year. Tonight's narrative carries no impassioned accusations or angry lamentations, only the lingering echo of piano keys falling softly and the unfulfilled dreams drifting quietly across the night. Let us walk gently alongside this tender, quiet composer and step into his faint yet unyielding world hidden deep within the stillness of night. Have you ever heard of a black composer who was personally received by President Theodore Roosevelt inside the White House of America? Samuel Coleridge Taylor swept away overwhelming racial prejudice solely through his extraordinary artistic talent, yet could never break free from the chains of persistent poverty and endless physical exhaustion. This is a heartfelt confession woven from music, ancestral blood and the twists of fate, meant to be listened to quietly as the lamplight softens and dims into dusk. Samuel's life story will lead you to taste that restrained quiet warmth tinged with inescapable destiny, a gentle comfort that has traveled across more than 100 years of time. Picture a cold, damp afternoon in London in 1912. A man of merely 37 years old collapses weakly upon the platform of Croydon Station. His face is deathly pale, his breath shallow and labored, yet even in his fading state of consciousness his fingers twitch involuntarily in the empty air as if conducting a grand symphony. Only he alone can hear. The refined gentlemen and elegant ladies gathered to watch may never have realized that this mixed-race man, struggling beneath the weight of poverty and lingering illness, was once a phenomenal musical prodigy who captivated the entire British Empire and even the whole of the United States. Samuel Coleridge Taylor bore a name as elegant and noble as any aristocrat, yet endured a fate as humble as drifting dust while possessing a soul as noble and lofty as divine grace. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize. We delve deep into the countless untold loneliness hidden behind the celebrated nickname the Black Mozart, and witness how this soul mended its fractured sense of identity with endless lines of musical notation amid the white supremacist atmosphere of the Victorian era, brewing the softest, most tender rhythmic melodies from the depths of unspoken prejudice. Relax your breathing and let time drift gently backward to the late 19th century, an age filled with the thick smoke of industrial London, yet resounding with the graceful lingering tones of piano music. Samuel Coleridge Taylor rose to fame as suddenly and dazzlingly as a bolt of lightning, splitting the quiet night sky, brilliant almost to the point of cruelty. In 1898 his cantata Hiawatha's Wedding Feast premiered at the iconic Royal Albert Hall in London, hushing the entire bustling city into reverent stillness. Its melodies brimmed with exotic charm, blending the primal rhythmic pulse of African heritage with the polished, elegant grace of British classical tradition, flowing like a soft warm breeze drifting over distant foreign lands, sweeping away the rigid old-fashioned dullness that had long lingered over London's artistic circles. Audiences had never encountered music quite like this. It belonged to no single established cultural tradition. It stood purely as an intimate soul monologue poured forth from the heart of a mixed-race artist. Spectators rose to their feet, bursting into thunderous applause, many moved to silent tears, his name spreading instantly across every street and alley of the capital. Yet once the echoes of applause faded away, Samuel would walk alone back to his narrow, modest rented lodging in Croydon, where the cold, harsh wind of cruel reality quickly jolted him back to plain hardship. Though his musical scores sold out rapidly in every music shop and his portrait graced the front pages of major newspapers, he never received fair royalties due to serious flaws in the copyright laws of that era. This gifted musical genius still had to teach late Into the night at cheap tutoring studios merely to afford a simple carton of milk for his young children, he wrote honestly in his private diary, "I seem to live trapped inside a grand illusory dream. Upon the stage I am revered almost as a god, yet off stage I am a penniless man forced to count every penny even for simple carriage fare." This extreme stark contrast between towering fame and grinding poverty defined the underlying tone of his entire life, carving the first irreversible crack into the quiet fabric of his destined journey. If relentless, unrelenting poverty wore down his spirit like rough sandpaper, then the mystery surrounding his own family origins remained an old deep wound in Samuel's heart that could never fully heal. His father was a skilled black doctor originally from Sierra Leone who left Britain dejectedly before Samuel was even born, unable to overcome the harsh racial barriers that barred him from practicing medicine locally, leaving his young British mother to raise their child alone in a poor working class neighborhood. From an early age Samuel understood clearly that he was different from those around him, marked not only by his thick curly hair and dark complexion but also by carrying a foreign surname that set him apart in British society. Without ever having laid eyes on his own father, his whole life became a quiet, endless search for the missing half of his ancestral bloodline. He would sit alone for hours at the piano, countless times striving to capture the faint, distant drumbeats of his father's homeland. Through the refined counterpoint techniques of Western classical music, he boldly integrated elements of black spiritual hymns into his classical compositions, a move considered utterly heretical and rebellious within the conservative elite classical music circles of his time. Through these bold musical experiments he embarked on a profound cross-continental journey of spiritual roots seeking. He hoped to convey a powerful message to the world through his art that true beauty holds no boundaries of skin color, that the blending of different ancestral bloodlines should never be seen as an original sin but rather as a precious divine gift bestowed upon humanity. Yet the harder he strove to prove this simple heartfelt truth, the more closely subtle exclusion, veiled mockery and quiet marginalization from mainstream society clung to his every step. He remained forever a quiet outsider, wandering gently, yet painfully trapped within the narrow cultural gap stretching between the shores of Africa and Britain. In 1904 Samuel received a prestigious invitation to travel to the United States, embarking on the journey that brought him closest to radiant light and genuine recognition. Throughout his lifetime in Washington he was honored with an invitation to the White House, where President Theodore Roosevelt clasped his hand, warmly praising him publicly as a priceless treasure belonging to all humanity. For a man long accustomed to walking with guarded humility in Britain, carefully avoiding open discrimination at every turn, this moment held an indescribable, overwhelming sense of shock, validation and spiritual uplift. Black communities across America embraced him as a national hero, seeing his extraordinary artistic success as powerful proof of the boundless creative potential hidden within the black race. During this meaningful journey Samuel experienced an unprecedented surge of inner strength and a profound, solidified sense of belonging. He began to realize his music was far more than mere combinations of melodic notes and harmonic structures. It stood as a quiet, inspiring banner, an invisible winding path leading humanity toward freedom, equality and mutual respect. He visited rural black schools across the American South, listening intently to ancient folk ballads passed down through generations. Moved to heartfelt silent tears by their raw, sincere emotion, he began drafting plans for an even grander, ambitious musical work determined to engrave the dignity and noble spirit of African heritage permanently into the very core of Western classical tradition. Yet the radiant glory of his American tour also laid bare far crueler, harsh realities. Even in a nation that prided itself on liberty and justice, skin color still remained an unbreakable chain dictating human fate and social standing. Caught between immense artistic achievement and deep, solemn sorrow over the fate of his race, his spirit endured unprecedented heavy pressure. This mounting tension stretched his inner resolve like a tightly strung musical string, capable of producing the most exquisite, haunting melodies, yet dangerously vulnerable to sudden, irreparable breakage. Upon returning to London, Samuel plunged himself into an even more frantic, exhausting work routine to support his family and provide for his young growing children. He felt compelled to accept every humble commissioned composition offer available, spending day and night conducting orchestras, tutoring students and writing endless musical scores. He possessed an overly gentle, generous nature and a strong, profound sense of responsibility, never able to refuse any request for help, no matter how small or demanding. Constant overwork slowly eroded his already fragile physical health, his eyes growing sunken and weary, yet his stubborn, passionate devotion to music never dimmed for a single moment. He began suffering frequent sharp chest pains, yet would simply sip a cup of cold, stale coffee before bending once more over his manuscript paper, sketching flowing, rising and falling melodic lines across the page. He once confessed quietly to his beloved wife, "I feel time slipping away far too quickly, a whole Choir of African voices lingers shouting inside my mind, and I must commit every note to paper before it fades forever. The rhythmic pace of his compositions from this period grew increasingly urgent, hurried, as if racing desperately against the approaching shadow of death. Beneath the soft exotic tenderness of his melodies crept a haunting undertone of sorrow and quiet premonition that his own life was drawing swiftly to a close. He no longer cared whether his works would win favor among the wealthy Victorian aristocracy. His only desire was to pour his entire fractured yet sincere loyal heart completely into every musical note. Long before the autumn of his 37th year arrived, his life had already burned itself quietly to the very last embers of endurance. On August 28, 1912, the iconic sorrowful scene at Croydon Station unfolded exactly as fate had written. While waiting for his train, Samuel collapsed suddenly from heart failure triggered by severe pneumonia. In that fleeting weakened moment his mind drifted back to the ethereal melodies of his own Hiawatha. He was carried gently back to his home, and during his final remaining hours of life his consciousness slipped entirely into the boundless immersive world of music. According to his wife's heartfelt recollection, he waved his arms weakly from his bed with his last ounce of strength, murmuring soft indistinct words as if conducting a vast choir of thousands united in song. He passed away utterly penniless, unable even to afford a proper dignified burial plot, yet leaving behind dozens of kilograms of precious handwritten musical manuscripts. News of his sudden passing plunged London's musical circles into prolonged reverent silence and overwhelming collective shame. On the day of his funeral, thousands of black and white mourners walked side by side, hand in hand, through city streets, forming one of the rare racially united solemn processions in London's long history. His tombstone bears his timeless profound words: "Though shadows of worldly gloom surround me, my soul still sings." Samuel Coleridge Taylor drew his earthly curtain swiftly and unexpectedly, like a single musical note accidentally falling from the sky, only to be erased all too soon. Yet the melodic seeds he sowed patiently over his brief lifetime quietly altered the very genetic makeup of classical music across the following 100 years, warming the hearts and soothing the sorrows of countless marginalized wandering souls ever since. Returning to the quiet railway station mentioned in the opening of our tale, modern Croydon no longer carries the smoke, coldness and indifference of that bygone era, yet if you listen closely to the soft wandering breeze lingering there you may still catch a faint trace of Samuel's sorrowful, gentle, rhythmic pulse. Was he truly worthy of the title the Black Mozart? Perhaps he was simply unapologetically himself, an ordinary soul striving tirelessly to bridge the wide gap between divided ancestral bloodlines through the universal language of music. Though his life remained painfully short, it possessed rare profound wholeness, for he never betrayed the gentle heartfelt identity hidden deep within his spirit. In 37 fleeting years he taught the world that true self-acceptance never comes as a gift granted by others, it grows from deep honest exploration of one's own inner soul. The gentle tale of Samuel Coleridge Taylor now draws to its quiet close, and the world outside your window has settled into soft stillness. May Samuel's melodies, as light and soothing as sea breeze, brush away all weariness, restlessness and anxiety lingering within your heart on this mild, quiet night. You need no longer cling to worldly labels or tangled identities. You need only simply be yourself. Release heavy, tangled thoughts, slow your breathing gently, and let yourself drift into calm, peaceful slumber. May you encounter the starry, quiet skies of Sierra Leone in your dreams and meet that free, wandering soul dancing lightly across the black and white piano keys. Good night and sweet dreams. Among the glittering constellation of Impressionist masters, one name always rests in quiet, understated grace. Mary Cassatt, born into a prominent, distinguished American family, chose to dwell within the quiet seclusion of a Paris garret, capturing the purest tender bond between mother and child through delicate, restrained brushwork. She never walked down the path of marriage in her lifetime, yet understood the true meaning of guardianship and devotion better than anyone else. Tonight let us follow the gentle flow of her brushstrokes and rediscover the long-forgotten soft warmth hidden deep within our own hearts. If the noisy chaos of the world ever weighs heavy upon your mind, take a moment to listen to the life story of Mary Cassatt. She refused the ordinary, predefined fate laid out for women in her era, choosing instead to seek true freedom within the interplay of color, line and light. Even when her eyes faded into near complete blindness in her later years, she could still perceive the gentle warmth of the world through the sensitive touch of her soul. This is a timeless tale of unyielding perseverance, quiet solitude and boundless healing, meant to cradle you gently into peaceful, restful sleep. She stood as Edgar Degas' most admired peer and rival, and also emerged as the most resilient, pioneering female voice within the entire Impressionist circle. Mary Cassatt, a woman who never bore children of her own, endowed the sacred essence of motherhood with genuine noble dignity through nothing but her paintbrush. Her life holds no earth-shattering outbursts or dramatic declarations, only the quiet, restrained grace of gentle persistence flowing steadily like a quiet stream through time. Close your Eyes sink into the warm soothing rhythm of this narration and feel the compassion and tranquil peace that have transcended a full century of time. Picture an elderly white-haired woman nearly blind sitting alone inside a peaceful manor on the outskirts of Paris. Outside her window spring blooms in full splendor, bursting with vibrant flowers and fresh green foliage, yet her world has faded into a hazy veil of blurred gray shadows. She once painted countless tender scenes of infants' soft rosy cheeks and mothers' warm embracing arms with the most delicate precise brushstrokes, yet in real life Mary Cassatt passed away at the age of 92. With no children or family beside her in her final moments tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we wander fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize how could a woman who never married and never raised a child paint the most touching radiant portrayal of motherly love in all art history. This is no sorrowful paradox, it is a lifelong journey of personal choice, self-dignity, and the quiet courage for women to define their own identity. When the world demanded she settle into the conventional role of a demure refined lady, she picked up the paintbrush society sought to confine her with and never laid it down again. The quiet turning point that shaped her destiny began on a dull, languid afternoon in mid-19th century Philadelphia. Mary Cassatt's father, a successful, shrewd businessman, firmly believed his daughter's life ought to unfold quietly amid delicate embroidery, elegant piano melodies, and grand lavish ballroom gatherings. When Mary voiced her earnest desire to travel to Paris and dedicate herself to artistic study, her father's furious roar shattered the calm of their refined drawing room. "I would rather see you dead than watch you become an artist." In that rigid conservative age, a woman choosing the path of professional art was almost universally condemned as reckless, immoral, and destined for poverty. Yet Mary possessed an inner fortitude forged like weathered reefs deep beneath the ocean surface, smooth and gentle on the exterior, cold, unshakable, and resolute at her core. Bearing the misunderstanding of her family and carrying only a modest limited sum of money, she boarded a transatlantic steamship bound alone for the unknown shores of France. Standing upon the rolling deck, gazing out toward the endless horizon, she knew she had deliberately torn apart the false, secure, conventional life planned for her by society in Paris. She soon discovered official fine art academies barred women entirely from formal enrollment, forced to remain merely an amateur enthusiast, copying masterpieces late into the quiet night within the grand halls of the Louvre. The sharp sting of being excluded from the mainstream artistic circle never broke her spirit. Instead, it taught her to observe subtle, overlooked beauty hidden within the shadows of neglect. Such was Mary Cassatt, a soul destined to bloom into soft, gentle blossoms amid thorny hardship and social restraint. Wandering the streets of Paris, Mary Cassatt chanced upon a painting that stirred her heart to its core. A graceful ballet dancer portrayed by Edgar Degas. Degas' bold, expressive brushwork and uniquely unconventional perspective shattered the last lingering traces of rigid academic tradition still lingering in Mary's artistic vision. Before long, the eccentric, reclusive genius known throughout Parisian circles for his solitary temperament noticed Mary's extraordinary natural talent. Their connection held no trace of romantic affection. It resembled two tempered swords refining and strengthening one another amid the fierce fire of artistic pursuit. Degas invited her to join the rebellious, tight-knit group soon to be known as the Impressionists, a circle of independent creators rejected and shunned by the rigid official Paris salon. In that moment, Mary tasted unprecedented artistic freedom, finally freed from the obligation to paint stiff, artificial, mythological themes favored by conservative elites. Even so, as a female artist, her creative boundaries remained strictly confined by social convention. She could not venture to train at bustling railway stations, lively street cafes, or public entertainment venues like Degas and Monet. Her world was limited to quiet living rooms, private theater boxes, and the small enclosed sanctuary of her own garden. This spatial confinement pushed her to turn inward into quiet observation, fixating on subtle, fleeting moments of human emotion too delicate and ordinary for others to notice. She began to study the gentle pressure of a mother's fingers as she bathed her child, and the faint tremble of a woman's eyelashes as she read a heartfelt letter beneath Mary Cassatt's brush. Women were no longer passive objects aestheticized through the male gaze. They emerged as complete, independent living beings with profound inner souls, thoughts, and quiet dignity. The public has long held curious misunderstandings surrounding Mary Cassatt's recurring mother and child-themed works. Many assumed she poured unspoken sorrow and compensatory longing into these paintings out of grief for never having children of her own. Yet a careful, thoughtful look into her art reveals no trace of cheap sentimental grief or melancholy. In her iconic painting The Bath, a mother steadies her child's ankles with gentle, focused tenderness, their gazes meeting softly across the clear still surface of the water. There are no exaggerated holy halos, no dramatic performative displays of affection, only pure restrained unvarnished reality. Mary wrote in her personal diary that she painted maternal scenes because in that harsh patriarchal era only within these ordinary quiet domestic moments could women breathe freely undisturbed by outside judgment and expectation. With her brush she chronicled the silent, uncelebrated labor of motherhood, paying profound heartfelt tribute to one of life's greatest sacred duties. To perfect this subtle authentic texture of emotion, Mary withdrew almost entirely from high society social gatherings, spending more than 10 hours each day immersed alone inside her studio. Her color palette softened, gradually evolving into the pale gentle glow of the first faint sunlight spilling into a room at dawn, soft, unblinding, yet illuminating every hidden corner of quiet life. This quiet, gentle restraint became her unbreakable defense against the harsh, competitive indifference of the male-dominated art world. With no experience as a mother herself, she redefined the most profound timeless moments of maternal love in 19th-century art, leaving an indelible legacy of warmth and dignity. Mary Cassatt's inner strength revealed itself not only in her artistic perseverance but also in her calm, graceful acceptance of life's inevitable ups and losses. As her parents and elder sister passed away one after another in Paris, the large close-knit family that once surrounded her dwindled down to nothing but herself and her loyal easel. Loneliness crept into her days like a slow lingering poison, seeping into her senses during every quiet sleepless night, yet she never regretted her youthful defiance of social convention. Even in Degas' later years, when his temper grew increasingly bitter, irritable, and he cut himself off almost entirely from all social contact, Mary remained steadfast, quietly supporting her old friend both financially and emotionally without fanfare. Just as her artistic reputation reached its peak, earning her global recognition as a true master of modern art, fate delivered its cruelest final blow. Her eyesight began to deteriorate rapidly. Cataracts combined with complications from diabetes veiled her vision behind an unremovable blurry film. For a woman who lived and breathed through color, light, and subtle nuance, this slow fading of sight was a torment far more agonizing than death itself. She underwent more than a dozen painful surgeries, yet never regained the bright clear vision she had once cherished. Even in the days when she could no longer distinguish clear outlines of form, Mary still insisted on sitting faithfully before her easel. She mixed paint, relying on long-ingrained muscle memory, captured flowing lines guided by the inner warmth and life perception etched deep into her soul. Her movements slowed, her brushstrokes grew bolder, thicker, and more unrefined, yet stripped of all trivial pretense, becoming purer, more honest, and deeply rooted in raw, genuine emotion. Mary Cassatt's later years unfolded in quiet, unwavering dignity and calm retreat. She stepped back from creating new paintings, devoting much of her time to financially supporting poor, talented young female artists and helping secure the donation of countless priceless impressionist masterpieces to major American museums. She once said, "I have known independence, I have known freedom, I have no regrets, and I fear nothing." This quiet, composed grace remained with her until the early summer of 1926. Inside her peaceful estate known as Château de Beaufresne, Mary Cassatt faded away gently like a flower, releasing its final fragrance after a long full season of life. When she passed away, a portrait painted and gifted to her by Degas hung beside her hospital bed, depicting her leaning slightly forward with quiet, unyielding defiance shining in her eyes. Her life resembled a slow, tender piano composition, lacking grand symphonic fanfare yet hiding deep, heartfelt reverence for life within every pause and quiet note. This profound affection transcended national boundaries and gender limitations, eventually settling into the timeless oil paintings glowing with the soft, quiet light of motherhood, displayed in museums worldwide. When we grow weary, anxious, and restless amid the chaos of modern life, gazing upon Mary's soft, muted color palettes brings instant calm. These hues are far more than mere paint, they carry the power to soothe the soul across the distance of centuries. Now we return to the quiet paradox posed at the very beginning of this tale. Why could a woman who never married, never raised a child, paint the most healing, heartfelt portrayal of motherhood the world has ever known? Perhaps it is because Mary Cassatt rose far above the narrow boundaries of blood and kinship, embracing all human loneliness, tenderness, and fragile warmth as the vulnerable children she chose to care for. She painted not only a mother's gentle guardianship over her child but also an independent woman's quiet devotion to protecting her own inner spiritual sanctuary. What she left behind extends far beyond famous masterpieces. She gifted the world the grace to remain elegant amid hardship and the courage to find inner healing within lifelong solitude. Her soft lavender-tinged brushstrokes and gentle rounded outlines still offer a safe harbor for every weary soul wandering through quiet museum halls. To this day the story has reached its gentle quiet close, and those warm, soothing Colors will linger softly within your dreams all night long. Release the weariness of this day, sink into the gentle warmth around you, and imagine yourself standing inside one of Mary's sunlit peaceful living rooms. Here there are no storms, no harsh judgment, no worldly criticism, only endless tranquility, quiet companionship, and unwavering protection. May you find profound solace and inner peace within the soft gentle hues of her art. Rest now and drift into sweet untroubled dreams. Good night. Jean Sibelius stands forever as the greatest composer Finland has ever nurtured. After attaining unparalleled worldwide fame and artistic prestige, he withdrew into an astonishing 30-year silence in the final chapter of his life, refusing to publish any major musical composition whatsoever. This extraordinary prolonged retreat would later be remembered throughout classical music history as the silence of Jarvenpää. Tonight, accompanied by the soft gentle glow of flickering hearthlight, we step into the snow-covered quiet forests of Northern Europe and uncover the hidden truth concealed behind this legendary lifelong stillness. If artistic inspiration carried tangible weight then, for Jean Sibelius that weight grew far too heavy to bear in his later years, becoming an unbearable burden resting upon his soul. He once took the precious long-awaited manuscript of his Eighth Symphony and cast it deliberately into the flames of his own fireplace, destroying a masterpiece the entire musical world had spent years longing to behold. What kind of sorrowful, resolute determination lay hidden behind this heart-wrenching, irreversible choice on this mild, quiet evening? Come listen closely to how this towering Nordic artistic giant resonated deeply with the soul of nature amid decades of lonely seclusion. Jean Sibelius' entire life mirrors the spiritual soul and national spirit of Finland itself and represents an artist's ultimate sacred sacrifice upon the altar of artistic perfection. He spent long tranquil years living in a simple wooden cottage nestled deep within the quiet wilderness of Jarvenpää. He chose a life of peaceful stillness, abstaining from public speech, abandoning further musical creation, spending his days merely listening to the whisper of wind wandering through pine boughs, watching endless snow drift silently across the frozen landscape, and gazing gracefully at swans gliding across glassy lake waters. This is a soothing journey tracing the quiet themes of creative inspiration, depletion, deliberate self-exile, and gentle spiritual return, dedicated to every lonely wandering soul keeping watch deep into the quiet night. Imagine encountering a legendary master standing firmly at the absolute peak of artistic reverence, honored as a national divine icon by his entire nation, who one day simply lays down his writing instrument, forever choosing never to utter another musical note to the outside world. He dwells in quiet seclusion inside a remote wooden cottage hidden deep within the forest for 30 full years, while the whole world waits eagerly day after day for new masterpieces to emerge. Yet he sits calmly beside his window, watching flocks of elegant swans soar gracefully across the quiet lake surface. The man who fell into complete creative silence for the final third of his earthly life is none other than Jean Sibelius, the immortal soul of Finnish music. This profound, prolonged stillness carries a powerfully evocative name in classical music history, known eternally as the silence of Jarvenpää. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale you need not strive to memorize, we gradually come to understand that this 30-year state of quiet stagnation was never merely a simple drying up of creative inspiration. Instead, it stood as an artist's most heartfelt, tender farewell to his own artistic identity and to the boundless soul of nature itself. Relax your mind and body, allow your spirit to drift along the first gentle breath of wind sweeping through the winter forests of Northern Europe. Touch the profound lonely depth of his inner soul and explore the hidden surging waves of emotion concealed beneath this seemingly endless outer calm. The subtle crack of fate and artistic struggle had already quietly opened as early as the mid-1920s, by which time Jean Sibelius had already established himself as a globally celebrated towering musical figure. His iconic Finlandia ignited passionate national pride, stirring the soul of every Finnish citizen across the land. His 7 majestic symphonies, universally recognized as the noblest worthy inheritance, carrying forward the grand traditional legacy forged by Beethoven himself. Yet, standing atop the dazzling summit of worldwide acclaim, Sibelius was overcome by an unprecedented, suffocating sense of oppression and inner restlessness. He retreated to his secluded forest home nestled deep within the wilderness of Jarvenpää, a humble wooden villa named Ainola, lovingly dedicated to his beloved wife Aino. Here he was meant to begin composing his highly anticipated Eighth Symphony, a work the entire musical scene eagerly awaited. Contractual agreements were signed, financial deposits already paid, publishing houses pressed impatiently for progress, and countless loyal music lovers waited endlessly in hopeful expectation. Yet every time Sibelius seated himself before his broad oak writing desk, staring down at the blank ruled pages of manuscript paper, he felt no surge of overflowing creative inspiration rising within. Instead, he was haunted by an inescapable shadow of fear lingering constantly at his side he pursued artistic perfection with relentless uncompromising obsession. Believing every previous composition he had crafted had already brushed the hem of divine transcendence, if his Eighth Symphony failed to surpass the magnificent grandeur of all his earlier works, it would amount to an unforgivable sacrilege against his own lifelong musical faith. His writing pen hovered trembling above the empty page, yet he could never bring himself to set ink to paper, the ink slowly drying idle just as the sacred spring of inspiration within his heart withered little by little. Beneath the crushing weight of extreme self-criticism and relentless perfectionism, this was no longer merely the ordinary pain of artistic creation, it evolved into a prolonged psychological prison. The louder and more chaotic the outside world grew, the more Ainola's quiet cottage resembled an isolated, lonely island from which he could never escape. To ease the slow torment of this paralyzing creative deadlock, Jean Sibelius turned wholeheartedly to the solace and redemption found within the embrace of nature. He embarked on long daily wandering walks deep into the surrounding forests, choosing not to wear bulky heavy winter garments but dressed in his signature dark formal overcoat, leaning steadily upon a wooden walking stick, leaving deep footprints etched across the untouched snow-covered ground. He once confided to his beloved wife Aino that he could hear the quiet murmuring voices of trees conversing among themselves and listen to the wind weaving intricate fugue melodies through the delicate pine needles. He held a particularly profound lifelong fascination with swans, which in traditional Finnish culture embodied sacred purity, divine revelation and spiritual transcendence. On one unforgettable occasion he witnessed 16 swans flying overhead, arranged in a neat straight horizontal formation. In his private diary he inscribed that this single moment stood as the most deeply moving experience of his entire life, declaring their distant resonant cries to be nothing less than the voice of God singing across the heavens. Yet the deeper he immersed himself into harmonious spiritual unity with nature, the more jarring, shallow and meaningless the noises of the mortal world became in his ears. He grew increasingly weary of glamorous Parisian salons, disdained prestigious lecture platforms in London, and even grew indifferent toward admiring critics who poured endless praise upon his achievements. In his eyes all human language appeared pale and powerless beside the profound silence of nature, every man-crafted musical chord clumsy and awkward compared to the natural melody of swan song echoing across the lake. Sibelius questioned himself painfully within the pages of his diary if he could never replicate the delicate texture and gentle rhythm of the natural wind, what lasting meaning could his own musical compositions ever truly hold? This extreme standard of aesthetic purity turned him into a spiritual ascetic, guarding an inner treasure trove of golden inspiration, yet refusing to spend even a single trivial note, willingly preferring to endure quiet solitude, financial uncertainty and public doubt rather than deliver a single careless mediocre melody to satisfy the world's impatient expectations. As time drifted onward toward a gloomy, overcast afternoon in 1945, classical music witnessed one of its most heartbreaking, unforgettable moments. Inside his quiet wooden cottage at Jarvenpää, Jean Sibelius kindled a warm fire within the hearth, moving slowly with unsteady steps toward his bookcase and retrieving a thick stack of heavy manuscript pages. These were the closely guarded drafts of his Eighth Symphony, composed, revised and refined secretly for nearly 20 long years. The sacred masterpiece countless music lovers dreamed of ever hearing performed. Wife Aino stood silently watching from the doorway, choosing not to intervene or speak a word, for she understood fully the inner torment, endless struggle and immense spiritual suffering this unfinished work had inflicted upon her husband. Page by page Sibelius placed every manuscript sheet into the crackling flames, the firelight casting soft shadows across his deeply wrinkled face. Within his profound eyes there lingered no trace of sorrow, grief or regret, only a quiet calm tinged with gentle release. The paper curled, blackened and crumbled away in the blazing heat, gradually turning into fine drifting ashes. Those unheard melodies destined never to grace a concert stage vanished forever into the fireplace embers of Ainola. In that solemn instant the silence of Jarvenpää transformed officially from a frustrating creative block into a sacred lifelong spiritual covenant. He buried his own painstaking life work with his own hands and severed the last lingering bond connecting his soul to the restless, impatient modern age. From that day forward the world would never possess a completed Eighth Symphony, only an elderly quiet man listening to the wind whisper through forest trees, and an enduring legendary tale of artistic disappearance. When people later asked about the progress of his long-awaited composition, he would simply gesture silently toward the vast forest stretching beyond his window, replying calmly that the natural sounds dwelling within the woods were already perfect beyond any human musical creation. During the final 10 years of his prolonged silence, Sibelius' physical frame grew increasingly thin and frail, yet his inner spiritual clarity reached its most radiant peak. He no longer troubled himself with worldly fame, reputation, or public judgment, nor worried over financial hardship. The generous lifelong stipend granted by the Finnish government allowed him to live out his days with quiet dignity, undisturbed within the peaceful seclusion of the forest. His entire life had been a quiet, relentless struggle, balanced between the allure of alcohol, the comfort of tobacco, and the weight of prolonged lonely isolation. Yet in his advanced years he regained the pure innocent wonder of a small child. He would spend hours observing the slow crawling movement of a single ant, or sit quietly at dawn listening to the soft rhythmic sound of dewdrops falling gently from leaf branches. He still followed the development of the wider musical world, regularly tuning into radio broadcasts to listen to new works composed by younger generations, yet he never offered criticism, commentary, or judgment, merely responding with a quiet, gentle smile. This prolonged silence held within it a quiet, compassionate understanding. He saw clearly how human civilization grew increasingly impetuous, superficial, and restless amid industrial progress and the chaos of global warfare, choosing instead to retreat willingly into the primal, orderly rhythm of nature. His loving relationship with wife Aino deepened into the tranquil stillness of quiet waters running beneath the surface. They rarely needed spoken conversation content, simply to sit side by side upon the porch watching the evening sunset dye the quiet lake surface in rich shades of crimson and gold. For him life itself had evolved into the grandest symphony of all, and he alone stood as its sole appreciative audience. He no longer craved the applause and admiration of the outside world, for he had already found an eternal spiritual frequency deep within this secluded quiet corner, a place where his soul could rest peacefully undisturbed. When the early autumn arrived in 1957 and the last migrating flock of swans soared silently over the skies of Jarvenpaa, he understood clearly that his own final curtain call had finally drawn near. Jean Sibelius passed away peacefully at the advanced age of 91. His state funeral held amid nationwide moment of silence across the whole of Finland. Returning to the lingering question raised in the prologue, why did he choose to embrace 30 years of complete artistic silence at the very height of his creative powers? Perhaps his prolonged withdrawal was never caused by a loss of natural talent or fading inspiration. Instead, he discovered something far more elevated, eternal, and profound than musical composition itself. Through 30 years of unbroken stillness, he taught the restless modern world that having the courage to embrace quiet solitude amid universal noise and chaos demands far greater inner strength than creating art itself. The manuscripts he burned with his own hands have long since transformed into every rustling leaf and every drifting snowflake scattered throughout the forests of Ainola. Whenever you listen to the familiar strains of Finlandia or the haunting, graceful valse triste, pause for a moment between the flowing melodies and grasp the quiet, resilient power hidden within his deliberate silence. The gentle tale of Jean Sibelius now draws to its quiet close. The world outside your window sinks into soft night, just like the snow-draped forests of Jarvenpaa carry this profound Nordic tranquility within your heart. Drift slowly into peaceful slumber and listen to the quiet natural rhythm, belonging only to your own inner soul. Here there is no restless anxiety, no worldly expectation, only everlasting unchanging serenity. Good night and sweet dreams. Beneath the deepest haunting moonlight of the 14th century, a lone man led a camel across the fading borders of vanishing ancient kingdoms. He was Ibn Battuta, the solitary wanderer who measured the breadth of the entire world with nothing but his own 2 feet. Tonight let us follow in his distant footsteps and drift into that timeless era of endless movement and serene quiet. If traveling is an incurable longing that settles deep within the soul, then Ibn Battuta was perhaps the one afflicted most deeply by this wandering fever. From the golden cities of Mali hidden deep within the African wilderness to the eastern shores of China, in the final years of the Yuan dynasty he beheld all the grand splendor and lonely desolation of human civilizations. Yet in the endless journey he somehow forgot the way back to his own homeland. As the map of the old world shifted silently amid brutal warfare and the creeping shadow of the Black Death, Ibn Battuta walked a road so long its end could never be seen. His journey was far more than merely crossing physical distances. It was a quiet exile of the soul. Close your eyes, sink into the slow, soothing flow of this narration, and accompany this timeless traveler as he walks the final stretch of his extraordinary life journey. Picture the quiet morning breeze sweeping over the coastal city of Tangier in the year 1325, the wind tangling gently in the robes of a young man barely 21 years old. He stood alone outside the ancient city gate, mounted upon a thin, weary donkey with no servants at his side, no vast fortune stored away, not even a clear thought of whether he would ever return to his birthplace. This young wanderer was Ibn Battuta tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth. Fire. We walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection. Once he stepped beyond that city gate, his journey stretched on for 29 full years, covering more than 120,000 kilometers, a distance great enough to circle the earth 3 times over. He crossed the scorching rolling heat of the Sahara Desert, witnessed the bustling glowing lights of Quanzhou harbor in the declining years of the Yuan dynasty, and narrowly escaped the cold grasp of death amid the spreading horror of the Black Death. People remember him as the greatest traveler of the medieval age, yet through all those lonely endless days and nights the thing he faced most often was only the quiet sound of his own steady breathing in the still dark hours. This was never merely a magnificent voyage of geographical discovery, it was the quiet journey of a man fleeing the ordinary world, searching for an unshakable anchor to give meaning to his existence. On this peaceful quiet night let us walk with his slow heavy footsteps and feel the calm flowing rhythm belonging to the 14th century. Ibn Battuta's journey began with the simple devout duty of every faithful Muslim to make the sacred pilgrimage to Mecca. In those early days he still carried the pure innocence of youth and the reserved dignity born from growing up in a family of legal scholars, yet travel holds a subtle magical power. It gradually strips away all worldly labels and social identities, leaving only one simple unchanging title: a passing traveler. On his long road toward Egypt he fell gravely ill, overcome by a raging fever that nearly cast him down from the back of his donkey. Determined not to fall behind his traveling caravan, he bound himself firmly to the saddle, drifting half-conscious through the sun-scorched desolate wilderness. That stillness, hovering close to death, made him realize for the first time how tiny, fragile and insignificant human life appeared beside the boundless vastness of nature, no larger than a single grain of sand upon the endless dunes. When he finally stood beneath the towering pyramids, watching their massive stone structures cast long solemn shadows across the sunset, something deep within him was forever changed. He could no longer content himself with merely reaching a single fixed destination. Instead he grew captivated by the uncertain wandering magic of living always upon the road. He came to understand that stepping into a new city felt like wandering into a fragile dream destined to fade away with time. Amid the crowded lively streets of Cairo and the slow gentle flow of the Nile River, Ibn Battuta made a quiet life-altering choice. He resolved never to take the shortest easiest path, but to walk the farthest winding roads, to witness the hidden wonders of the world never written within the pages of books. The true enchantment of travel often lies in leading wanderers into the hidden gaps where royal power and human fate intertwine. Ibn Battuta was far more than a mere observer passing through foreign lands. Endowed with profound knowledge of Islamic law and religious doctrine, he became an honored guest welcomed by sultans and kings across many realms. He once served as a high judge within the royal court of the Sultan of Delhi, indulging in unimaginable luxury and splendor while also witnessing the cold cruelty and dark violence hidden behind royal grandeur. The Sultan was a man consumed by endless suspicion and violent temper. Each morning Ibn Battuta would wake with quiet unease, silently grateful that his head still remained safely upon his shoulders. Inside that gilded luxurious palace he felt trapped within a splendid cage. Growing weary of the hollow cold falseness of worldly power, he began to long for the simple quiet nights spent sleeping beneath the open wilderness sky, craving the free untainted air far away from court intrigue. To escape the suffocating tension of Delhi's royal circle he volunteered to lead a diplomatic mission traveling eastward toward the legendary empire of silk and ancient civilization, the Yuan dynasty of China. He lingered for a long while among the scattered peaceful islands of the Maldives, one of the rare soft gentle interludes amid his lifelong wandering there. He married, raised children, settled simple legal disputes beneath the shade of coconut groves, and listened to the endless rhythm of ocean waves rolling against the sandy shore. Yet his soul could never remain rooted in one place. An innate restlessness flowed forever within him like an unquenchable homesickness, though his true homeland always lay further along the road ahead. Once again he boarded a great sailing ship drifting toward the rising sun, journeying deeper into the far eastern lands, caught in the quiet turmoil of great historical change. When Ibn Battuta finally arrived at the thriving port of Quanzhou, known in his time as Zaytun, the reign of the Yuan dynasty was already slipping toward its final decline. It was a dazzling, bustling metropolis beyond all imagination. Countless massive trading ships lined the river, their dense sails blocking out the bright sunlight above. In his travel journals he wrote with awe that silk here was as cheap as ordinary cotton fabric, and porcelain craftsmanship reached the delicate perfection of fine works of art. Yet beneath overwhelming prosperity he sensed subtle undercurrents of unrest and quiet unease stirring beneath the surface. As a devout Muslim traveling within a vast empire of mixed faiths and unfamiliar customs, he experienced a profound loneliness unlike any he had known before. Though local Muslim merchants received him with warm hospitality, he still felt alienated by unfamiliar languages, strange daily habits and ways of thinking that separated him from this distant Eastern world. He listened to the soft music of court musicians upon boats drifting across West Lake and watched the quiet sunset sink beyond the city walls of Canbalak. He admired the orderly, well-structured governance of the great empire, yet felt confused by the immense cultural divide separating East and West. This quiet confusion made him understand clearly that no matter how far he traveled, he would always remain a stranger from Tangier, standing apart from every foreign land he visited, standing upon the busy harbor watching chests of goods loaded steadily onto waiting ships. His heart stirred not with the excitement of new discovery but with a deep growing weariness. His experiences across the Far East unfolded like a magnificent colorful scroll already beginning to fade, carrying the haunting tragic grandeur of an era drawing to its close. The journey home always demands far greater courage than the journey outward, especially when a wanderer returns to find the world completely changed from the one he left behind in 1348. As Ibn Battuta began his long westward journey, the Black Death swept relentlessly across the entire Mediterranean world. Cities he once passed through now lay littered with lifeless bodies, once bustling marketplaces fallen into deathly silence. In Damascus he watched vast crowds gather for grand public prayers, begging divine mercy to halt the unstoppable spread of the plague. Yet in the face of absolute overwhelming death, all human reason, logic and prayer seemed powerless and frail. Against all odds he survived the devastating pandemic, carrying the dazed disbelief of one spared from catastrophe, and finally stepped back into his hometown of Tangier. His parents had long since passed away and most old familiar friends had vanished into the shadow of time and disease. He sat alone upon the ancient stone steps of his hometown for a long quiet while realizing he could no longer adapt to the still quiet stationary life of ordinary people. Within only a few years he set off once more, this time journeying southward, crossing the vast endless sands of the Sahara Desert toward the powerful Mali Empire. Upon the banks of the Niger River he beheld royal thrones adorned with gleaming gold and barefoot messengers traveling across the realm. The legendary golden city of Timbuktu shimmered with hazy dreamlike light amid the swirling desert winds. This final leg of his lifelong journey felt like a quiet reconciliation with his own wandering soul. Beneath the countless twinkling stars of the Sahara he finally found the eternal inner peace he had spent decades searching for. In 1354 the aging traveler finally laid down his walking staff at the request of the Sultan of Morocco. With the help of the royal scribe Ibn Juzay he began to dictate his famous travel memoir known simply as the Rila. Vanished kingdoms, cruel royal sultans, peaceful island life and the bustling twilight glory of Yuan dynasty ports all came alive once more through the calm gentle flow of his narration. His tone remained steady and detached, as if recounting distant dreams that belonged to another man entirely. People often asked him what wisdom and gain he had carried away from 29 years of endless wandering. He would offer only a soft quiet smile and gesture toward the unchanging quiet night stretching beyond the window. What he had gained was the profound understanding of the world's true nature. All things in life are forever flowing, shifting and transient, and only the act of walking, wandering, seeking remains eternally real. In his later years he lived a quiet, humble life, serving as a local judge in Morocco. Passing away peacefully around the year 1369, he left behind no vast wealth or grand estate, only a timeless volume filled with tales of distant exotic lands shining brightly amid the dust of centuries. Tonight, as we close our eyes, we may follow the spirit of Ibn Battuta, setting out upon an endless journey within our own dreams. Amid the flowing, shifting light and shadow, we come to realize every final destination is merely the beginning of another quiet journey. Let your breath grow slow, light and steady, allowing your consciousness to sink deep into tranquil stillness. May you find your own inner peace along the quiet road of endless wandering. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the calm freedom of the open road. In the bitterest winter of Stockholm in the year 1650, an elderly man walked unsteadily toward the royal library shrouded in freezing northern wind. He was René Descartes, whose remaining strength was gradually draining away. Forced to deliver academic lectures promptly at 5 o'clock every early morning, he devoted his whole life to illuminating the darkness of human thought with the radiance of pure reason, yet never imagined that his own light would fade out quietly before the break of dawn in the frozen land of Sweden. Tonight, accompanied by the soft warm glow of burning hearth flames, let us listen to the real-life story of this relentless seeker of doubt and rational thought. If everything we perceive in this world is nothing but an illusion, how can we ever prove that we truly exist? Many years ago, on a cold winter night, René Descartes found the ultimate answer to this profound question. Through 3 mysterious vivid dreams he spent his days staying away from worldly noise and trivial commotion, yet was constantly swept into the center of political power and the pursuit of eternal truth by the overwhelming tide of his era. This is a tale of lonely spiritual exploration and the gentle warmth hidden within cold rationality, perfectly suited for every quiet night when you long for inner peace. From the chaotic battlefields torn apart by endless warfare to the quiet scholarly studies of the Netherlands bathed in serene tranquility, René Descartes remained always a sober passing traveler wandering through the ages. He unraveled the profound hidden mysteries of numbers and spatial geometry, yet fell ill and passed away in a foreign land amid unexpected twists of fate. What he left to humanity encompasses far more than the coordinate system that reshaped mathematics and timeless philosophical propositions. It also includes his lonely profound perception toward the essence of life itself. Close your eyes, gently follow the footsteps of Descartes and drift into peaceful slumber amid the flowing river of rational contemplation and philosophical reflection. Picture the middle of the 17th century, swept by the harshest icy winter of northern Europe. The sky over Stockholm hung heavy with lead-grey clouds. The dawn of this northern city always arrived exceedingly late, while the piercing cold wind seemed capable of freezing every breath in midair. In the pitch darkness of such an early morning at 5 o'clock, an elderly man past his 50s huddled shivering inside a carriage making his way toward the Royal Library of Queen Christina of Sweden. He was required to begin his lecture precisely at this hour, for the young energetic queen firmly believed that the earliest hours of dawn were when human wisdom remained most active and lucid. The elderly scholar, suffering greatly from bitter cold and physical exhaustion, was none other than René Descartes. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he stands as the founding father of modern philosophy and the pioneer who established analytic geometry. Yet his life was never defined merely by cold logical reasoning. His destiny was woven with the mystery of prophetic dreams, the solitude of years of seclusion, and sober detached awareness lingering on the edge of royal court intrigue. This solitary hermit, who sought to rebuild the entire order of human knowledge through relentless doubt, finally met the end of his mortal journey amid the freezing pre-dawn darkness of this remote northern land. Now let your breath sink slowly into calm stillness. Brush away the thick layer of frost covering the pages of history and reach out to touch the lonely searching soul beneath. The life journey of René Descartes truly began inside a sealed warm room sheltered from the bitter cold outside on a frigid winter night in 1619 within a small town along the banks of the Danube. The young Descartes took shelter from the freezing weather, retreating into a small chamber equipped with a massive heating stove. He soon drifted into deep sleep and experienced 3 strange, remarkably clear dreams in succession. In the first dream, he struggled painfully against violent gusts of wind, striving to walk toward a local church in search of shelter and peace. In the second dream, deafening thunder roared all around, jolting him awake in an instant. Upon opening his eyes, he witnessed countless flickering sparks dancing all across the room. The third dream remained calm and serene. Upon the table lay a thick dictionary beside a volume of poetry. Within the lines of the poem rested a quiet, profound question: what kind of life should I pursue? These 3 visions were never meaningless random ramblings of a sleeping mind. After waking fully, Descartes held an unshakable conviction that divine providence was guiding him to unify all branches of science through the precise methods of mathematics. At that time, Europe stood on the eve of the devastating 30 Years' War. Society lingered in constant turmoil, and traditional long-established authorities began to totter and crumble under the weight of doubt and unrest. This pervasive sense of instability deeply shaped his inner character, rendering him extremely cautious, somewhat skeptical, and forever searching for an absolute, unshakable foundation to anchor all human understanding. He understood clearly that if the grand edifice of human knowledge was built upon shifting, unstable sand, no matter how magnificent its structure, it would inevitably collapse into ruin sooner or later. And so the young thinker, sheltered beside the warm stove, embarked upon a decades-long journey of redefining, reshaping, and reconstructing the very concept of eternal truth itself. After leaving that warm chamber by the Danube, Descartes adopted a lifestyle of deliberate seclusion and quiet invisibility. He wandered like a solitary phantom, traveling between nations across Europe, even enlisting in military service, yet never truly participating in brutal battlefield combat. To him, the chaotic battlefield served merely as an ideal observation tower to study the complexity of human nature and the chaos of worldly order. His longest period of seclusion unfolded in the Netherlands, a land embracing relatively free academic atmosphere. Even there he moved residents, frequently never revealing his exact address to outsiders. Casually, he even carved a personal motto in Latin: those who know how to hide know how to live well. His craving for solitude stemmed never from hatred toward humanity, but from fear of trivial interpersonal distractions breaking the continuous flow of his deep philosophical thought. A well-known story has been passed down through generations, telling how he Lay resting in bed observing a fly flitting and dancing in the corner of a room. A sudden flash of insight dawned upon him. Once several intersecting boundary lines were established, he could accurately pinpoint and describe any position of the fly within three-dimensional space. This marked the earliest sprout of analytic geometry. Through the creation of the cold precise coordinate system, he successfully merged the unpredictable fluidity of geometric figures with the abstract logic of algebraic calculation. For the very first time beneath his extreme rational way of thinking, however, lay a deeply affectionate soul who simply expressed his emotions with restrained quiet dignity. He once raised an illegitimate daughter in secret, yet the child passed away tragically at the tender age of 5. In private personal letters, Descartes poured forth overwhelming sorrow, describing this loss as the greatest pain and grief of his entire life. This sovereign master of reason had always lived hidden beneath quiet fear of loss and uncertainty, and this inner unease perhaps became the root of his relentless pursuit of absolute certainty and unchanging truth. In 1637 Descartes finally published his epoch-making masterpiece Discourse on the Method, in which he put forward the resounding philosophical assertion, "I think therefore I am." This iconic proposition was far more than a simple philosophical statement. It stood as the last firm raft he clung to after plunging into the depths of utter despair and all-consuming doubt. He imagined the possibility of an evil demonic force constantly deceiving human sensory perception, tricking the mind into believing the sun burned warm and the ground remained solid and unshakable. If even our physical senses could be deceptive, if even mathematical logic might be nothing more than demonic trickery, what in this world could ever be regarded as truly real? He reached an inevitable profound conclusion: even if I doubt everything around me, the simple undeniable fact remains that I am engaged in the act of doubting. As long as I possess the ability to think and reason, my own existence becomes an unbreakable certainty. This extreme solitary intellectual exploration branded him a radical outsider in the eyes of religious authorities and traditional conservative scholars. He was forced to walk with meticulous caution amid the intricate game of power and belief, striving to prove that his rational theories never contradicted religious faith. He moved gracefully like a skilled ice skater gliding across thin frozen ice, outwardly elegant and composed, inwardly forever alert and wary of slipping into ruin. This detached, independent, unyielding spirit, unwilling to follow the crowd, caught the attention of Queen Christina ruling faraway Sweden. The queen longed to embody the image of a wise, enlightened ruler and sent countless letters inviting Europe's sharpest intellectual mind to reside within her royal court. Descartes hesitated for a long time, his inner intuition warning him that the frozen northern wilderness could never suit his soul, accustomed to mild, gentle living. Yet eventually, yielding to the quiet allure of unknown challenge, he boarded a ship setting sail for the distant icy shores of Sweden. Upon arriving in Sweden, Descartes soon discovered the harsh reality, far crueler than he had ever imagined. He was settled in simple, humble accommodation within Stockholm, while the bitter Swedish winter often plunged temperatures as low as 30 degrees below zero. Queen Christina was a ruler boundless in energy, sleeping no more than 5 hours each day and insisting that Descartes begin philosophical study and discussion with her promptly at 5 every early morning. For a philosopher accustomed to lying in warm bed meditating and thinking until midday, this rigid schedule amounted to slow, relentless self-destruction. In letters written to close friends, he confessed sorrowfully that the bitter cold of this northern land could freeze even a person's capacity for thought. Beneath the relentless cold, he also endured hidden jealousy and suspicion lingering within the royal court. Former royal advisors who once held the queen's favor harbored deep hostility toward this brilliant French scholar, forever ready to seize upon his slightest mistake to discredit him. Trapped between exhausting physical fatigue and overwhelming mental pressure, Descartes' health deteriorated rapidly and irreversibly. In February of 1650 he contracted severe pneumonia, suffering from persistent high fever and moments of blurred consciousness. Even confined to his deathbed, he retained the clear rational judgment of a lifelong logician, firmly refusing ineffective bloodletting treatments prescribed by doctors. Rooted in outdated medical tradition, amid the torment of severe illness he drifted into final slumber. Perhaps in that quiet moment his spirit traveled back 30 years to revisit that warm, sheltered room beside the Danube in the dark pre-dawn hour of February 11, 1650. The great thinker breathed his last. He could never escape the cruel frozen dawn, just as he could never evade the unpredictable, accidental twists woven into the fabric of fate. The life story of Descartes drew to a quiet close with a solemn, understated funeral held in Stockholm. Returning to the freezing pre-dawn scene from the opening of our tale, we come to understand that throughout his entire life he had been endlessly searching for a warm, stable, fixed origin to anchor his existence. He found this unshakable coordinate in mathematical logic and discovered profound certainty within the act of rational thought, yet never managed to find lasting peace and belonging amid The displacement and wandering of mortal life following his death. His mortal remains endured a bizarre restless journey of relocation. Even his skull was once privately kept and hidden by others, as if fate playfully mocked the philosopher who dedicated his life to distinguishing the soul from the physical body. Yet the sacred spark of doubt and rational inquiry he ignited eventually blazed into the brilliant radiance of the Enlightenment era. He taught humanity never to blindly accept anything lacking rigorous rational examination, not even the deceptive evidence of our own physical senses. Tonight, as we lie immersed in the quiet stillness of night, we need no longer doubt the peace surrounding us, the gentle warmth shining forth from cold logical reasoning, the persistent relentless questioning toward the essence of existence have merged into the most solid enduring foundation of human civilization. Let your thoughts drift gently away with this quiet tale, wandering back to the warm dream filled chamber beside the old stove. Allow your breath to grow light, calm and steady. In this moment you need not prove anything to the world, you only need to simply exist in quiet peace. Good night, René Descartes, and may you enjoy a serene undisturbed dream this evening. As the golden twilight of the Roman Empire began to sink low over the ancient capital, a young boy carrying the rich spicy scent of eastern desert lands stepped quietly up to the summit of imperial power. His name was Elagabalus, a figure shrouded in endless mystery. Was he a mad heretic who defied all Roman tradition, or merely a helpless prisoner trapped by the cruel twists of fate woven by his own family and the times around him? Tonight let the soft fragrance of incense fill the quiet air as we unfold the haunting life story of the boy Emperor Elagabalus. He sought divine transcendence amid cascading petals of roses, yet wandered hopelessly lost within the dark tangled shadows of political intrigue, never able to find the path back to the innocent peace he once knew. It was the final haunting dreamlike reverie of fading Roman civilization. Elagabalus danced freely before the sacred altar, blurring the fixed lines of gender and identity, blending clear rational thought with bouts of wild untamed madness. All the chaos and tragedy of his brief reign dissolve into a long quiet sigh lingering softly through the stillness of the night. When the last petal of rose drifted down from the towering dome of the imperial banquet hall, it veiled the breath of the guests and drowned out all traces of calm reason. The young boy, painted with delicate eye makeup, draped in flowing silk robes, twirled slowly in front of the sacred altar. His name was Elagabalus, a name that stirred unfamiliar unease and quiet terror deep within the heart of every Roman citizen. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this misunderstood soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was never merely a foolish tyrant dismissed casually within the cold lines of history textbooks. He was an innocent sacrifice ruthlessly forced onto the altar of imperial power by ambitious kin. He tried to illuminate the gloomy rigid halls of the Roman Senate with the burning sunlight of his eastern homeland, only to burn himself completely to ashes in the blazing fire of tradition and political conflict. Sink into the slow gentle rhythm of this story and listen closely to the faint haunting melody woven from the rare aromatic scent of eastern spices and the cold unyielding iron will of Western Roman might. Our story begins with the massive sacred black stone enshrined in Emesa of Syria. This holy relic, guarded faithfully by Elagabalus's family for countless generations, was revered as the earthly embodiment of the sun god Elagabal. In his tender youthful years, the boy served as the most devout priest within the local temple, moving gracefully amid curling clouds of incense smoke, performing sacred ritual dances beneath the warm eastern sun. Those quiet pious moments remain the purest, most peaceful chapter of his entire life. Yet his grandmother Julia Maisha, consumed by boundless political ambition, tore the 14-year-old boy away from his sacred altar, stripping him of his role as a humble divine servant and draping his slender shoulders with the heavy blood-stained purple imperial robes of Rome. In an instant he was transformed from a priest of the sun into the supreme ruler of the vast sprawling Roman Empire. Yet this sudden rise to power brought him no joy or sense of belonging. His soul remained forever anchored beside the fiery altar of his Syrian hometown. To his weary heart, the grand imperial city of Rome was nothing more than an endless nightmare he was forced to perform in every single day. He began to long desperately for the familiar comforting scent of his homeland, the sweet blend of frankincense, myrrh, and the unchained freedom he had lost forever. On the day Elagabalus made his grand entrance into Rome, the citizens of the ancient capital witnessed a sight far stranger and more shocking than anything they had ever seen before. Instead of riding triumphantly upon a warhorse in traditional Roman imperial fashion, he traveled slowly through the dusty streets alongside the enormous sacred black stone from his Syrian homeland, his eyes lined with heavy dark kohl, his body wrapped in flowing gilded eastern silk robes, such foreign delicate grace Struck deep at the core of Roman pride, a civilization that cherished stoic resolve, military strength and traditional masculinity above all else, he resolved to elevate his native sun god above the entire pantheon of Roman deities. This was far more than a simple shift in religious faith. It stood as a direct, bold challenge to the foundational traditions and cultural identity of ancient Rome. Within the lavish halls of the imperial palace, he began to chase an unfiltered, raw version of inner truth. He openly declared his innermost wish to live as a woman, and even sought means to undergo physical transformation to align his body with his true inner identity. This fluid blurring of gender boundaries led him to linger constantly on the fragile edge of sanity and rationality. He craved sincere, heartfelt love, longed to be seen and cherished as an ordinary, vulnerable soul, as a gentle woman beneath his imperial crown. Yet, within the cold marble labyrinth of Roman politics, surrounded by scheming nobles and ruthless courtiers, all he ever received was mocking scorn, cold judgment and endless political calculation. It was on the legendary night of the Rose Rain that Elagabalus staged a dreamlike feast for his invited guests. Countless soft rose petals poured down endlessly from the high ceiling, covering every corner of the banquet hall, filling the air with overwhelming sweet fragrance. Yet beneath breathtaking beauty lay profound absurdity, hidden cruelty and unchecked madness. The cascading layers of petals grew so thick and heavy that several guests were trapped and suffocated to death beneath the sea of blooming roses. In that haunting moment, the wild, unrestrained madness lingering within the young emperor's heart reached its peak. He could no longer distinguish the clear line between ethereal beauty and unforgivable sin. He only knew he was striving relentlessly to craft a dazzling world shaped entirely by his own desires and eccentric whims. Within the palace he gathered strong, handsome men, granting them high official positions and immense influence purely out of his longing to feel protected, cherished and emotionally sheltered by others. His imperial decrees grew increasingly impulsive and unpredictable. He scattered gold coins freely across the crowded streets of Rome like a careless child, squandering the remaining warmth of his fleeting life, desperately trying to fill the endless hollow emptiness hidden deep within his lonely soul. When even those closest to him turned to betrayal, Elagabalus was consumed by a loneliness more profound than he had ever known. His grandmother finally realized that the young imperial puppet she had placed upon the throne had slipped completely out of her control. She began secretly grooming his young cousin as a suitable replacement, plotting quietly to overthrow the boy emperor and secure her family's grip on Roman power. The young ruler's sharp, intuitive sense told him clearly that the shadow of death was drawing closer. With every passing day he wandered restlessly through the shadowed corridors of the imperial palace, brushing his fingers against the cold, smooth surface of marble walls. Lost in quiet, sorrowful reflection, he often wondered what his life would have become if he had never left the quiet sanctuary of his Syrian temple. Would he still be dancing and singing freely beneath the warm eastern sun, surrounded by incense and divine peace? He began to prepare carefully for his own and making arrangements not only for his mortal body but also for the peace of his restless spirit. He ordered craftsmen to weave pure golden ropes and prepared a sharp dagger adorned with precious gemstones, determined that even in death he would uphold the extravagant, graceful beauty and tragic elegance he had always embraced. Yet history has always proven far colder and crueler than any crafted drama, denying him even the dignified end he had hoped to claim, leaving him only the most humiliating, miserable fate imaginable. His final desperate hour arrived, hiding in the humble confinement of a plain public lavatory far removed from imperial splendor. There were no fragrant roses, no sacred black stones, only the cold, unyielding blades of the Praetorian Guard closing in upon him. At merely 18 years of age Elagabalus was slain, his body discarded carelessly like worthless rubbish into the muddy, shallow waters of the Tiber River. Rome wasted no time erasing every trace of his existence, smashing his statues, removing his portraits and rewriting official records, as if the silk-robed Eastern emperor had never walked upon the streets of their sacred city. Yet the faint, haunting echo he left behind, lingering over the collision of Eastern and Western cultures, the quiet awakening of gender identity and the fragile vulnerability hidden within every human soul, continued to reverberate softly through 2,000 years of wind and time. Now the tale of Elagabalus draws to a gentle close, and the flickering hearth fire slowly fades into quiet embers. May you wander into the soft dream of this tragic young soul and find a fragment of peaceful calm for your own heart. Rest now. All earthly absurdity, fleeting splendor and imperial glory have faded away into thin smoke and dust, carried off by the endless flow of time. Good night, and may you drift into untroubled, peaceful dreams through the quiet stillness of this night. He once captured the blazing lightning flashing across the sky, yet could never warm the cold, lonely hotel room where he spent his final days. Nikola Tesla, a name both glorified and fragmented in the eyes of ordinary people, hid an unspoken, lonely world, unseen and misunderstood behind his deep, melancholy eyes. Tonight, accompanied by the quiet glow of flickering flames, we step into the true later life of this unparalleled genius. Have you ever met someone who seems able to peer straight through the flow of time? Nikola Tesla was exactly such a pure wandering soul. He tore up hugely profitable patent contracts with his own hands, turning down immense wealth that could have been his without effort, yet through the endless long lonely nights he shared his last trace of dignity with the pigeons wandering quietly in the city square. Close your eyes and drift back to that age filled with whirring gears and crackling electric sparks, and feel the calm inner strength lingering deep within his soul. If there is anyone the world owes a sincere apology, it is undoubtedly Nikola Tesla, a fated soul wandering along the blurred boundary between genius and mental unrest. He chose quiet silence and humble poverty under the heavy pressure of capital interests, yet what he left behind for all humanity is this everlasting electrified era that never fades into darkness. Tonight, nestled in this gentle story meant only for quiet reflection, may you fall peacefully asleep beneath the endless starlight. Belonging to Tesla. Late one night in January 1943, inside room 3327 of the New Yorker Hotel in Manhattan, New York, the room number plaque swayed faintly in the bitter cold wind. This quiet corner of the bustling city held an 86-year-old elderly man lying alone on plain cheap bed linen, his breath faint, fragile, and almost imperceptible. Decades earlier, this very man had torn apart the dark night of human civilization with his own hands, letting the vital flow of electric power course across every inch of the Earth's surface. His name was Nikola Tesla. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, in his final days he had no money or savings left at all, even falling deep into heavy unpaid hotel bills, his only companions being the soft cooing pigeons perched quietly beside his window ledge. Rumors spread among the public labeling him a madman, a heretic who could not grasp the rules of money and commerce, a fallen eccentric lost in fantasy during his declining years. Yet within his sunken eyes, still shimmering with a faint divine radiance, he envisioned perpetual motion machines of endless energy and a boundless future of global wireless interconnection. He was a prophet lost to the passage of time, lingering on the blurred line between divine holiness and quiet madness, completing his final and most serene experiment in solitary stillness. The first bitter crack in his fate emerged right at the intersection of lofty idealism and greedy commercial ambition. During the prime of his most confident flourishing years at that time, Nikola Tesla stood right in the eye of the storm known in history as the War of Currents, his powerful opponent being Thomas Edison, who ruled over an enormous industrial capital empire. Edison resorted to cheap slander, malicious rumors, and ruthless cutthroat competition, attempting to strangle Tesla's alternating current system while it was still in its early vulnerable stages. Yet Tesla never dwelt on thoughts of revenge nor dreamed of becoming a billionaire tycoon. His mind focused only on how to make electric power as free and accessible as the very air people breathe. When George Westinghouse faced the threat of bankruptcy, unable to afford the astronomical patent fees owed to Tesla, Tesla made a shocking decision that astounded the entire world. Sitting in the anxious businessman's home, he tore up the lucrative patent contract with his own hands, a simple signature on which could have made him the richest man alive overnight. He spoke calmly as he discarded the document. As long as my alternating current can serve and benefit all humanity, patent royalties hold no importance to me. In that moment the warm glow of the fireplace fell upon his sharp, refined features, his gaze filled with a pure, almost self-sacrificing devotion to idealism. Yet this choice sealed the bleak, lonely tone of his later years forever. The heavy doors of capital slammed shut firmly behind him. Investors who once crowded around him with admiration began staring at him with the wary, curious gaze reserved for a strange outsider. They could never comprehend a man who rejected wealth and material gain, and any soul that cannot be controlled or manipulated will eventually be squeezed and marginalized by the cold, rigid rules of the worldly world. When worldly glory and bustling prosperity faded away completely, Tesla poured all his inner passion and lifelong obsession into the grand illusory dream of the Wardenclyffe Tower. It was his ambitious attempt to realize global wireless energy transmission, hoping to deliver free electric power to people living deep within the Sahara Desert just as easily as to researchers working inside laboratories in New York. On desolate open land in Long Island, the towering wooden structure stood tall beneath the vast starry sky, and Tesla would often sit alone atop the tower, watching quietly until the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. He could sense the subtle pulsing microwaves trembling in the air and hear the low-frequency rhythmic heartbeat resonating deep within the earth itself. This extraordinary perception, far ahead of his time, gradually made him grow increasingly eccentric, withdrawn and isolated. When financial giants, such as J.P. Morgan, withdrew their funding halfway, the massive tower condensed with all his lifelong effort and hopes was eventually left to decay into useless scrap metal, and with its collapse Tesla's inner world crumbled into pieces as well. This failure was never merely a financial setback, it was a profound disappointment in humanity's capacity for empathy and selflessness. He longed to gift the greatest technological treasure to the whole world, yet the world cared only about profit, margins and material returns. He gradually developed extreme habits of strict personal cleanliness, a deep aversion to round-shaped objects, and even the compulsion to wipe tableware with 18 paper napkins every time he dined in a hotel. This obsessive-compulsive tendency was in truth the final fortress guarding his inner sense of order. As a genius struggling to cope with an increasingly out-of-control chaotic world, he wrote quietly in his personal journal, "My mind is merely a receiver. At the core of the universe lies a central source from which we draw boundless knowledge, strength and creative inspiration." By this point he was no longer merely a physicist and inventor, he had become a solitary ascetic groping silently for the underlying source code of the universe hidden deep within the darkness of existence. In his declining years Tesla moved into one run-down hotel room after another, each one more humble and shabby than the last, until he finally settled down inside that small quiet chamber. He grew increasingly attached to pigeons, walking to the city park every single day to feed the gray-winged creatures gently, even bringing injured, wounded pigeons back to his room to nurse them back to health. The quiet emotional bond he shared with these birds tugs softly at the heart. Once a celebrated figure who conversed casually with kings, nobles and world-famous celebrities, his closest, most understanding companions in old age turned out to be ordinary wild birds. He once spoke tenderly of one pure white pigeon, "I love this pigeon just as a man loves the woman of his heart." This was never the absurd rambling of a deranged mind, it was the last trace of warmth, forgiveness and gentle understanding a deeply sensitive soul rejected by the secular world could find outside human connection. He continued sketching intricate design drafts on cheap plain paper, outlining concepts for death ray weapons, remote control technology and communication systems utilizing the Earth's ionosphere. To people of his era these ideas seemed utterly absurd, impossible fantasy, yet we know well that decades later every one of these visions evolved into tangible reality. The immense sense of displacement and alienation brought by living far ahead of his time filled his later life with profound solemn sorrow. He could clearly see the distant destination of human progress, yet walked the lonely path with no one to walk beside him. He began experiencing frequent vivid hallucinations, seeing blinding electric sparks filling his small room, those flickering flashes seeming like divine whispers speaking directly to his soul. He refused all medical treatment, firmly believing his own body formed a perfect closed energetic cycle. Only in complete, quiet stillness could he complete the final spiritual and physical attunement with the universe. Inside the cold, shabby room numbered 3327, Tesla spent his final quiet hours alone, with no relatives or friends by his side. A "Do Not Disturb" sign hung firmly outside his door, serving as his last and most powerful declaration to the world. Plagued by severe malnutrition and heart failure, he passed away peacefully in his sleep, leaving behind the world he had dedicated his entire life to transforming completely within just a few hours after his passing, government agents entered his private room, removing all his design drafts, research notes and experimental manuscripts. Those precious pages recording visions far beyond his era were sealed away as cold, classified, confidential documents, while his own existence was deliberately marginalized, downplayed and quietly erased from mainstream public memory. His death resembled a brilliant shooting star falling silently upon desolate wilderness, stirring no grand waves, yet sending deep silent vibrations rippling through the foundations of human science. His funeral was held at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in Manhattan, attended by more than 2,000 people, yet most were merely curious onlookers or attendees following ritual tradition. The few who truly understood his profound loneliness, lofty ideals and far-reaching vision were likely still busy living ordinary lives beneath the neon lights he had helped create, completely unaware that the great creator behind modern civilization had taken his final bow. He died with barely a few coins left in his pocket, yet the legacy he left behind holds value that can never be measured by money or material wealth. His entire life proves that in a worldly society obsessed with efficiency, profit and capital, the most profound eternal truths can only be gained at the cost of thorough, unending solitude. By the end of this quiet tale you have come to see the real Nikola Tesla, hidden behind worldly fame and exaggerated legend. He was never a cursed eccentric genius, merely a pure, unyielding soul who refused to compromise with mediocrity and would never bow down to the rules of capital. Returning to the puzzle we posed at the beginning about who could truly understand his lonely later years, the answer lies right within the electric lights, wireless networks and modern technology we use every single Day though he breathed his last in bleak solitude, he achieved eternal life within every crackling electric spark and every flowing wireless signal. He left behind no accumulated wealth or material fortune, yet gifted humanity the complete foundational framework of modern life, along with the fearless courage to dream boldly of what the world deems impossible today. That famous room 3327 has long housed new guests, yet every night as darkness falls the countless lights of Manhattan still twinkle endlessly, just as they did in his time. The warm glow of tonight's hearth is fading slowly. Let us pay quiet, heartfelt tribute to this lonely pioneering visionary through this gentle lingering story. As you close your eyes and drift into peaceful dreams, may your inner world be filled with the same soft, quiet light that surrounded Tesla, illuminating every misunderstood, lonely moment in your own life. Let your breathing slow gradually into steady calm, releasing all trivial worries, future anxieties and lingering regrets to sink into profound stillness. Good night, Nikola Tesla, and may you also rest in peaceful, undisturbed dreams this evening. Back in Cambridge in the year 1913, the mathematician Hardy received a strange letter filled with messy, intricate mathematical formulas. Srinivasa Ramanujan, a poor young man from southern India, sought to challenge the entire system of modern mathematics with visions born deep within his dreams. He held fast to a sincere belief that divine mathematical formulas were whispered and inscribed upon his tongue by the goddess Namagiri while he lay asleep at night. Tonight, accompanied by the faint soft glow of flickering hearth flames, we step into the real life of this extraordinary mind, hailed as an otherworldly intellectual genius. How could a humble accounting clerk with no formal advanced mathematical training unravel age-old mathematical puzzles that had baffled humanity for thousands of years? Ramanujan's life unfolds like a miracle, crossing the boundaries of dimension, stretching from the blazing hot temple lands of southern India to the cold wind-swept streets of Cambridge. He traced faint traces of divine existence within endless mathematical equations, yet drifted further and further away from the mortal world amid the fragility of his physical body. Close your eyes, drift back to that mysteriously tinted era, and listen to the profound life story of this unparalleled self-taught genius. If the ultimate pursuit of human reason ascends into divine miracle, then the life of Srinivasa Ramanujan stands as the most perfect, undeniable proof. He perceived the hidden essence of infinity, yet could never foresee the destined end of his own mortal journey. Passing quietly away at the young age of 31, the mysterious, elegant formulas he left behind continue to guide modern scientists deep into the hidden realms of black holes and the quantum universe, even to this day. Tonight, nestled within this gentle, unhurried tale meant only for quiet remembrance, may you drift peacefully into slumber amid the lingering resonance of eternal mathematical truth and divine inspiration. Imagine the bitter, icy wind sweeping through Cambridge in the early 20th century, a distinguished mathematician staring blankly at a worn, tattered letter spread open before him. Upon the page lay no rigorous logical deductions, no step-by-step academic reasoning, only hundreds upon hundreds of complex, unprecedented mathematical equations, many seeming absurd and incomprehensible to conventional scholars. The mind behind these astonishing formulations was none other than Srinivasa Ramanujan. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was a man who claimed to play chess and converse directly with divine beings in his slumber. Those profound equations capable of reshaping the foundational laws of physics were said to be sacred revelations written directly upon his tongue by the goddess herself. Rising from the sandy ground of a remote Indian village, he journeyed all the way to the highest halls of human intellectual achievement, only to fade away like a burning flame extinguished early amid the cold foreign snow of England. This is far more than merely the life story of a mathematical prodigy. It is an enduring enigma woven from profound loneliness, unshakable faith, and unescapable fate. How could a young man deprived of higher academic education peer straight into the deepest hidden secrets of the cosmos with effortless, intuitive insight? Now let your breath sink slowly into calm stillness as we brush away the dust of history to witness the soul touched and blessed by divine grace. Our story begins with a humble plea letter written in 1913, the turning point that altered the entire course of Ramanujan's life. At that time, Ramanujan worked as a low-paid accounting clerk at the Madras Port Authority. His most precious possessions, an outdated textbook on mathematics and stacks upon stacks of rough draft paper covered densely with handwritten formulas. He had turned to respected Indian scholars for guidance and recognition, yet those bound firmly by traditional academic views dismissed him as an arrogant, eccentric amateur with no formal scholarly grounding. Left with nowhere else to turn, he mailed letters to 3 top-ranking mathematicians at the University of Cambridge. 2 of the correspondences vanished without reply until the third landed in the hands of Hardy. At first, Hardy suspected the letter to be a tasteless prank or the wild ramblings of an untrained amateur mathematician. Yet during a quiet afternoon stroll, his sharp academic intuition Awakened, he realized these elaborate formulas could never be fabricated by any ordinary mortal mind. They carried a primal wild aura of divine origin beyond the reach of conventional academic thought. In his letter, Ramanujan wrote sincerely, "These mathematical formulas hold no meaning to me without the divine enlightenment granted by the goddess." This extreme quiet confidence, standing in stark contrast to his humble, lowly social position, placed Ramanujan squarely at the critical crossroads of fate. He faced the tempting possibility of crossing rigid class boundaries, yet also confronted the ancient forbidden taboos of Brahmin tradition. Traveling overseas by sea was regarded as an act of moral degradation and spiritual corruption in the eyes of orthodox believers. In the end, with the perceived blessing and permission of the goddess appearing in his dreams, he boarded a massive steamship bound for Britain, carrying an entire universe of mathematical equations locked within his mind, setting sail toward the bitterly cold, unfamiliar land that awaited him far across the ocean. When Ramanujan first set foot upon the soil of Cambridge, his perception of the world stood entirely apart from the rational, rigorous mindset of Hardy. Hardy embodied the strict discipline of academic logic, insisting every mathematical proposition must be supported by flawless, irrefutable proof, while Ramanujan possessed the intuitive soul of a poetic visionary, able to simply see the final answer without tedious deduction. Ramanujan would often sit wrapped in thick woolen blankets beside the warm fireplace, his expression vacant and distant one moment, then suddenly sparkling with strange radiant enlightenment the next. He confided in Hardy that whenever he closed his eyes, the goddess Namagiri would reveal a vast glowing red screen upon which countless complex mathematical formulas swirled, danced and unfolded before his eyes, leaving him only the simple task of copying them down onto paper. This unconventional, almost mystical method of research unsettled the entire academic circle of Cambridge, marking him as an outsider, alien to a community that valued noble lineage, rigid rules and formal training. Devoutly vegetarian by faith, he struggled greatly with wartime food rationing in Britain, often surviving on only small portions of plain rice and minimal simple oil to sustain his body. The scarcity of proper nourishment, prolonged social isolation and the bone-chilling damp cold of the English climate slowly eroded away the vital strength of this extraordinary genius. Still, he continued writing endlessly. Formulas on infinite series, prime number distributions and intricate mathematical identities flowed ceaselessly from his pen as if racing against some invisible force of time. Hardy attempted to teach him the structured methods of modern mathematical analysis, yet soon came to understand that Ramanujan's mind operated according to an independent logical system entirely separate from the established mathematical civilization of Earth. He was not merely discovering mathematical truths, he was reciting the soft whispered revelations of the divine, paying the bitter price of watching his physical body gradually wither and grow frail with each passing day. If Ramanujan's mathematical world was filled with radiant light and boundless wonder, his daily life remained shrouded in an unspeakable layer of melancholy and lonely gloom. With the outbreak of the First World War, Ramanujan's days in Cambridge descended into unbearable isolation, akin to living in a living hell. He could never grow accustomed to the freezing, bitter winter nights of England. The piercing cold seemed to freeze deep into his bones, leaving him trapped in persistent coughing spells and growing physical weakness. Even more agonizing was the emotional rift with his family back home. Trapped by misunderstanding and strict Brahmin household rules, they intercepted every letter he sent to his homeland, cutting off his last thread of connection and warm affection in the foreign land. Surrounded by loneliness on every distant shore, he found his only solace and refuge within the abstract, silent world of numbers and equations. On one occasion, Ramanujan fell seriously ill and was confined to a hospital bed. Hardy traveled by taxi to visit him, casually remarking that the taxi number 1729 seemed plain, ordinary and unremarkable. Struggling to lift himself up from his sick bed, Ramanujan spoke softly and gently. "No, Hardy, this is a truly fascinating number." He explained instantly that 1729 was the smallest positive integer expressible as the sum of two cubes in two entirely different ways. This innate instinctive intuition toward numbers never abandoned him. Even in his weakest moments, hovering close to the threshold of death, yet unparalleled intellectual brilliance could never halt the irreversible collapse of his physical health. Doctors diagnosed him with severe tuberculosis compounded by extreme malnutrition and emotional despair. He was like a wandering traveler, misplaced in time and space, stranded within a foreign civilization that never truly understood him, slowly draining away the last spark of life and vitality within his soul. In 1919, Ramanujan journeyed back to his beloved India in fragile, failing health, clinging to the hope that the warm sunlight of his homeland might revive his fading strength. Yet years of relentless overwork, emotional heartbreak and physical exhaustion had left him terminally ill, forcing him to spend his final days confined permanently to bed. Even so, during the last year of his life, he filled dozens of pages with dense, intricate notations, pioneering groundbreaking formulas related to Modular theta functions. In letters to Hardy he wrote with quiet excitement that he had unlocked an entirely new untouched domain of mathematics never explored by any scholar before. On one sweltering quiet afternoon Ramanujan offered his final prayers to the divine goddess, then closed his eyes, forever departing from the mortal world at merely 31 years of age. During his lifetime no one fully grasped the profound hidden meaning behind the mysterious formulas he scribbled down in his final days. Decades later scientists made an astonishing, remarkable discovery. Those casual notations Ramanujan composed while lying weak in his sickbed precisely described certain complex physical properties and structural characteristics of black holes in an era without advanced computers, powerful astronomical telescopes, or modern quantum theory. He had reached out with nothing but dreamlike intuition and divine inspiration to touch the deepest hidden pulse and rhythm of the entire universe. The three handwritten notebooks he left behind became an inexhaustible treasure trove for mathematicians across generations, resembling a precious gift delivered to humanity from a higher dimensional realm beyond mortal comprehension. Ramanujan's entire life stands as a highly condensed miracle, bursting forth with the most dazzling radiant light within the shortest span of time before fading away into eternal quiet stillness. Our tale drifts back to that cold winter night in Cambridge. In his later years Hardy reflected deeply and confessed that his greatest lifelong achievement was not proving profound mathematical theorems but discovering the incomparable genius of Ramanujan. Returning to the lingering mystery of divine revelation proposed at the opening of our story, perhaps Ramanujan was never merely dreaming. His pure, untainted soul possessed the rare ability to perceive timeless universal cosmic order hidden far beyond the limited perception of ordinary mortal minds. His life journey proves that the final boundary of human reason may merge seamlessly with spiritual faith, and that the very essence of mathematics is another profound form of romantic poetic grace. Now let your thoughts drift gently away with this quiet tale, traveling back to the warm sunlit sacred lands of India, bathed in divine radiance. Those intricate, complicated equations are no longer burdensome to understand but soft, gentle guardian lullabies watching over your quiet dreams. Let your breath grow light, steady and calm. Allow the profound loneliness and miraculous brilliance of this mathematical prophet to cradle you into the deepest, most peaceful tranquility in that boundless mathematical paradise, transcending class boundaries, bitter cold and mortal illness. Every hidden puzzle finds its perfect eternal answer. Good night Ramanujan, and may you rest in serene, undisturbed, peaceful dreams this evening. Back in the 19th century in Russia, if a young girl dreamed of pursuing higher education abroad, the only possible path open to her was a fabricated marriage of convenience. Sofia Kovalovskaya, a remarkable woman wandering gracefully between the emotional sensitivity of literature and the cold rationality of mathematics, carved a tough, lonely path forward with unyielding perseverance and gentle tenderness, breaking through the thick walls of prejudice that confined women in her era. Tonight, accompanied by the faint, soft glow of flickering flames, we step into the genuine life journey of this extraordinary, pioneering female mind. Have you ever imagined wallpaper covered entirely with calculus lecture notes? This strange, unique sight formed the earliest, most extraordinary intellectual enlightenment of Sophia's childhood. She went down in history not only as the very first woman to earn a doctoral degree in mathematics, but also as a delicate, thoughtful literary writer. Beneath the dazzling aura of genius, however, lay repeated difficult struggles, tangled between heartfelt love and the unyielding pursuit of truth. Close your eyes. Drift back to the mist-shrouded lands of 19th-century Europe and listen quietly to the moving life story woven around this trailblazing soul. If human life could be regarded as a complex differential equation, Sofia Kovalovskaya spent her whole life striving to solve its hidden variables and profound mysteries. In an age when women were strictly forbidden from stepping into university lecture halls, she earned global recognition and respect solely through her unshakable dignity and extraordinary intellectual talent. Yet her untimely early passing left behind a lingering, heartrending sorrow, casting a layer of quiet melancholy over her legendary, extraordinary life. Tonight, nestled within this gentle, unhurried tale meant only for quiet remembrance, may you drift peacefully into slumber amid the soft drifting dust of history. In the 19th century, when allowing women to pursue academic learning was seen as heresy and rebellion against social norms, a young Russian girl traced the edge of her passport with quiet, desperate longing. Trapped within the boundaries of her family estate deep in the Russian countryside, she would wither away in obscurity forever if no man agreed to take her across the border. Her name was Sofia Kovalovskaya. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, she shone as one of the brightest mathematical stars of her time, praised by the great mathematician Weierstrass as a genius of purest natural talent. Few could have imagined that this future distinguished female professor first gained her hard-won freedom through a carefully arranged fake marriage. She possessed the brilliant intellectual insight to calculate the physical laws governing the rotational movement of rigid bodies. Yet there were nights when she broke down in tears, unable to untangle the messy emotional knots of ordinary human life. This was the profound paradox belonging to this female genius. Her sharp intellectual mind belonged to the far-reaching future, while her physical existence remained trapped within the rigid, decaying conventions of the past. Now let all worldly noise fade into stillness beneath the warm glow of the fireplace, and slowly push open the heavy, ancient gate of history to walk alongside her story. Sophia's bold plan to escape the confinement of her homeland began when she turned 18. What drove her forward was far less a longing for romantic love than a desperate fight for the chance to pursue knowledge freely. At that time, Russian law strictly forbade unmarried young women from traveling overseas without explicit permission from their fathers, and her conservative father, a retired military general, would never grant his daughter leave to travel all the way to Germany merely to study abstract mathematics. Late beneath the dim candlelight of the Palabino estate, Sophia and her elder sister devised a whimsical, risky plan. They arranged a quiet meeting with Vladimir, a young paleontologist, and asked whether he would agree to enter a legally nominal marriage purely for the advancement of scientific progress. Moved by the unwavering determination shining brightly in the young girl's eyes, Vladimir gave his consent, and in that moment Sophia finally secured her precious ticket to freedom. Yet this ticket to a new life came at the cost of years of self-exile and deliberate pretense. Seated tightly beside the train window on her journey toward Germany, she watched the vast desolate plains of her homeland fade slowly into the distance, her heart tangled with quiet guilt over her deception and overwhelming exhilaration at stepping into true freedom. She could never have foreseen that this casual contractual marriage, meant only to grant her passage abroad, would evolve into an emotional entanglement haunting her for the rest of her life. All she knew was that great scholarly mentors awaited her in Heidelberg and Berlin, that those intricate mathematical equations were the true spiritual home where her soul belonged. It was the first time fate smiled kindly upon her, yet it also laid the most hidden, subtle foreshadowing for her lifelong wandering and emotional unrest. The winters of Berlin were bitterly cold and endlessly long. Sophia stood outside the residence of the legendary mathematician Weierstrass, almost buried deep beneath heavy snowfall. The University of Berlin barred female students from formal enrollment, refusing to admit her even though she possessed the sharp insight to spot logical flaws hidden within the professor's own lecture notes. At first, the elderly lifelong bachelor scholar Weierstrass remained skeptical of the young girl's talent, casually assigning several extremely difficult advanced problems that even senior graduate students struggled to solve, hoping to send her away easily. A week later, Sophia returned to his study not only with perfect accurate answers but also with astonishing intuitive perception and profound understanding of partial differential equations that left the great master utterly amazed. Deeply impressed by her extraordinary intellectual gift, Weierstrass made an unprecedented exception, choosing to conduct private exclusive lectures for her alone inside his cluttered study piled high with endless manuscripts and academic papers. The two brilliant minds, one elderly and one young, crossed the divides of gender and age, engaging in pure, profound intellectual dialogue night after night. Sophia often worked late into the lamplit hours, calculus symbols dancing fluidly beneath her pen, forming the only ordered world she could fully control and understand. She once told her mentor sincerely, "If you love mathematics without also cherishing the beauty of poetry, you will never grow into a truly great mathematician." It was this poetic, intuitive sensibility unique to her that allowed her to submit 3 remarkably valuable academic papers and earn her well-deserved doctoral degree from the University of Göttingen. In 1874 she became the very first woman in global history to obtain a doctorate in mathematics. At that moment she seemed to stand firmly atop the peak of rational academic achievement, yet remained unaware that the cold, bitter currents of social prejudice were closing in upon her from every direction. Even after earning her prestigious doctoral title, the world still refused to open its doors fully to her. Returning to her native Russia, Sophia soon faced cruel, harsh reality. Not a single middle school would offer her a teaching position solely because she was a woman. The nominal fake marriage she had arranged years earlier now began to demand its heavy price. Vladimir had genuinely fallen deeply in love with her, and Sophia found herself trapped in a swirling vortex of emotional conflict. They tried to build a genuine married life together, enjoying brief moments of peaceful happiness and welcoming a lovely baby daughter into their lives. Yet amid trivial daily burdens and mounting financial pressure, these two brilliant minds destined for academic pursuits suffered devastating losses in reckless speculative business ventures. Overwhelmed by the weight of failure and despair, Vladimir took his own life, the shocking news striking Sophia like a bolt of lightning, shattering the fragile peace she had managed to build. She locked herself away in a darkened room for 5 full days, refusing all food and drink, her mind endlessly haunted by the final sorrowful look in his eyes. Consumed by overwhelming guilt and self-reproach, she threw herself into academic research with almost self-destructive dedication, striving to numb the piercing pain in her heart through rigorous study of rigid body motion and rotational mechanics. This extreme overexertion of mind and body aged her far beyond her years, yet also gave birth to the greatest academic achievement of her lifetime, her groundbreaking research on the structural formation of Saturn's rings. She drifted like a lost soul, drowning in the boundless ocean of mathematics, yet found breath and solace within the perfect structure of logical equations. This quiet inner struggle lent a touch of cold melancholy and quiet grace to her extraordinary beauty. The first snowfall of 1884 fell gently over the quiet early morning streets of Stockholm, bringing Sophia the long-delayed spring she had waited for so long. Thanks to the strong recommendation and persistent advocacy of her close friend Middag Leffler, Sweden finally extended an invitation appointing her as a university professor. It marked a seemingly glorious chapter of her life. She became the first female mathematics professor not only in Sweden but across the whole of Europe, and later received the prestigious Borden Prize from the French Academy of Sciences. Yet the higher she climbed in academic fame, the more her heart trembled like a fragile leaf drifting in the wind. In letters written to close friends she poured out her quiet sorrow. Why can I never possess both profound intellectual understanding and the simple ordinary happiness of everyday life? She began picking up her literary pen once again, writing tender nostalgic accounts of her childhood memories in the quiet Russian countryside, pouring forth delicate inner emotions that could never be expressed through cold mathematical formulas. Half of her soul belonged to rigid, logically precise equations, while the other half burned with the untamable, passionate sentiment of literary creation. This inner division and emotional exhaustion wore heavily upon her spirit. She burned like a candle flickering down to its last wick, radiating dazzling light, yet powerless to hold back the creeping advance of darkness. Standing before her university lecture hall in Sweden, facing rows of students gazing at her with reverent, curious or doubtful eyes, her voice remained gentle yet carried a faint trace of quiet hoarseness. It was her final lingering echo upon the world, a genius's most heartfelt quiet confession before exhausting the last of her life's vitality. At the start of 1891, Sophia caught a severe cold while traveling back to Sweden from Berlin. Years of relentless overwork and mental strain had weakened her constitution drastically, and the minor illness quickly deteriorated into severe pneumonia. No one could have imagined that this remarkable female mathematician would pass away forever in the quiet stillness of the night at the tragically young age of 41, returning to the mystery of her fake marriage posed at the beginning of our story. That bold choice was in truth a young girl offering up her entire life as a sacrifice to the unyielding pursuit of truth. She won every logical battle within mathematical equations, yet lost herself to the cruel limitations of her era, departing far too soon. This remains one of the most piercing sorrows hidden within the pages of history. Yet close your eyes for a moment and you may still feel the faint lingering breath of her spirit dwelling quietly behind every line of calculus notation. Sophia's extraordinary life proved that supreme wisdom bears no boundary of gender, and that the human soul can possess the pure logical precision of mathematics while holding the romantic poetic tenderness of literature. Now the wind and snow outside have faded away, all unfulfilled dreams drift gently into slumber alongside this quiet tale. Let your breathing slow into calm steady rhythm, allowing the gentle perseverance and quiet grace of this mathematical goddess to cradle you into deep peaceful rest. Good night, Sofia Kovalovskaya, and may you enjoy a serene, undisturbed dream this evening. He was the clearest-minded observer of the medieval age, wandering repeatedly between official service and quiet retreat amid the turbulent chaos of the 14th century. Ibn Khaldun witnessed the collapse of worldly prosperity and tasted the bitter disillusionment hidden behind imperial power. Tonight let us walk into the inner world of this great wise soul beneath the soft gentle glow of quiet lamplight. Listen to how he reflected on the rise and fall of civilizations amid broken ruins and calm the restless unease hidden deep within your heart. True profound wisdom can only be forged within the crucible of extreme disaster and hardship, and such is the timeless wisdom contained in Ibn Khaldun's monumental work the Muqaddimah. The Black Death swept across the world, claiming the lives of his family, teachers and closest mentors, while the vast armies of Timur laid siege to city gates, pushing human civilization to the brink of despair. It was within these desperate dark hours that he perceived the hidden cyclic laws governing the rise and fall of history. This tale is far more than a recollection of the distant past, it is also a journey of deep spiritual healing. Close your eyes, follow the low soothing tone of the narration and touch the calm detached clarity that has endured across 600 years of time. When lofty ambition fades into empty illusion and the whole world trembles beneath the roar of war and fire, Ibn Khaldun chose to reconcile himself with the grand flow of history. His whole life unfolded as an endless cycle of departure and return, a lifelong journey searching for inner balance and spiritual anchorage amid the swirling vortex of political power. Tonight there is no noisy clamor, only the peaceful quiet monologue of an elderly scholar sitting alone in his late-night study. Accompanying you across the medieval desert plains and magnificent royal palaces to drift gently into peaceful slumber wrapped in the lingering warmth of a bygone era. Imagine an elderly man well past 70 years of age sitting alone beneath the city walls, encircled by a mighty invading army. Outside the gates stood the ruthless conqueror Timur, known to history as Timur the Lame, whose iron cavalry had crushed the brilliant civilizations of most of Central and West Asia. Inside the city the once glorious royal dynasty trembled in fear and uncertainty, yet this elderly scholar knelt not to beg for mercy or favor but sat face to face with the great conqueror, exchanging profound thoughts on history, society and the fate of nations. This wise solitary thinker was Ibn Khaldun. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he once served as the most trusted chief advisor to countless royal courts across North Africa, yet was repeatedly thrown into dark prison cells and even exiled to wander alone in desolate wilderness. He watched helplessly as the Black Death ravaged continents, sweeping away his parents, mentors and beloved friends, as if fate sought to empty his entire world, forcing him to gaze directly into the hollow meaninglessness of mortal existence. Amid the crumbling twilight of the old world, every word he wrote strove to answer an eternal philosophical question: why do great civilizations rise strong from barren wilderness, while glorious prosperous empires inevitably wither and decay, consumed by internal strife and moral decline? In the year 1348, dark ominous clouds blotted out the blazing sun over Tunis, forever altering the inner character of the young Ibn Khaldun. The Black Death reaped human lives without distinction, sweeping through crowded streets once filled with scholarly debate and lively conversation, leaving only the heavy rumble of wooden funeral carts rolling slowly past empty alleys. Overnight he lost nearly all his family, relatives, respected teachers and loyal friends. The raw reality of standing at the very end of an age cut deep into his soul and left an indelible mark upon his spirit. In his private journal he wrote that this was not merely the end of an era, it felt as though the very foundation of human civilization was rotting away into nothingness. Faced with such overwhelming emptiness and loss, the young Ibn Khaldun was consumed by an almost obsessive longing to understand the true nature of political power. He began traveling frequently between the royal courts of North Africa, journeying from Tunis to Morocco, rising steadily from humble court scribe to powerful chief minister. Dressed in luxurious flowing silk robes, he moved cautiously amid treacherous political intrigue, lavish royal banquets and hidden noble rivalries. Yet he soon came to realize that those self-proclaimed rightful rulers were nothing more than desperate gamblers scrambling greedily for golden cups aboard a ship already doomed to sink. With every step he climbed toward the peak of political influence, he faced bitter jealousy from ambitious peers and endless suspicion from wary monarchs. This repeated cycle of hope, involvement, disillusionment and withdrawal carved the first crack of profound wisdom into his thoughtful mind. During one period of forced exile brought on by ruthless court intrigue, Ibn Khaldun was compelled to take refuge within a remote isolated fortress hidden deep in the mountains of Algeria. Secluded in the lonely stronghold of Ibn Salama, he cut off all political contact with the outside world for 4 long years. This quiet retreat was not a voluntary choice of elegant detachment but a desperate retreat into solitude amid the bitter cold winter of political ruin. Yet it was these 4 years of silent seclusion that allowed him to lift his gaze away from trivial bureaucratic documents, corrupt political accounts and endless court trivialities. No longer merely a loyal tool serving the whims of a single king, he transformed into a detached observer overlooking the entire course of human civilization. He paced slowly beside the rough earthen walls of the fortress, pondering deeply over the nomadic tribal societies of the Arabian desert. He came to understand that the strong social cohesion forged through hardship, kinship, shared faith and collective survival amid harsh natural conditions was the true driving force behind the birth and rise of every great civilization. Once this powerful bond entered the comfortable indulgence of bustling cities corrupted by luxury, ease, vanity and moral decay, the slow inevitable collapse of dynasties and empires was set into irreversible motion. He named this innate collective social bond Asabiya, the unifying spirit of group solidarity. In that moment he saw through the empty illusion of mortal power, understanding clearly that every seemingly invincible empire already carried the hidden seeds of its own destruction buried deep within its peak of prosperity. After leaving the remote fortress, Ibn Khaldun found no immediate peace. Instead, fate carried him toward an even grander historical stage. The ancient city of Cairo, the Mamluk Sultanate, seemed outwardly powerful and stable, yet hidden under its surface lay endless undercurrents of political conflict, corruption and unrest. He was appointed Grand Qadi, Chief Justice of Cairo, striving to mend the chaos and injustice of a turbulent era through the impartial rule of law, strict, upright and unyielding in his judgments. He stood sharply out of place within a bureaucratic system long accustomed to bribery, favoritism and compromised morality. He was dismissed from office time and again, only to be recalled once more thanks to his irreplaceable administrative wisdom and profound scholarly insight. This endless cycle of appointment, dismissal and reinstatement filled him with growing weariness and disillusionment. The heaviest blow of his life arrived in 1384 when he finally received permission to reunite with his long-separated family, only to learn that the ship carrying his wife and children had sunk in a violent storm off the coast of Alexandria. The merciless waves swallowed the last remaining warmth and affection left in his heart. He sat motionless alone in his Cairo residence until the break of dawn, watching the quiet, endless flow of the Nile gliding silently past his window. He realized fate had never shown him the slightest mercy, stripping away every person and every treasure he cherished one by one, as if forcing him to let go completely of all worldly attachment and mortal longing. He began revising and refining his monumental work, the Muqaddimah, with relentless devotion, pouring all his sorrow, insight, philosophy and life experience into every page. The written word was no longer merely a record of historical events, it became his spiritual fortress, built in despair, his only way to struggle against the cruelty of fate and finally achieve peaceful reconciliation with the harsh realities of the world. In 1401 the air over Damascus hung heavy with the sharp scent of leather, armor, iron weaponry and fresh blood, as Timur's vast Mongol army camped just outside the city gates. Ibn Khaldun, sent as an official envoy from Cairo, was lowered silently down the Damascus city walls by rope under the cover of night to meet the fearsome conqueror. Inside the vast royal tent, two elderly men faced each other in quiet solemnity, one a warrior who conquered nations through brute military might, the other a philosopher who understood the hidden laws of history through profound thought and observation. Timur questioned him closely about the geography, politics and tribal customs of the Maghreb region, yet Ibn Khaldun responded by explaining the unchanging iron laws governing the rise, peak, decline and fall of all human civilizations. Within the fierce, piercing gaze of the conqueror he glimpsed a raw, primal, violent beauty, the ultimate embodiment of the Asabiya group's solidarity. He had spent decades studying and defining through profound wisdom, calm reasoning and careful diplomacy. He preserved his own safety and won a brief reprieve for the people of Damascus, yet deep within his soul he was filled with quiet sorrow. He knew full well that even this mighty, invincible hero standing before him could never escape the inevitable cycle of decline and decay written into the very fabric of human history. Upon returning to Cairo he declined nearly all social engagements and official duties, spending his remaining years quietly organizing the accumulated wisdom, reflections and life lessons of a lifetime. He no longer worried anxiously over the fate of any single dynasty or ruler, for in his transcendent eyes all the rise and fall of kingdoms were merely fleeting ripples upon the surface of the boundless sea of time. Only the deep undercurrent of historical law flowed eternal and unchanging. In 1406 Ibn Khaldun passed away peacefully in Cairo, departing this world with no large retinue of followers and no grand elaborate state funeral. He was laid to rest within a simple Sufi cemetery on the outskirts of the city, his grave plain, unmarked and almost indistinguishable among the surrounding tombs. The profound eternal question he left behind: how can humanity find order, stability and inner peace within an ever-changing, unpredictable world? Still echoes powerfully across centuries. To the present day he bequeathed to the world no material wealth or political legacy, only a sharp, detached way of observation to perceive the hidden cycles of existence, understand the natural order of rise and fall and peacefully accept the inevitable flow of fate. Our quiet tale for the night draws to a close. This great medieval wise man teaches us that when the outside world is filled with noise, chaos and turmoil, inner peace can only come from true understanding of the essence of life, history and human nature. There is no need to feel anxious over temporary gain or loss, for all things follow their own natural cycles, just as your breath rises and falls in steady rhythmic motion. Now let this timeless wisdom born from the medieval desert drift toward you like a soft evening breeze brushing gently across your brow. Rest easy and drift away into the quiet spiritual wilderness, free from chaos, conflict and unrest. Beneath the endless shine of countless stars may your dreams be as vast, serene and boundless as the endless sand sea of the desert. Good night. The life of Garcia de Orta was an endless long journey of fleeing from raging flames and religious persecution beneath the heavy gloomy shadow of religious fanaticism sweeping across the 16th century. He abandoned everything he held dear and fled across vast oceans chasing his medical dreams all the way to the distant exotic land of Goa in India, yet fate never granted him true peace or release even long after his quiet passing. His mortal remains were dug up and condemned to burn at the stake. Tonight let us sink into the low soothing tone of quiet narration and step into the tragic lonely life of this solitary seeker of truth and unyielding pioneer of medical science. The world remembers Garcia de Orta chiefly for his monumental groundbreaking achievements in the field of tropical medicine, yet few pause to reflect on the inner turmoil, quiet fear and spiritual struggle that haunted him during his lonely midnight prayers. Deep conflict lingering constantly within his soul, he planted precious healing herbs deep within the foreign soil of India, hoping to bury the shadows of his past and escape the chains of his heritage. Yet the haunting darkness of religious persecution lingered relentlessly, refusing to fade away even after his death. This quiet, peaceful evening belongs entirely to this forgotten master of medicinal knowledge who slumbers eternally amid the ashes of fire, trial and unjust condemnation. If physical death is not the final end of mortal existence, then what purpose lies in judgment and punishment long after one has departed the world? The life of Garcia de Orta was woven from extreme inner contradiction, profound isolation, hidden fear and relentless pursuit of truth. He served as personal royal physician to the colonial governor, yet stood branded as a secret heretic in the unforgiving eyes of the powerful Catholic Church. Within this tranquil tale meant for quiet reflection, you will hear the soft sighs of a troubled soul lingering on the fragile boundary between inner faith, scientific truth and the merciless judgment of his era. On one sweltering, stifling afternoon in Goa in the year 1580, a strange, unsettling trial unfolded with no living defendant standing in the court. Only a dry set of human bones long buried in consecrated church ground was dragged out to face accusation, condemnation and ritual punishment. Amid harsh, bitter curses shouted by fanatical church officials, these ancient mortal remains were dragged roughly and cast mercilessly into roaring, blazing flames. This cruel act was far more than mere destruction of physical relics. It was a deliberate, ruthless attempt to erase this man, his legacy and his name entirely from the pages of recorded history. The man whose bones faced this posthumous trial and fiery execution was none other than Garcia de Orta, the once celebrated, revered pioneer and founding father of tropical medical research. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale, meant only for quiet reflection, he stood trusted royal physician to the Portuguese king and colonial governor alike, respected, admired and sought after across high society, and dedicated scholar wandering deep into the wild jungles of Goa, tirelessly studying rare plants and herbal remedies. Yet even when reduced to burnt ashes, he remained a lonely foreign outcast, abandoned, shunned and condemned by the very civilization he faithfully served. What hidden sin, secret heritage or unspoken belief could drive the church to wield the torch of persecution relentlessly? Many years after a man's peaceful passing, let us journey back to the turbulent 16th century, an age filled with daring explorers, devout believers and martyrs of conscience, and begin his story from the desperate voyage that marked his desperate flight for survival. The air of Lisbon in that era carried the rich, intoxicating aroma of rare spices traded from distant eastern lands, yet it also hung heavy with the suffocating, oppressive cloud of secret denunciation, religious suspicion and relentless inquisition. Garcia de Orta stood at the very height of professional renown. As an outstanding, skilled physician and respected medical scholar, he taught medicine at the prestigious University of Lisbon, moved freely among noble mansions and aristocratic circles, and earned widespread admiration, respect and high standing within Portuguese elite society. Yet beneath his elegant formal robes a cold, lingering unease never left his heart, for he belonged to the class known as New Christians, descendants of Jewish ancestors who had been brutally forced to convert to Catholicism to escape persecution. The menacing shadow of the Inquisition prowled endlessly through every street, neighborhood and household, creeping close to the ground, listening intently to private prayers, hidden beliefs and quiet whispers within every family home. He understood clearly, no matter how extraordinary his medical skill, how noble his reputation, or how loyal his outward devotion to the church, his hidden Jewish ancestry remained a sharp suspended blade hanging constantly above his head, ready to fall at any moment. In 1534, when a rare opportunity for escape presented itself, he did not hesitate for a single instant, abandoning all his comfortable prestige, wealth, status, and settled life in Lisbon. He accepted appointment as personal physician to the newly appointed colonial governor boarding a sailing ship bound for the remote eastern territory of Portuguese India. Goa. This journey was far more than a simple promotion or career advancement. It was a carefully planned desperate escape for life, faith and inner freedom. As the ship's sails billowed full in the ocean wind, Garcia de Orta gazed back toward the fading coastline of Portugal. No trace of longing lingered in his eyes, only quiet, profound relief at narrowly escaping imminent danger. He clung to the hopeful belief that once he crossed the endless vast waters of the Indian Ocean he would leave religious prejudice, suspicion and persecution far behind, finding peace, solitude and a quiet sanctuary among the mysterious exotic herbs, plants and natural remedies of the distant East. The sunlight over Goa blazed bright, intense and unforgiving. This land stood as the central heart of Portuguese colonial power in the East, an untamed wilderness, untouched, unexplored and undefined by the rigid, outdated medical doctrines of European academia. In this foreign, distant land Garcia de Orta began his life anew, pouring all his passion, energy, curiosity and intellectual devotion into the intensive study of tropical flora, local herbs and indigenous medical wisdom. He refused to confine himself within the narrow, rigid boundaries set by ancient Aristotelian doctrines long accepted blindly by European scholars. Instead he stepped boldly outside the sheltered walls of apothecaries and clinics, venturing deep into the humid, sweltering, dense jungle surrounding Goa, renting a private, isolated island where he created his own personal botanical garden dedicated entirely to collecting, cultivating, observing and documenting rare tropical medicinal plants. Each early morning he knelt quietly beside the rich dark soil, carefully observing how cinnamon bark peeled naturally, tasting the sharp spicy bite of fresh ginger, recording the growth patterns, seasonal changes and natural properties of pepper, cardamom and countless other native species. He conversed freely with local Indian healers, learned from seasoned Arab merchant traders and listened closely to the practical folk wisdom of street herbalists, gathering precious medical knowledge never known, taught or recorded in Europe before his journals. He wrote rapidly, filling page after page with careful notes detailing effective treatments for devastating cholera outbreaks, methods to ease the agony of tropical dysentery and the healing properties of countless native plants. Throughout this solitary, dedicated journey of exploration he embodied a remarkably modern scientific mindset, trusting only direct personal observation, practical experience and natural evidence, while refusing to follow blind obedience to traditional authority, established dogma or unproven ancient theories. Yet when night fell and silence settled over his botanical garden, as he closed his heavy journals beneath dim flickering lamplight, overwhelming waves of loneliness, spiritual division and quiet displacement washed over his soul. He healed countless sick lives across Goa, easing suffering, curing disease and bringing comfort to countless commoners, nobles, soldiers and settlers alike. Yet he could never heal the heavy lingering fear buried deep within his heart, nor escape the haunting shadows of his past homeland and hidden ancestry. In 1563, within a humble small printing house in the quiet streets of Goa, Garcia de Orta completed and published his greatest immortal work, Colloquies on the Simples and Drugs of India. This monumental volume became the very first systematic European treatise dedicated entirely to tropical medicine, breaking down the arrogant ignorance, prejudice and dismissive attitude Western scholars held toward Eastern herbal remedies, natural healing and indigenous medical wisdom. He chose a refined conversational literary structure, crafting the work as a thoughtful debate between two fictional physicians, allowing profound medical insight, botanical knowledge and timeless truth to unfold naturally through calm dialogue and reasoned argument. Every line, phrase and observation within the book bore the weight of his years of lonely contemplation, dedicated research and unwavering perseverance upon foreign soil. Yet he remained unaware that the dark demonic shadow he believed he had left far behind in Europe had crossed the vast ocean, following his trail straight to the shores of India. In 1560 the Holy Inquisition officially established its presence within Goa, casting the grim shadow of the execution stake across this spice-scented tropical paradise. One by one his close friends, distant relatives and trusted acquaintances vanished silently into dark, gloomy dungeon cells. He even witnessed people once dear to him dragged away for interrogation, trial and punishment, accused solely of hidden unfaithfulness to orthodox religious doctrine. As a world-renowned respected physician he navigated skillfully amid political tension, religious fanaticism and colonial power, walking constantly on the edge of danger, relying on his social status, reputation, influence and personal connections to maintain fragile outward peace and safety. He continued tending his botanical garden, healing the sick, treating high-ranking colonial officials and ordinary villagers alike. Yet in private he was forced to conceal his family's quiet retention of traditional Jewish customs with extreme cautious secrecy. Every Sabbath afternoon became a dangerous silent game of life and death filled with hidden fear, careful avoidance and quiet inner conflict, while scientific knowledge advanced, steadily expanding human understanding of nature and healing. The madness, intolerance and cruelty of his era accelerated, relentlessly tearing his spirit, mind and soul apart, pushing Garcia de Orta deeper into the abyss of quiet mental torment, isolation and suppressed anxiety. In 1568 Garcia de Orta passed away peacefully in Goa, closing his eyes in quiet calm, laid to rest within the consecrated grounds of Goa Cathedral. Throughout his lifetime he skillfully evaded every accusation, interrogation and threat of the Inquisition, departing the world bearing the honored legacy of a revered medical master. Yet his sister Brights, who had remained faithfully beside him through all his years of lonely exile, was arrested by the Inquisition shortly after his passing. Under the unbearable cruelty of brutal, relentless interrogation and torture, Brights was forced to confess the long-hidden family secret that they had quietly continued practicing Jewish faith in private even while outwardly conforming to Catholic tradition. The shocking revelation struck like a sudden thunderbolt, shattering the quiet peace surrounding Orta's memory after death. Even though his physical form had long returned to dust and earth, the fanatical religious authorities viewed his mortal remains as undeniable, damning evidence requiring punishment and purification. Thus unfolded the haunting scene described at the opening of his story. Church officials ordered his grave broken open, his bones roughly unearthed and dragged into public view in the central square of Goa. The physician who had devoted his entire life to healing, easing pain and saving countless suffering lives was condemned to a posthumous death by fire. Flames consumed his dry ancient bones, the ashes scattered across the waters of the Mandovi River, drifting away silently into the endless waves of the Indian Ocean. His monumental written works were banned from publication, suppressed and hidden away for decades, his name deliberately erased from university records, academic rosters and official historical documents. Entirely a man who spent his whole lonely life pursuing hidden truth, healing knowledge and natural wisdom upon foreign soil, received only cruel betrayal, posthumous execution and deliberate erasure from memory. This profound, overwhelming tragedy left the wind sweeping across Goa, carrying a lingering, bitter, desolate sorrow that never fully faded away. The life journey of Garcia de Orta ended amid drifting burnt ashes, yet eternal truth and scientific wisdom can never be destroyed, silenced or erased by mortal flames. Though his physical remains scattered forever into the tides of the Indian Ocean, his timeless colloquies spread quietly across all of Europe, passed secretly among scholars, physicians, explorers and naturalists for centuries afterward. It remained essential, required reading for every daring overseas explorer, botanical researcher and medical pioneer. The herbal remedies, healing formulas and natural treatments he carefully observed, recorded and preserved still quietly save lives and ease suffering in many remote regions. To this day, as we reach the end of his tale, you can feel the timeless quiet loneliness of unwavering perseverance echoing across centuries. His entire life became one long continuous flight, fleeing religious prejudice, escaping the terror of the execution stake and finally finding refuge, purpose and inner peace within the embrace of scientific truth. Behind the smoke and ashes of his unjust posthumous punishment lies the purest longing of a human soul for free knowledge, independent thought and spiritual liberty. It stands also as the quiet, unyielding resistance of a lone, vulnerable individual against the overwhelming darkness, fanaticism and cruelty of a ruthless era. The botanical gardens he once tended in Goa may now lie abandoned, overgrown and long forgotten, yet the medicinal herbs, plants and natural remedies he studied, defined and documented still grow silently beneath the moonlight, carrying forward his legacy. Tonight let the name and spirit of this lonely foreign scholar watch over your dreams, guiding you into a quiet woodland realm where only pure truth, calm peace and undisturbed serenity reside. You need not fear the storms, uncertainties and troubles of tomorrow, for all raging flames of prejudice, fanaticism and injustice will eventually fade into quiet embers. Only the eternal light of wisdom, knowledge and integrity remains everlasting. May you drift into deep, tranquil, peaceful rest. Good night. In 19th century France there lived a legendary general whose mere presence could make the snow upon the Alps tremble with awe. He bore dark skin and possessed the overwhelming strength of a giant, yet at the very height of his glory he was utterly abandoned and cast aside by Napoleon. The name Thomas Alexander Dumas lies buried beneath the dust of forgotten history, yet later lived on as the eternal heroic soul and spiritual foundation behind the timeless literary classic The Count of Monte Cristo. Tonight let us follow the low, soothing rhythm of quiet narration and step into the magnificent, lonely, tragic life of this forgotten black warrior god. The life of Thomas Alexander Dumas reads like a sweeping epic novel filled with grandeur, struggle, sorrow and fate. Born of Caribbean slave heritage, he rose to become France's very first black divisional commander, winning boundless military honor and battlefield glory, only to be defeated and broken by deep-rooted racial prejudice and political jealousy. Within this tranquil tale meant for quiet reflection, you will witness the cold calculation hidden behind imperial power and the bitter envy lurking beneath noble reputations, while also feeling the priceless literary inheritance a father left behind for generations to come. Close your eyes and let us journey back to that turbulent age, woven together by war, smoke, romance, revolution and noble idealism, to listen to the lingering echo of his story carried upon the wind. The world knows Alexander Dumas the writer as the brilliant creator behind the most thrilling tales of revenge, adventure, courage and chivalry ever penned, yet few realize these unforgettable story archetypes drew their raw inspiration directly from the tragic fate of his own father. Thomas Alexander Dumas, a real-life hero, betrayed, imprisoned, cast aside and erased by the very nation he served. With his own broken, sorrow-filled life, he laid the most brilliant, unshakable cornerstone in the history of French literature. On this quiet, peaceful evening we dedicate our thoughts to this overlooked, forgotten black general. May he receive the eternal honor, glory and remembrance he was denied in life. Within the gentle peace of your dreams, walk through the grand portrait galleries of the Louvre in Paris, and you will struggle to find a single painted face of dark complexion hidden among the countless noble royal statesmen and celebrated military leaders. Yet behind the dazzling splendor of the First French Empire stood a towering giant of a man, a black general whose courage, strength and battlefield prowess became legendary across Europe. He once single-handedly defended a narrow bridge against overwhelming Austrian forces, earning from Napoleon himself the revered title the French Hercules. Yet at the peak of his illustrious career, laden with honors, victories and public admiration, he was suddenly cast down by the very imperial hand that held supreme power, thrown into the darkest, damp dungeon to suffer neglect, isolation and slow ruin. Thomas Alexander Dumas, a hero deliberately erased from official historical records, yet granted eternal life, immortality within the pages of great literature. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, his journey is far more than a simple story of war, battle, glory and military triumph. It is an epic saga of betrayal, wrongful imprisonment, quiet resilience and the enduring spiritual inheritance between father and son. The hardships, injustice and sorrow he endured proved far more cruel, heartbreaking and tragic than the fictional suffering of Edmond Dantes in his son's masterpiece The Count of Monte Cristo. Let us turn back the clock to the turbulent, shadowed nights of the 18th century and witness how this towering black figure cut through the stillness of his prejudiced era with unyielding courage, strength and dignity. In 1762 the island of Saint-Domingue breathed thick with the sweet, heavy scent of sugarcane tangled with the metallic, rusted smell of slave chains and captivity. Thomas Alexander Dumas was born into a deeply contradictory, troubled family. His father a fallen, impoverished French nobleman and his mother an enslaved African woman, trafficked and sold to the Caribbean colonies in an age where bloodline, lineage and skin color dictated every person's destined place in society. His earliest identity was reduced to nothing more than property collateral pledged by his own father to raise funds for a return voyage back to France. The bitter wound of being treated as a disposable asset by his own birth father lingered deep within his heart throughout his lonely, difficult childhood. Years later, after finally establishing himself firmly in Paris, adopting his mother's surname Dumas, that almost obsessive hunger for dignity, respect and self-worth had already taken deep root within his tall, powerful frame. He enrolled at the famous Grimaud fencing school, mastering the refined art of swordsmanship amid flashing steel blades, precise footwork and disciplined training, finding at last a place where his skill, strength and character alone defined his worth. The Parisian society of his time regarded young noblemen of mixed foreign heritage with curious fascination, masked by quiet, hidden mockery and subtle disdain. Yet Thomas never bothered to explain, defend or compromise his identity. He merely observed the glittering, superficial world around him with the sharp, piercing gaze of a hunting falcon, fully understanding that in a nation poisoned by prejudice, skin color could never be changed and the only path forward was to grow stronger, braver and more capable than anyone else. When the revolutionary bells of 1789 rang out across France, he did not hesitate for a moment, throwing himself wholeheartedly into the sweeping tide of revolution that promised liberty, equality and fraternity. He believed sincerely that beneath the blue, white, red tricolor flag a soldier's merit, courage, loyalty and achievement would finally be judged fairly, free from the bias of skin color, race or origin. Yet the cruel irony of fate lies in its habit of granting immense, hopeful dreams only to shatter them completely without mercy. The French Revolution raged like an untamed furious beast, unleashing chaos across the nation while opening unprecedented opportunities for advancement, honor and glory for Thomas Alexander Dumas. He enlisted in the America's Legion, a military unit composed of free men of color, and charged across smoke-filled battlefields like a striking bolt of black lightning. His physical strength was legendary. Contemporaries spoke of his ability to clamp his powerful legs around a warhorse and lift his entire body suspended in the air using only the strength of his arms. Amid the bitter freezing cold of the Alps, French soldiers froze stiff with cold, morale broken, retreating in disarray, while Thomas led his loyal troops climbing sheer vertical ice cliffs, launching daring surprise assaults upon heavily fortified enemy strongholds. His fearsome reputation spread rapidly among military commanders across Europe. Nobles and generals whispered in dread of the fierce, unstoppable Black Devil on the battlefield. Yet for all his fearsome battlefield prowess, he never descended into cruelty or unnecessary brutality, clinging firmly to an old-fashioned code of chivalry long faded in the chaotic revolutionary age. After capturing occupied cities, he strictly forbade his soldiers from looting, harming civilians, or destroying property, even spending his own funds to compensate local residents for wartime losses. This pure, unwavering moral integrity stood starkly out amid the chaos, greed and corruption of revolutionary France, earning him the beloved honorable nickname the Noble Alexander. In 1793, at only 31 years of age, he made history, becoming the first black divisional commander in the history of the French Republic, rising swiftly through the ranks to full general. In that triumphant moment, Thomas truly believed the revolutionary oaths of liberty, equality and justice had finally prevailed, that the scales of fairness had at last tipped toward righteousness and merit. Yet he remained unaware that within the same army a short, ambitious Corsican officer watched his rising fame, growing power and widespread admiration from the shadows. Consumed by fierce jealousy, Napoleon possessed an overwhelming hunger for control and an almost pathological vanity, unable to tolerate any figure shining brighter than himself, especially this towering, nearly 2-meter-tall black general of foreign heritage, whose unyielding, upright spirit refused to bow, flatter or submit to political influence. The Egyptian expedition of 1798 marked the fateful turning point in Thomas Alexander Dumas's life, planting the first deep, irreversible rift between him and Napoleon. Amid the scorching barren desert, French soldiers sank into despair, weakened by crippling thirst, starvation, exhaustion and disillusionment over pointless, endless military campaigns. As a distinguished cavalry commander, Thomas spoke openly, honestly and fearlessly during military council meetings, boldly questioning Napoleon's reckless, ambitious, expansionist policies. He told Napoleon plainly, "I do not fight to satisfy one man's personal desire for power, conquest and glory. I fight only for the liberty and freedom of France." Those unflinching, truthful words struck straight like a sharp, piercing arrow, piercing through Napoleon's growing secret ambition to claim imperial power for himself. A cold, menacing flash of silent anger crossed Napoleon's pale face as he silently marked down this unyielding, outspoken black general as an obstacle to be removed. Later, during the brutal Battle of Mantua, Thomas once again displayed mythic, superhuman bravery, standing alone upon a narrow bridge, wielding a massive cavalry sword like a living statue forged from dark iron, single-handedly holding back hundreds of charging enemy soldiers. Napoleon was forced to praise his extraordinary heroism in official military dispatches, yet privately began plotting quietly to dispose of this stubborn, independent-minded tool, no longer easy to control. When the trapped expeditionary force faced desperate peril, Thomas requested permission to return to France for urgent medical recovery. Napoleon granted his request without the slightest hesitation, yet deliberately refused to provide any proper supplies, safe escort or protection, leaving him to sail back across the Mediterranean aboard an old, fragile, unseaworthy vessel. In that quiet, unthinking moment, Thomas failed to realize he was walking straight into a carefully orchestrated act of political abandonment. Betrayed by his own leader, he held quiet thoughts of his beloved wife and young son waiting for him back in France, unaware that iron prison bars, poison and endless suffering awaited him beyond the horizon. Out at sea, his ship was captured by reactionary forces of the Kingdom of Naples, condemning the celebrated French general to the status of a political prisoner. Meanwhile, Napoleon, now holding absolute supreme power over France, needed only a single command to rescue his loyal, heroic comrade, yet chose deliberate, cold silence, allowing the forgotten warrior to vanish into the darkness of a remote seaside dungeon. Confined within the grim dungeon of Taranto in Naples, Thomas Alexander Dumas endured 2 full years of inhumane suffering, trapped inside a cold, damp, sunless cell, locked to the stone walls with heavy iron chains. Once the strongest, most powerful man in France, reduced to a frail, helpless shadow of himself. To completely break his resolve and crush his spirit, cruel jailers secretly laced his food with slow-acting poison, arsenic and lead, toxins that gradually corroded his organs, drained his strength, and ruined his health. He once contemplated ending his own suffering, yet the thought of his wife waiting faithfully in France and his young son he had never yet met gave him the quiet inner strength to endure and survive. He scratched faint words onto the cold stone walls using broken fragments of stone and metal, his markings holding no curses, hatred or bitterness toward his betrayers, only quiet longing for freedom, justice and a return to his homeland. At the same time, back in Paris, Napoleon signed laws restoring slavery in French colonies, a blow to Thomas's spirit far deeper and more painful than any slow poison. When he was finally released in a prisoner exchange in 1801, the once mighty Hercules was reduced to a frail shadow of his former self, blinded in one eye, deafened in one ear, partially paralyzed down one side of his body, his once grand military uniform hanging loosely upon his gaunt, wasted frame. He returned to his hometown of Villers-Cotterets, hoping his nation would grant him the military pension, medical care and respect he had earned through decades of loyal service. Yet Napoleon issued deliberate official orders erasing all records of his military career, rank, honors and achievements, refusing to grant him even a single coin of financial support. The general who had spilled his blood, sacrificed his health and risked his life for the Republic was left destitute, forced to rely on his wife selling off family possessions simply to buy daily bread. He spent his final years trapped in poverty, illness and quiet disillusionment, often sitting alone by his window, gazing silently toward Paris, not longing for its glittering splendor but pondering bitterly why a nation built on promises of liberty, equality and fraternity could abandon, betray and erase one of its greatest heroes. In 1806 Thomas passed away quietly at the young age of 43, dying penniless, impoverished and forgotten, leaving behind only a single treasured military sword hanging upon the wall, its blade nicked and scarred from countless brutal battles, the sole inheritance he could offer his family. After Thomas Alexander Dumas's death, Napoleon's government ordered his name completely erased from official imperial military rosters and historical archives. Yet political power could erase words written on paper but never erase the living memory etched deep within bloodline and heritage. His young son, only 4 years old at the time, the future world-famous writer Alexander Dumas, forever carried the image of his father's towering, dignified figure and sad, melancholy eyes etched into his heart. Plunged into family poverty, Alexander Dumas received almost no formal schooling growing up, yet listened endlessly to his mother recounting tales of his father's battlefield glory, heroic bridge defenses, daring alpine raids and lonely, unjust imprisonment. These vivid stories sank deep into his subconscious, shaping his imagination, moral outlook and understanding of fate, injustice, courage and resilience. Years later, when writing The Count of Monte Cristo, the wrongfully imprisoned, relentlessly resilient Edmond Dantes, trapped in the dark dungeon of the Château d'If, bore nearly identical spiritual core, life journey and tragic fate, mirroring the real suffering endured by General Thomas Dumas. The fearless, bold spirit of D'Artagnan in The Three Musketeers also reflected the youthful courage, strength and unyielding pride of his father in his prime. Alexander Dumas once said with immense pride, "My father was the sharp, mighty sword of France, and I am merely his voice carrying his story to the world." Throughout his literary career he dedicated his writing to delivering the most magnificent, enduring revenge of all, resurrecting his father's legacy, honor and dignity through immortal tales, ensuring the entire world would forever remember this unbroken, noble hero who maintained his dignity even amid profound suffering. Though his name stands marginalized, almost overlooked among the 600 generals honored upon the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, within the eternal halls of literature, he remains an unshakable, towering giant beyond time. This quiet inheritance, passed down through blood, memory and storytelling, stands as history's gentlest belated compensation for this long-forgotten, wronged hero. Having followed his life story to its quiet close, you now understand why the real fate of Thomas Alexander Dumas cuts far deeper than any fictional novel. Fictional tales follow structured logic and narrative justice, while real-life fate often bears only the cold arrogance of prejudice, politics and power. He once embraced the full heroic dreams of his revolutionary age, only to be sacrificed, discarded and erased upon the cold altar of imperial ambition. Yet was he truly forgotten every time readers open The Count of Monte Cristo? Admiring Edmond Dantes' unbreakable spirit, patience and resilience amid wrongful imprisonment, they unknowingly honor, commemorate and acknowledge the soul of this wronged black general. His life teaches us that even when the body is locked away in dark dungeons, even when achievements are erased from official records and reputation buried beneath political silence, the longing for freedom, devotion to dignity and unyielding inner strength will always take root like seeds blooming into eternal remembrance within the souls of future generations. Now you may set aside all the weariness, sorrow and grievance of your daily life, reflect upon this general's journey, and you will realize true life glory lies not in temporary applause, fame or worldly praise, but in leaving behind a legacy that lingers in quiet remembrance long after you are gone. The wind outside has softened to a gentle calm, and the dust of History has finally settled into stillness tonight. Let this overlooked black hero watch over your dreams, guiding you toward a boundless open wilderness free from prejudice, injustice and division. All sorrows have faded into the past, all courage, dignity and spirit remain eternal in memory. May you drift into deep, serene, peaceful rest. Good night. He was the feared sea wolf whom Napoleon himself regarded with unspoken dread, and the real-life soul inspiration behind Captain Jack Aubrey in the classic work. Master and Commander Thomas Cochrane, a tactical genius who remained undefeated amid raging ocean waves yet crashed hard into pain and humiliation within the tangled labyrinth of political power. Tonight let us drift with the endless tides and listen to the extraordinary life of this lone sea wolf who wandered repeatedly between gun-smoke filled battlefields and cold courtrooms, embrace the grand sweeping waves of his legendary journey, and taste the quiet sorrow hidden within this magnificent true story of history. Some souls are simply born to belong to the boundless open ocean, and Thomas Cochrane was one of them. With a single light swift warship he could capture massive heavily armed frigates, yet he could never save himself from ruin framed by ruthless political schemes. Within this slow soothing narration we cross the storm-swept waters of the English Channel, climb over the lofty snow-capped ridges of the Andes Mountains, and witness how a celebrated hero was stripped of his honor and reputation only to reclaim his deserved glory and radiance all over again in distant foreign lands. There is no more perfect time to listen to tales of dignity, exile and wandering than beside the softly glowing hearth fire in the quiet depth of night. Thomas Cochrane's entire life was an endless voyage that never once dropped anchor. He was an eccentric tactical genius, a stubborn unyielding rebel and a tragic idealist bound to his own principles. Close your eyes and let the distant sound of rolling waves carry you into the real fate of Thomas Cochrane. Sink into the low gentle tone of the narration and embrace the unique lonely spirit that belongs only to true heroes. Picture a celebrated naval hero of the British Empire standing tall within the gilded magnificent halls of Parliament, receiving endless praise and public admiration, yet in the blink of an eye he is cast into a dark damp prison cell, stripped brutally one by one of every medal and honor pinned upon his military uniform. This extreme dramatic contrast ran consistently through every stage of Thomas Cochrane's life. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he once fought against overwhelming odds across the vast open sea, striking terror into the heart of Napoleon's invincible naval forces, earning him the formidable title of the Sea Wolf. Yet he stood as the most stubborn, outspoken troublemaker, despised by bureaucratic elites, dragged before court by scheming politicians, and robbed of all noble dignity and respect. This is a story woven from ocean winds, gunpowder, political conspiracy and lifelong wandering, a tale of an untamable spirit that could never be chained or confined by earthly rules. As the waves crash steadily against the shores of the Isle of Wight, one cannot help but wonder whether this aging warrior ever looked back with longing, remembering the raging battle fires ignited across South America and the peaceful quiet afternoons in England he could never return to. In the Mediterranean waters of 1801 the summer sun blazed hot and bright like molten gold, yet its radiant light could never pierce the hidden dangers lurking beneath the calm sea surface. At merely 25 years of age, Thomas Cochrane stood in command of the tiny warship Speedy, a small vessel with a displacement of less than 160 tons. His formidable opponent was the Spanish frigate El Gamo, a massive warship armed with 32 heavy cannons, many times larger and stronger in every aspect by all conventional rules of naval warfare. Taking on such a colossal foe amounted to certain suicide, yet the word conventional never existed in Cochrane's mind. He ordered his crew to hold their fire and maneuver the Speedy tight against the massive hull of the enemy frigate, slipping into the blind spot of its heavy artillery like a fleeting shadow creeping close to a slumbering giant amid billowing clouds of gunsmoke. He brushed ash and grime from his face and led his men charging boldly onto the enemy deck, his heartbeat merging perfectly with the trembling vibration of the wooden planks beneath his feet. Deep within his heart he understood true courage was never the absence of fear, but the calm precision to calculate wind direction, battlefield layout and the weakness of human nature. Even with sweaty trembling palms, that legendary battle catapulted his reputation across all of Europe, yet it also sowed the seeds of future misfortune. His superiors resented his arrogant, unorthodox tactics that ignored military tradition and hierarchy. Honor has always been a double-edged sword, sharp enough to cut down enemy forces on the battlefield, yet also severing the last thread of harmony between Cochrane and his mediocre, envious peers. If Cochrane on the battlefield was an unbeatable fierce wolf roaming freely across the waves, then within the refined social circles of London he was like a wild bull crashing recklessly into a delicate porcelain shop. As a respected member of Parliament he spoke openly and fearlessly against deep-rooted corruption within the British Admiralty, condemning wealthy powerful nobles who stayed safely behind the lines, growing rich off military profits while ordinary sailors fought and died at sea. There was always a trace of quiet disdain in his sharp refined features, and this stubborn unyielding integrity proved far more fatal in the ruthless game of politics than any defeat on the battlefield. In 1814 a carefully plotted stock market fraud scheme ensnared him in false accusations. Even without a single shred of solid evidence, scheming politicians seized the perfect chance to strike him down. He was stripped of his noble title, erased permanently from the Naval Register, and even sentenced to public humiliation, standing in the pillory that night. Cold London rain soaked through his hair and shoulders as he sat alone on the stone bench inside his prison cell, staring up at the narrow patch of grey sky visible through the small barred window. He felt no regret for speaking the unvarnished truth, yet overwhelming cold disillusionment settled deep within his soul, a chill far more bitter than the freezing storm waves of the North Sea. He had spilled his blood and risked his life fighting for his country, yet in his hour of downfall that same nation rushed eagerly to erase his existence from memory. Clenching his fists tightly in the darkness he could hear the distant call of the open ocean echoing in his ears, realizing the land could no longer be his stage. True freedom waited for him far beyond the horizon. Exile, or rather a journey of self-redemption, carried Thomas Cochrane across vast oceans to the distant untamed continent of South America. Lands yearning for independence and liberation in Chile, Brazil and Greece became the sacred altar where the legendary Sea Wolf rose again to new glory. He possessed no regular military salary, no advanced well-equipped fleet, only ragtag untrained volunteer forces and a handful of old, leaky warships on the verge of sinking. At the port of Valdivia he once again unleashed his chilling ingenious tactical genius, seizing an impenetrable heavily fortified stronghold under the cover of dark night. Using only small lightweight boats, the wild winds of South America weathered his skin, etching deep lines of time into the corners of his eyes, yet his piercing gaze remained as sharp and alert as a hunting falcon. No longer an Earl of the British Empire, he rose to become Commander-in-Chief of the Chilean Navy, Marquis of Maranhão in Brazil, and the revered guardian patron saint of these newly born independent nations. While fighting bravely for the freedom and liberation of foreign lands, his heart quietly judged and reflected upon his motherland that had once abandoned him. Political power shifted constantly between these rising nations, and Cochrane drifted between royal courts, medals and military commands, remaining always the same solitary stubborn genius, difficult to cooperate with and impossible to fully control. He came to understand whether in the old world of Europe or the new world of South America, the fate of a true hero was forever one of lonely isolation, admired and needed in times of crisis, yet never truly trusted or understood by those in power. After more than a decade of wandering exile, Cochrane finally received the long-delayed justice he deserved. Following the coronation of Queen Victoria, his ruined reputation and noble titles were fully restored, and the aging veteran, well into his late 50s, at last returned to the shores of England. He still loved sitting late into the night poring over nautical charts, lost in deep thought, designing numerous military inventions far ahead of his era, including early steam-powered naval propulsion and pioneering concepts of chemical warfare. Yet when he once again donned the magnificent gold-embroidered uniform of a full admiral, he felt no overwhelming joy, only a profound echoing sense of fate coming full circle. In his autobiography he wrote, "My entire life has been spent sailing against relentless currents, some rising from the restless ocean, many more born from the dark complexity of human hearts." He had once been branded a fugitive criminal, now celebrated as a national hero. This drastic repeated shift of identity filled him with quiet absurdity and exhaustion. Late at night he would sit alone beside his window, listening to the phantom echo of distant cannon fire, watching young naval sailors pass by beneath his window. They spoke with admiration of his legendary battles, yet never knew how much of his torn, hidden sorrow and bitter experience lay hidden within the fictional literary figure Jack Aubrey. Times were changing fast. The white sails of the age of wooden warships were gradually fading, replaced by the thick black smoke of steam engines, and Cochrane realized silently that he too was slowly drifting away along with the vanishing glory of his era. In 1860 the legendary warrior who commanded naval forces across 3 continents breathed his last in quiet peace within the city of London. The heavy distant bells of Westminster Abbey tolled solemnly across the city, and he was finally laid to rest among the sacred grounds reserved for Britain's greatest historical figures. Looking back upon Thomas Cochrane today, we find he left far more than textbook perfect naval battle strategies and tactical masterpieces. He bequeathed an unyielding inner spirit to stay true to oneself and honor no matter how harsh the pressure and injustice of the world. The paradox raised at the beginning finds its final answer. A hero is defined not by never falling from grace but by keeping eyes fixed firmly upon the stars even while trapped deep within the muddy mire. His lifelong journey rushing between courtrooms and battlefields was at its core the most powerful unyielding rebellion against a mediocre unfair world. Our story for the night draws to a close, mirroring the calm quiet sea that greeted Cochrane in his later years. May the stubborn unbreakable spirit of this sea wolf bring you inner peace, allowing you to find your own steady anchor amid the rolling tides and turbulence of daily life. Feel the slow even rise and fall of your breath flowing in steady rhythm like the endless ocean tide and drift gently into deep tranquil slumber. May your night be filled with profound undisturbed peace and sweet dreams. Good night. Beneath the steep rugged cliffs of Lyme Regis along the English coast stands a lone figure who spends every day accompanied only by rough winds and churning tides. Mary Anning, the daughter of a humble carpenter with no formal schooling of any kind, yet armed with nothing more than a simple iron hammer, she pried open the heavy sealed gate leading back to the long-lost prehistoric world. Tonight let us step away from all the noise and restlessness of the mortal world and listen to the story of her quiet, rich, extraordinary life spent beside the endless rolling waves of the sea. She unearthed the astonishing ichthyosaur fossil that stunned the whole of Europe, yet her name was never acknowledged or printed in any formal academic paper. Mary Anning's lifetime journey was a long solitary conversation with cold silent stone layers and a quiet spiritual practice of holding fast to unchanging truth amid endless prejudice and disdain. Within this soft tranquil narration you will feel a profound healing calm, the quiet unbreakable strength that belongs to every lonely persistent soul. Take a slow deep breath and let your thoughts drift along the natural tides of Lyme Regis, wandering toward those timeless ancient shorelines hidden deep in the mist of time. How do you define true wealth? Is it just cold numbers locked inside an account, or the boundless living creatures and ancient stories etched within the mind? Mary Anning chose the latter, even though she struggled all her life just to afford simple bread and coal to keep warm. Her life unfolds like a slow tender motion picture filled with damp sea air, the rough texture of weathered rock and the quiet rhythm of endless tides. Tonight let the life story of Mary Anning stay beside you as you drift into rest under the silent watch of long-vanished prehistoric giants, finding genuine peace deep within your heart. Inside the grand lofty exhibition halls of the British Museum, enormous prehistoric skeletons stand tall overlooking the endless streams of bustling visitors. These massive remains belong to a world that vanished hundreds of millions of years ago, imposing, magnificent and awe-inspiring to all who gaze upon them. Yet the very first guardian who uncovered these ancient beasts was no noble aristocrat, no distinguished educated scholar, no respected doctor of academia. She was merely a poor young girl, covered in dirt and mud, wandering the storm-swept shores of the English Channel with a hammer firmly in her hand. For a very long time the name Mary Anning existed only as a faint overlooked footnote buried deep within academic writings. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, why did an infant who miraculously survived a deadly lightning strike end up spending her whole life wandering the crumbling cliff edges until her final breath? What hidden secrets did those primeval giants she awakened from solid rock whisper quietly to this lonely devoted guardian? Settle your mind and body into calm stillness, for our journey begins along those blue sea cliffs, always ready to crumble into the churning waves below. In the early years of the 19th century, the sea surrounding Lyme Regis was far from the gentle scenic portrait painted in travel guidebooks. The towering cliffs rose in strange shades of grayish-blue layered rock, strata stacked like an ancient old book, tightly sealed shut by the passage of endless time. It was upon this dangerous windswept coastline that Mary Anning was born, wrapped in the closest companionship of lifelong poverty. Her father earned a living as an ordinary local carpenter, and he was the first person to teach her how to recognize curious stone relics known locally as snake stones and devil's fingers. To the ordinary villagers of the town, these odd-shaped stones were nothing more than small trinkets sold to passing tourists for a handful of pennies, but to young Mary these weathered stones held a faint restless pulse of ancient life, glowing softly upon the damp rock surface after fresh rain. When fate delivered its first heavy blow, Mary was only 11 years old. The sudden passing of her father shattered a family already trapped in harsh poverty, left buried under mounting debts. All he left behind was a rusted old hammer and a tattered rough sketch marking hidden fossil sites along the shore. Standing alone in the bitter sea wind, young Mary stared up at the vast looming cliffs, the very place where her father had met his end and the destined home where she would spend the rest of her days. There was no time for grief or tears. The heavy weight of survival pressed thicker than solid stone, forcing her to walk down to the shore each day, searching for precious stones she could sell to put simple food on the table. If you wandered the shores of Lyme Regis at 4 o'clock in the early morning, you might catch sight of a small slender figure moving swiftly between the incoming and outgoing tides. Mary Anning, dressed in heavy patched simple dresses, walking closely beside her only loyal companion, a small dog named Tray. She always arrived beneath the cliffs long before the rising tide swept in, knowing the rushing seawater would wash away loose surface soil, revealing ancient secrets hidden deep within the rock layers. It was one grey somber morning in 1811, the sky heavy with leaden clouds and the air thick with the sharp salty scent of the ocean. Mary spotted a strange fragment of bone protruding high upon the cliff face, resembling the frame of a gigantic fish lined with terrifying sharp jagged teeth. For months afterward she stayed fixed beside that rocky slope, scraping carefully with her bare fingernails, brushing away soil with tiny, delicate tools until an entire 5-meter-long skeleton lay fully exposed to daylight. The whole small town fell into a mix of raw panic and breathless wonder. This was the legendary ichthyosaur, a discovery that would shake the foundations of scientific understanding, challenging every accepted belief about creation, the origin of species, and the history of the natural world. Yet when the complete fossil was sold to a wealthy collector for the handsome sum of £23, Mary received only a tiny modest payment for all her relentless hard work. She watched silently as the ancient skeleton was loaded onto a carriage bound for London, a city of glittering lights and luxury she would never see, while she returned to her run-down small shop, still worrying over how to afford breakfast for the next day. Mary Anning's entire life was a quiet, persistent struggle against being ignored and overlooked. With no formal schooling, she taught herself geology, anatomy, and natural science, mastering the skill of drawing detailed, complex biological structural diagrams with remarkable precision. Yet because she was a woman born into humble working-class roots, the prestigious Geological Society of London barred her even from entering its grand doors, let alone allowing her to share her discoveries, publish papers, or voice her careful observations. Polished gentlemen dressed in formal tailcoats traveled down to her simple seaside shop one after another, buying rare precious fossils she had unearthed with endless patience. Back in London they delivered grand elaborate lectures, wrote scholarly essays, and claimed the glory of discovery, while rarely ever mentioning the name of the poor self-taught girl from Lyme Regis. Mary never grew bitter or resentful toward this unfair neglect. She remained almost indifferent to titles, honors, academic praise, and public recognition. What mattered far more to her was the quiet breath of the ancient rocks, the profound silent moment of connection when she reached across millions of years to touch the soul of a long-lost prehistoric creature. In her personal diary she wrote, "The world has never been gentle to me, yet within these quiet stone layers I have found an eternal, unshakable justice. Each night by the soft flicker of candlelight she sorted carefully through broken bone fragments, piecing them together like mending a beautiful carpet torn apart by time. Her loneliness never felt cold or sharp, instead it nourished a quiet inner strength, letting her grow steady, dignified, and unyielding amid the endless prejudice, dismissal, and disregard of the academic elite." As the years slipped by, the wind and salt spray of Lyme Regis carved deep, weathered lines into Mary's face, mirroring the layered texture of the cliffs she loved. She went on to uncover not only the famous ichthyosaur but also the long-necked plesiosaur, the ancient pterosaur, and countless other rare specimens, laying much of the foundational groundwork for modern paleontology. Yet years of exhausting labor spent in cold, damp coastal conditions slowly wore away at her physical health. One brutal landslide nearly took her life entirely. She escaped with her breath intact, but her faithful, loyal dog Tray was buried forever beneath the falling rubble of rock and stone. It was one of the quietest, saddest moments of her life. She sat alone beside the pile of broken debris that had claimed her only close companion, remaining silent for a long, heavy time. A deep, overwhelming weariness settled over her, the dull ache in her chest no longer merely the chill of sea wind but the quiet cracking of a body worn thin by hardship and time. Even so, whenever the tide receded, she would pick up the old hammer that had stayed with her all her life and walk slowly back toward the cliffs. She knew her own time was running short, yet those ancient life forms buried beneath the rock still waited patiently for her to wake them from their age-long slumber. By this time Mary had become a local legend. Villagers no longer mocked her strange, solitary ways, instead watching her lone figure fade into the sunset with quiet reverence. She stood like an ancient pine tree rooted firmly on the cliff edge, her roots buried deep within the hidden history of the earth, while her branches swayed calmly against the harsh, restless winds of ordinary mortal life. In 1847 Mary Anning passed away peacefully at the age of 47, fading quietly amid poverty, lingering illness, and physical exhaustion. Only after her death did those same male scholars who had overlooked her for decades suddenly awaken, gathering in academic societies to deliver formal obituaries in her honor. They hailed her as one of the greatest discoverers in the history of geology, raising funds to install a beautiful stained glass window in the local seaside church. The Artwork portrayed Mary holding a woven basket and gripping her trusted hammer, standing guard over the endless sea she loved so deeply. All her life she spent wandering the cliffside, uncovering the fossil remains of long-dead creatures, yet in doing so she inadvertently pieced together the magnificent grand blueprint of life's evolution across the ages. Mary left behind no vast fortune or material wealth. She gifted the world a new way of seeing nature, learning to discover extraordinary hidden miracles buried within the most ordinary humble soil. Today the waves of Lyme Regis still crash steadily against the rocky shore, following the same endless cycle of tide and time. Everyone who walks along the quiet beach might catch the faint distant sound of metal striking stone carried softly upon the sea breeze. It is a gentle, timeless reminder that no matter how humble your beginnings, how low your place in the world, devotion, focus and sincere passion can leave an indelible mark etched forever. Within the current of history, our story for the night draws to a close. Now feel the steady rise and fall of your breath, calm and peaceful like the slow rhythm of the ocean tide. Within this quiet stillness stretching across time, may you rest into a steady, profound and peaceful dream. Good night. In 19th century Paris society, women were expected only to gather beside the fireplace, exchanging trivial talk of fashion and social custom. Yet Jane Dieulafoy cut her long hair short, donned men's clothing and ventured deep into the remote lands of Persia. She endured scorching desert sandstorms out in the wild and stood guard over ancient relics perched constantly on the edge of war and unrest. Tonight let us walk into the legendary life of this fearless pioneering archaeologist. Beneath soft, gentle lamplight, sink into the calm flowing rhythm of the narration, embrace her unyielding resolve, quiet fortitude and inner strength, and drift away into peaceful, untroubled slumber. Jane Dieulafoy was a living contradiction wrapped into one extraordinary soul. She was a decorated heroine awarded the Legion of Honor, and at the same time a devoted, passionate scholar utterly captivated by the allure of ancient archaeology. To survive the brutal, harsh wilderness of Persia, she had no choice but to hide her true identity behind the appearance and bearing of a man. This is a late-night tale of wild exploration, painted with vivid, immersive imagery, a story never confined to rigid classroom textbooks, belonging only to quiet, still nights and every soul that yearns for freedom and self-discovery. After listening to her extraordinary journey, may your dreams carry you across time and distance, straight to the mystical ancient ruins of Susa. If you have ever stood before the magnificent Persian reliefs displayed within the Louvre Museum, you owe it to yourself to hear the remarkable name of Jane Dieulafoy. Her entire life unfolded hidden beneath the disguise of men's attire, allowing her to pursue her purest, heartfelt passion without compromise. She carried a stern, composed temperament, ventured into dangerous, remote borderlands, and nurtured an endless, insatiable curiosity toward the lost civilizations of antiquity. Tonight this tranquil, unhurried tale, meant only for quiet reflection, will carry you across the barriers of time and space, guiding you to meet the extraordinary woman who rewrote history with her courage, perseverance and relentless devotion. Settle into calm stillness and let the soothing rhythm of the story lull you into deep, restful sleep. Imagine stepping into a remote, untamed frontier where tradition and prejudice strictly forbade women from traveling alone or even appearing openly in public. In this unwelcoming land stands a sharp-featured young officer dressed in crisp military uniform with cropped short hair and a revolver strapped firmly at his waist, kneeling amid scorching hot golden sand, carefully brushing away centuries of dust to uncover brightly colored, glazed bricks that have slumbered undisturbed for 3,000 years. No one observing his poised, efficient manner and cold, penetrating gaze could ever guess that this seasoned, capable guide was in truth a French woman, Jane Dieulafoy, a name that lingered long overlooked in the margins of official history, yet ultimately amazed and inspired the entire world. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, her life represented a fearless, deliberate rejection of rigid social conventions and a heartfelt, unwavering pilgrimage toward the wisdom and beauty of ancient civilizations. Beneath the practical men's garments that concealed her gender beat a spirit fiercely devoted to freedom, refusing to bow, yield or conform to the narrow constraints of her era. Her story begins not amid the polished exhibition halls of the Louvre, but with a desperate struggle for survival upon the rugged high plains of ancient Persia. By the late 19th century, Persia remained a scorching, desolate land, seemingly forgotten by the outside world. Late one evening in 1884, Jane Dieulafoy sat uneasily aboard a swaying mule cart as terrifying black sandstorms raged outside, capable of swallowing travelers whole, while faint, scattered flickers of tribal rebellion burned dimly upon the distant horizon. She gently touched her closely cropped hair, cut deliberately with her own hands before leaving Paris in this foreign Land where women were barred from independent travel and public visibility. The gentle identity of Jane had to fade away, replaced entirely by the persona of Monsieur Jean Delafoy. For this ambitious archaeological expedition she did not merely change her outward appearance, she burned all bridges, cutting herself off completely from the comfortable conventional life she had known back in her company, where only her husband, Marcel, and a small group of local guides who regarded this slight young man with quiet suspicion and doubt. Plagued by severe water shortage, Jane's lips cracked and bled, yet she maintained her unshakable composed demeanor, never complaining, never uttering a word of weakness, and even drawing her revolver first to defend their camp when bandits descended upon them under the cover of night. This unyielding resolve was forged from the deep scars left by the Franco-Prussian War, during which she had already disguised herself as a man to accompany her husband onto the battlefield, learning amid piles of the fallen how to fight, endure hardship, and survive with the unflinching toughness of a soldier. This instinct for survival and protection later became her greatest safeguard, defending precious ancient monuments and sustaining her through the brutal loneliness of the wilderness. When the first light of dawn spilled over the crumbling ruins of Susa, Jane knew the true real battle to uncover, preserve, and understand this lost civilization had only just begun. The barren plains surrounding Susa stretched endless and desolate, marked only by silent weathered stones and empty ruin, with no trace of modern comfort or human settlement. Jane Delafoy rose before dawn each day, stepping across scorching mounds of earth in heavy sturdy boots. She directed hundreds of local laborers, rugged strong men who initially refused to obey orders from what they dismissed as a pale, unfamiliar young man, yet Jane overwhelmed them completely with her relentless work ethic, precise knowledge, and uncompromising professional dedication. She could kneel motionless for hours before a single broken fragment of brick, tracing subtle patterns and textures to pinpoint the exact location of King Darius's grand palace. Her devotion to her work bordered on quiet obsession. Even when stricken with severe malaria, burning with raging fever, she refused to retreat to the safety and comfort of the embassy in Tehran, instead ordering her camp bed carried directly to the edge of the excavation pit. Lost in feverish hallucination, she envisioned rows of vividly painted archers stepping slowly out from beneath the earth, emerging once more into the light of day. This profound spiritual connection, bridging vast stretches of time with fragments of lost civilization, became the only warmth and solace her heart ever needed. To guard the priceless uncovered glazed tiles from ruthless looters, she kept watch alone beside the dig site through countless long dark nights, revolver ready in hand, scanning the boundless shadows, listening closely to the haunting howl of jackals and the quiet stealthy footsteps of intruders. During these isolated hours she filled thick journals with detailed observations, her writing carrying none of the soft sentimentality expected of women, only sharp clinical analysis of light, shadow, soil, strata, architectural structure, and the hidden logical patterns of history. She understood clearly these silent ancient stones were the truest proof of her purpose, existence, and achievement, far more genuine, meaningful, and enduring than any costume, disguise, or social title. If physical exhaustion and harsh wilderness hardship could be endured with quiet fortitude, the mounting pressure of delicate diplomatic tensions weighed heavily upon Jane, filling her heart with suffocating unease. The Persian royal court was growing weary and impatient with the French archaeological mission, while local religious leaders condemned the excavations, claiming disturbing ancient ruins would anger the old gods and bring divine punishment upon the land. Jane was forced to navigate intricate political factions, constantly relying on her dual hidden identity to negotiate, persuade, and maintain balance. By day she stood as a firm, unyielding overseer, commanding laborers, enforcing discipline, and protecting the site. By night she pored over complex tribal agreements beneath flickering candlelight, untangling hidden alliances, rivalries, and unspoken territorial disputes. During one critical confrontation, local tribal chieftains insisted upon entering the restricted excavation zone to inspect the ruins for themselves. Jane stood tall and unwavering, hand resting firmly upon the hilt of her sword, her fluent command of the regional dialect and piercing icy blue gaze radiating an imposing quiet authority that surpassed even most local men. Faced with her unshakable resolve, the leaders fell silent, momentarily forgetting to question the secret hidden beneath her masculine exterior. The heavy, tense atmosphere eased briefly every time a shovel struck solid stone, revealing another layer of buried history. At long last the magnificent long gallery of archers built under King Darius emerged from the earth, its glazed tiles retaining brilliant unfaded hues of gold, sky blue, and emerald green, stunning every witness into breathless silence. Standing at the edge of the excavation pit, gazing upon those vivid ancient colors revived after millennia, Jane allowed a single hot tear to fall hidden beneath her masculine attire. The wind and sand quickly dried the trace of emotion from her cheeks, And she swiftly regained her stern composed expression, issuing clear instructions for workers to carefully dismantle, pack and transport the priceless relics along treacherous river routes bound eventually for the Louvre Museum. She fully understood once these treasures left their ancient resting place her lonely mission would become an even more precarious solitary dance balanced upon the edge of ruined politics and public judgment. After returning to France carrying cargo holds filled with irreplaceable ancient artifacts, Jane Dieulafoy did not abandon her masculine attire or revert to the voluminous crinoline dresses expected of Parisian gentlewomen. In 1886 she attended the grand opening ceremony of the Persian Galleries at the Louvre, still dressed entirely in men's formal wear. Newspapers of the era erupted in outrage. Conservative critics mocked and condemned her, labeling her an unnatural creature who had abandoned her feminine identity, yet Jane met such scorn and ridicule with quiet, dignified indifference, continuing to participate freely in academic conferences, scholarly discussions and intellectual gatherings, delivering lectures on Persian architectural aesthetics and emphasizing the vital importance of protecting shared human cultural heritage amid endless regional conflict. She even secured official written permission from the French government granting her legal right to wear men's clothing in public, a rare official recognition earned not through privilege or influence but through countless close escapes, unrivaled academic achievement and lifelong dedication to archaeological discovery. In quiet, solitary moments late at night, Jane often drifted back in memory to the lonely excavation pits of Susa, recalling the rare freedom of living beyond gender expectations, far removed from the judgmental eyes of Paris high society. In her later journals she wrote plainly, "My soul stands naked and unadorned out in the wilderness. No clothing, disguise, social role or worldly title could ever define who I truly am." This radical, unflinching honesty with herself allowed her to discover profound, gentle inner freedom beneath her stern, guarded exterior. She no longer wore men's clothing merely to navigate prejudice, danger and hardship. It had become the natural, authentic state where her spirit felt most comfortable, complete and unconfined, even in her final years, confined to bed by chronic illness accumulated from decades of harsh travel, exhaustion and tropical disease. She kept the trusted revolver that had guarded her through the Persian wilderness resting beside her bedside. It remained her final quiet defense against an unforgiving world, and the loyal, silent companion that had walked beside her through every trial, adventure and breakthrough. Jane Dieulafoy's extraordinary life finds its perfect, lasting legacy within the magnificent glazed tile walls of the Persian Galleries at the Louvre Museum. Today, as you walk through the exhibition hall standing before the vivid reliefs of ancient Persian archers, take a moment to picture the solitary figure who cut her hair short, endured endless wind and sand and risked everything over a century ago to uncover, safeguard and bring these relics to light. Her life answers the quiet question of identity, purpose and resilience posed at the start. How immense inner strength must one possess to rise beneath heavy social shadows, carve out a path of one's own and build a sky belonging entirely to oneself. She left behind far more than priceless artifacts adorning museum halls. She gifted the world a timeless example of self-definition, courage and the unyielding right to live authentically regardless of convention. True exploration has never merely meant traveling to distant lands. It means journeying deep within to reclaim your most genuine, uncompromised self. Now the winds sweeping across the Persian highlands have faded to calm and the golden sands of Susa have settled into quiet stillness. Let us tuck away Jane's remarkable story wrapped in its gentle, lingering warmth. You need not battle deserts, face bandits or defy rigid tradition as she did. Simply allow your dreams to carry you across ancient, crumbling walls toward the quiet, boundless freedom your heart deserves. May your night be filled with profound tranquility and peaceful, timeless dreams. Good night. Long before Vasco da Gama opened up the maritime route to the east by sea, Afanassy Nikitin, a Russian merchant, had already traveled alone across 3 vast seas. He set foot upon a legendary land covered in fragrant spices and gleaming precious gems, only to find himself wandering helplessly within an intricate labyrinth of conflicting faiths and foreign beliefs. He recorded all the mystery, splendor and exotic wonder of India in meticulous detail, yet along his journey home he slowly lost the spiritual connection to the God he had once worshipped faithfully in his homeland. Tonight, accompanied by the soft flickering glow of the hearth fire, let us step into the fragmented inner world of this lonely wandering traveler. Some great adventures demand the ultimate sacrifice of a person's spiritual foundation and inner peace. Afanassy Nikitin had originally set out in search of profitable business opportunities, trading routes and distant wealth, yet he unexpectedly became a perceptive observer standing across the invisible boundaries of vastly different civilizations. Surrounded by the warm, damp breath of tropical monsoon winds, he realized that the solemn prayers and religious scriptures he had carried from home felt Frail, hollow and meaningless, standing before towering Buddhist shrines and ancient pagan temples on this quiet, peaceful night, follow the quiet pages of Nikitin's private journal and witness how a resolute, steadfast soul slowly dissolved into loneliness, confusion and spiritual loss amid endless wandering. He once dreamed constantly of the snow-covered landscapes of his distant homeland, yet watching the sun sink gently over the holy Ganges River he gradually forgot the sacred purity of baptismal holy water. Afanassy Nikitin stood as a forgotten pioneer, abandoned by his era and isolated by vast geographical distance. He passed away in late autumn, only a short journey away from the borders of his native land. His written accounts preserved the glittering wealth, golden treasures and exotic wonders of India, while laying bare the deepest hidden fears, spiritual disillusionment and quiet despair dwelling within the heart of a lonely wanderer. You need not trouble yourself to memorize every detail of this historical tale tonight. Simply drift along with his footsteps amid soft, gentle narration, wandering far away across the three distant seas as you sink quietly into rest. Back in the 15th century, an age when world maps were still filled with mythical sea monsters, uncharted wilderness and imagined edge of the world, one solitary traveler had already journeyed all the way to the farthest reaches of the known globe. Sitting quietly beside the flowing waters of the Ganges, he watched unfamiliar foreign deities enshrined amid curling incense whispers filling the air, while his own heart remained trapped in a hollow, desolate emptiness. This lone wanderer was Afanassy Nikitin, a Russian explorer who touched the living pulse of India 30 full years before the dawn of the great age of maritime exploration. When Vasco da Gama arrived armed with warships, ambition and greedy desire for colonial wealth, Nikitin left behind nothing but a private journal filled with inner confusion, spiritual struggle and quiet soul searching. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was a merchant whose worldly ambitions shrank steadily amid overwhelming foreign splendor, a traveler whose spirit finally broke free from familiar faith under the immense pressure of clashing civilizations. He journeyed far to discover the vast wide world, yet failed to bring back the devout, certain version of himself who once believed his homeland stood at the very center of the universe. This is no glorious tale of conquest, discovery or imperial triumph. It is a quiet, profound tragedy of solitude, crumbling faith and the eternal longing to return home to one's true self. In the year 1466 the surface of the Volga River lay smooth and still like a polished dark mirror, reflecting the graceful silhouettes of birch trees lining the riverbanks. Afanassy Nikitin, a merchant hailing from the ancient city of Tver, stood ready and filled with hopeful anticipation for his long voyage. He never dreamed of becoming a famous hero or celebrated explorer. His simple ambition was to trade valuable furs from his homeland, exchange them for the exquisite eastern silks spoken of only in distant legends, and return with fortune and honor. Yet fate suddenly turned cruel and unpredictable. That autumn, pirates roaming the Caspian Sea descended upon his small fleet like bloodthirsty sharks, plundering all his goods, scattering his traveling companions and leaving him stranded helpless upon the empty, desolate shore. Behind him lay the unknown, terrifying abyss of distant foreign lands, while before him stretched a barren, impoverished homeland he could no longer return to. In shame for a Russian merchant living in the 15th century, the complete loss of trading capital meant losing all social standing, livelihood and place within society. In that desperate moment, the unshakable religious certainty deep within Nikitin's heart cracked. For the very first time he began to silently question why God would allow such unfair ruin and bitter misfortune to befall a faithful believer. Rather than returning home to face bankruptcy, humiliation and ruin, he embraced a nearly self-destructive resolve, choosing to journey further south, deeper into the mysterious unknown. With no money, no supplies and only raw survival instinct and faint, unyielding determination to sustain him, he crossed the vast Caspian Sea and trekked over the rugged high plateaus of Persia. He could never have known that this single step forward would carry him far beyond the familiar borders of his homeland and break through the spiritual shelter of his lifelong religious beliefs forever. When Afanassy Nikitin finally set foot upon the soil of India, he was overwhelmed by a powerful, almost suffocating wave of cultural shock. Nothing here resembled the cool, quiet, misty landscapes of the Volga River. Instead, he was surrounded by dazzling, overwhelming colors, heavy, lingering aromas of exotic spices and relentless, sweltering heat that never seemed to fade. He watched elaborately decorated elephants draped in golden ornaments parade slowly through crowded city streets and observed naked devotees dancing wildly in fervent worship before strangely carved ancient idols. In his journal he wrote plainly that local men and women dressed with little covering, they did not worship the one true God of Christianity but bowed down reverently before sacred cattle. At first he viewed everything around him with the natural religious arrogance of an orthodox believer, convinced this strange exotic land belonged to the realm of demons and pagan darkness. Yet as his stay stretched into years, Unending loneliness seeped slowly into his bones like a slow-acting poison. During countless quiet afternoons with no one to share his language, faith or memories, he was forced by necessity to learn local dialects, adapt to foreign clothing and follow unfamiliar social customs to blend in and survive. Far more painful was the realization that he could no longer keep track of the Russian calendar, losing count of holy feast days, Easter celebrations and religious fasting periods within the strict framework of Orthodox tradition. Missing sacred holy days meant spiritual exile and separation from divine grace. Night after night he knelt in lonely, desperate prayer, begging God for forgiveness, yet time and again during moments of crippling hunger, debilitating illness and mortal peril, it was these so-called pagans he once dismissed who offered him kindness, shelter, healing and compassion. The painful tension between genuine human kindness from foreign strangers and the rigid, uncompromising rules of his faith plunged Nikitin into profound unspoken self-doubt. He dared not voice his inner confusion to anyone, trapped between the faith of his homeland and the humanity he witnessed every day. By his third year living in India, Nikitin's journal began to reveal a subtle, unsettling change. He started blending Persian, Arabic and Russian script to write down his private prayers and spiritual reflections. The God he had once known so clearly grew increasingly faint and distant amid the warm, humid tropical monsoon, while local beliefs of reincarnation, spiritual cycles and quiet inner peace slipped gently into his dreams and inner thoughts. He witnessed the cruel, ruthless political schemes of sultans and rulers and observed the quiet, almost divine patience of common, ordinary people enduring endless hardship, poverty and suffering. In one poignant, heartfelt entry he wrote that everything in this foreign land feels vividly real and alive, while I alone feel hollow, fake and out of place. He became a wandering spirit caught between two civilizations. To the people of India he was a pale, strange foreign outsider, while within his own soul he was no longer the simple, devout Russian merchant who had left home years before he attempted to sell non-existent trade goods to local rulers to sustain his livelihood, and carefully trod cautiously along the blurred boundaries of faith, hiding his true spiritual doubts to protect his safety. Years of spiritual pretense, crushing isolation and inner conflict eventually stirred haunting hallucinations deep within his mind. He began to feel he had been forgotten, abandoned and cast aside by the God of his homeland. Whenever he tried to recall the familiar ringing of church bells back in Moscow, his mind filled instead with the deep, steady, rhythmic drumbeats echoing from ancient Indian temples. His soul felt torn, violently split into two halves, one part clinging desperately to the snow-covered pure spiritual homeland he remembered, the other already sinking deep into the muddy, eternal currents of the Ganges River. This profound sense of being lost was never merely geographical, it was the quiet despair of a man realizing he could never return to the pure, unshaken faith and innocent certainty of his former self. In 1472 Nikitin finally saved enough money to purchase passage home, at last setting out upon the long-dreamed journey back to his native Russia. Yet this homecoming proved far more sorrowful and desolate than his original departure, for his inner world already lay in complete ruins. Crossing the Black Sea he encountered a violent, raging storm, as if the very ocean itself sought to block this half-lost, half-changed soul from returning to the sacred land of Russia. When he finally stepped onto the shores of Crimea, breathing in the familiar, crisp, cold air of his homeland, he felt no joy, relief or homecoming, only overwhelming hidden fear. He dreaded his countrymen seeing the foreign light lingering in his eyes, feared the church discovering his references to other faiths within his journals, and trembled at the thought of facing the devout, uncomplicated version of himself he had left behind years earlier. Clutching his precious journal, soaked by seawater, stained by sweat and filled with countless observations, he stumbled slowly northward, searching desperately for a place to confess his doubts and find spiritual redemption. By this time Nikitin's physical health had deteriorated severely. Years of living in harsh tropical conditions destroyed his immunity, while crippling spiritual exhaustion left him frail, gaunt and hollow. Like a walking shadow he moved silently, like a fugitive burdened with a heavy secret, slipping quietly through remote countryside, avoiding bustling towns and crowded villages. He paused beside every small abandoned village church, yet never dared step inside. Kneeling hopelessly upon the threshold in silent remorse, he brought back invaluable first-hand accounts of India, detailed records of diamond mine, spice trade routes and complex geopolitical insights. Yet he no longer possessed the strength to present these discoveries to the Tsar or share his knowledge with his people. In the late autumn of 1475, travelers passing along a remote country road not far from Smolensk discovered the lifeless body of a gaunt, haggard stranger. Beside him lay no gold, no spices, no precious treasures, only a tightly rolled parchment manuscript held firmly in his arms, its pages densely filled with careful handwriting. This quiet, unknown soul was a fantasy. Nikitin. He died merely a few days' journey away from his hometown of Tver. He never managed to cross the final threshold. leading home to redemption, acceptance and belonging. And perhaps this quiet unfulfilled end was fate's gentlest mercy toward him, for within the pages of his journal he openly admitted he had become a wanderer without spiritual anchor, an outsider who could never again fit comfortably within the rigid order and faith of his homeland. Later his journal was preserved by traveling merchants, eventually drawing the attention of historians and scholars, becoming one of the most precious authentic records of cross-cultural encounter and early global exploration ever left behind by humanity. Yet for Nikitin himself, beneath the plain honest words of his writing lay the quiet shattered spirit of a forgotten pioneer, broken by distant solitude and the collision of worlds. Now the wind outside carries the distant echo of waves rolling across the three seas. The hearth fire fades softly into embers and the night settles deep around you. The perfect moment to drift into peaceful rest. There is no need to judge his spiritual wandering nor mourn the sorrowful end of his journey. Every human life is an adventure set in motion with no turning back. May your dreams lead you to your own eternal homeland, a place that never runs dry, never fades away and never leaves you lost and adrift. Good night and sweet dreams. Within the salty fishy sea breeze of the Red Sea once wandered a man, hunted by national law yet endlessly cherished and sheltered by rolling ocean waves. Henry de Montfried abandoned his mundane middle-class life in France, pawning his wandering soul to nameless isolated ocean islands. He worked as a cunning smuggler, an elegant pearl merchant and the last free-roaming ranger upon these ancient tempest-ridden waters. Tonight drift gently with the slow tides and immerse yourself in his life, which ebbed and flowed like endless ocean currents yet remained profoundly quiet like the silent dark abyss of the deep sea. Certain souls are born with an innate disdain for rigid worldly rules, and Henry de Montfried embodied this rebellious nature. Perfectly sailing aboard his weathered shabby vessel, he secretly transported weapons while evading patrolling warships and dived cautiously among sharp coral reefs searching for precious pearl oysters. This was far more than ordinary adventure. It stood as one man's thorough deliberate desertion from the constraints of modern civilized society. Close your eyes, accompanied by the soft rhythmic sound of crashing waves, and listen to the timeless tale of this peculiar Red Sea saint. While wars, treaties and political divisions tore apart the lands of the world, Henry de Montfried sailed peacefully across lawless ocean borderlands. He learned to think with the rational wisdom of local Arabian people and survive with the fearless tactics of seasoned pirates while retaining an untouched pure tranquility deep within his heart. This story carries no glorious fame or noble achievements. It simply reveals how one man stubbornly chose absolute freedom, belonging solely to himself. Accompanied by the warm flickering glow of the hearth fire, step into the midnight memories of this legendary wanderer, Henry de Montfried. Within the sweltering bustling port of Djibouti, one peculiar name often surfaced in quiet whispered conversations deep into the night. He was a wanted fugitive who troubled British naval officers endlessly, and a mysterious revered wanderer in the eyes of local indigenous people. His name was Henry de Montfried, a restless soul who spent his entire life attempting to vanish completely from the constraints of French civilization. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he once confessed that only upon the cursed perilous waters of the Red Sea could he attain pure unblemished clarity of mind, free from national boundaries, tedious taxes and earthly obligations. He existed beneath silvery moonlight, with ship holds filled with concealed weapons or shimmering pearls. He never smuggled goods purely for material wealth, chasing instead the profound inner peace found while dancing precariously upon the dangerous edge of ruin. This timeless sea legend doubles as an extended spiritual journey of escape and self-discovery. Follow along and listen to the hoarse rustling sound of sea wind sweeping across weathered wooden masts. The subtle crack reshaping his fate first appeared in 1911 when Henry de Montfried reached his 30s. Trapped within the tedious monotonous gears of French society, he worked an unremarkable chemist, bound by rigid daily routine. Civilized social order felt like rusty heavy shackles suppressing his wild restless spirit. He craved raw untamed authentic existence, unpolished by artificial modern constraints. Abandoning his betrothed lover, he departed homeland carrying only a single pistol and a collection of worn tattered books, traveling alone toward the untamed lands of East Africa. Within the Red Sea, where arms, drugs and slave trades flowed secretly beneath the water, he seamlessly merged into the wild ocean like a drop of water returning to the vast endless sea. Refusing stable employment within colonial governments, he purchased a small Arabian sailing vessel named Paula. He dedicated himself to learning Arabic, clothing himself in local traditional robes and sleeping beneath the Open sky. Like a devout ascetic monk, he began secretly smuggling weapons to indigenous tribes resisting colonial invasion, an act punishable by immediate execution in that turbulent era. Yet concealed beneath the cover of dark night, he skillfully evaded patrols of British and French naval fleets. Every time rolling waves crashed against his wooden hull, Henry de Montfried felt his heartbeat finally synchronize with the primal rhythm of the natural world. This intoxicating thrill of betraying civilized society sustained him for nearly half a century. The deceptive calm of the Red Sea often concealed deadly hidden traps, yet Henry de Montfried discovered unparalleled vitality within these mortal dangers. To sustain his wandering seafaring life, he ventured into the risky pearl trade, a brutal gamble demanding extreme patience and blind luck. He navigated treacherous coral reef territories infested with deadly sharks and venomous jellyfish. Beneath the scorching blazing tropical sun, he personally dived into dark deep oceans, enduring intense piercing water pressure. Every time he stripped a faint pink shimmering pearl from slimy mollusk flesh, he saw not valuable wealth but tangible proof of hard-earned freedom. The pearl trade merely served as a flawless disguise for his smuggling business, his true desire lingering in the thrilling tension of lingering constantly upon forbidden boundaries. On multiple occasions, British naval forces surrounded his isolated island anchorage while his ship remained loaded with contraband rifles. To avoid capture, he ordered his crew into complete silence, even controlling the frequency of their breathing. In an era before radar technology, he relied purely upon astronomical intuition and familiar ocean currents, maneuvering safely through narrow shallow reef passages. During one brutal tempest, his vessel lost its main mast and the outside world universally presumed him dead, drowned beneath violent waves. Yet weeks later, covered in thick salt crystals and unkempt facial hair, he reappeared casually inside dim Djibouti taverns. For him, life and death were never opposing forces, merely two interconnected sides of the endless rolling ocean waves. The profound tranquility discovered amid constant danger gradually transformed him from a timid fugitive into the undisputed master of these wild seas. Henry de Montfried's entire existence constituted an enduring battle against tedious monotonous time. Amid the chaotic gap between the First and Second World Wars, his reputation spread farther than local deities. Across the Horn of Africa, he formed close friendships with Ethiopian nobles and even became an intimate trusted confidant of Emperor Haile Selassie. Within ancient royal courts, he remained the sole white foreigner, dressed in simple cheap cotton robes, discussing intricate geopolitical affairs with bare feet. Having witnessed the ruthless greed of European colonial powers targeting African territories, he deliberately disrupted established colonial rules. He traded cannabis across barren deserts and constructed hidden fuel depots along secluded coastlines, expanding his smuggling business across both shores of the Red Sea. Even during periods of abundant wealth, he maintained an extremely simple, austere lifestyle, accompanied solely by collected books and detailed sailing journals. The stark contrast between material scarcity and boundless spiritual freedom granted him saint-like transcendence. French literary circles gradually took notice of this eccentric seafaring madman, extending sincere invitations for him to return home and share his extraordinary adventures. Yet he consistently replied, "The land is far too noisy for me to hear the honest whispers of the ocean." Fate never ceased pressuring him. He endured lifelong surveillance, deportation and imprisonment by multiple governing authorities. He faced arrest by British forces, suspicion from Italian colonizers, and wartime incarceration within prisoner camps. In his later years, yet confined inside any cold cell, he could simply close his eyes and sail thousands of miles across imaginary seas. This inherent spiritual freedom, impossible for any physical barrier to imprison, became his most mesmerizing and irresistible inner strength. To truly comprehend Henry de Montfried's profound solitude, one must observe his quiet, lonely nights drifting upon the open ocean on his constantly swaying small vessel. He existed not merely as a cold-blooded smuggler but as a sensitive poet and meticulous natural observer. He recorded every subtle gradient of blue within the Red Sea, describing misty water sprays exhaled by migrating whales beneath silvery moonlight. These carefully compiled journals eventually evolved into best-selling books, sweeping across European literary circles. Though he remained utterly indifferent toward fame and public admiration, he deeply cherished the merciless brutality of the ocean, embracing vivid hallucinations induced by extreme thirst and raging storms. He endured cruel crew betrayals and survived barren waterless islands, digging through dry sand desperately seeking tiny drinking water sources. In these desperate moments he harbored no resentment, accepting every twist of fate with serene resignation. Around crackling desert bonfires he debated religious philosophy with local sultans and divided smuggled treasures alongside fellow pirates. His personality layered, complex and unrestrained. He swore allegiance to no political faction, belonging exclusively to the constantly shifting latitude and longitude markers upon the endless ocean. In his declining years, external forces compelled him to return to rural France, Settling within a remote quiet village every dawn he woke before sunrise standing silently by his window gazing toward the distant southeast, able to smell the familiar salty ocean breeze in his imagination. Neighbors regarded him merely as a strange reclusive elderly man, unaware this thin haggard senior once dominated the Red Sea as an invisible shadowy ruler. His life firmly proved one brave soul could defy the entire world so long as he remained faithfully loyal to his own inner spirit. Henry de Montfried peacefully passed away at the advanced age of 95. He departed this world not amid roaring violent waves nor beneath lethal enemy gunfire, but quietly lying upon a warm soft bed. This gentle ending carried fate's subtle greatest irony. A lifelong fugitive relentlessly escaping comfort, ultimately conquered by peaceful tranquility. Nevertheless his eternal spirit forever remained within those ancient, salty seas, concealed inside delicate cracks of pearlescent oyster shells. He taught humanity that life's most magnificent moments lie not in reaching distant destinations but in stubbornly refusing to be tamed by external forces. Through decades of wandering drift he answered the ultimate eternal question surrounding true freedom. Even today the Red Sea wind continues blowing former smuggling sailboats replaced by massive industrial steel vessels, yet Henry's legendary name still echoes faintly beneath rolling waves like never-fading ripples spreading endlessly across the water. Our quiet seafaring tale concludes here. May the unique tranquility of this rebellious free spirit linger softly within your dreams. May you possess an endless boundless private ocean in your subconscious, free from anxious navigation routes and terrifying abyssal fears, drifting gently wherever the soft wind carries you. Good night and sweet peaceful dreams. Deep within the shadowy quiet exhibition halls of the American Museum of Natural History in New York, life-sized groups of African elephants stand frozen in time as if ready to take their next slow heavy step at any moment. These lifelike tableaus remain as timeless frozen moments left to the world by Carl Akeley. He once fought a ferocious leopard with his bare hands, clinging to the edge of life and surviving against overwhelming odds, yet the man honored widely as the father of modern taxidermy chose to spend the remaining years of his life protecting the very wild creatures he once hunted and pursued. Tonight let us breathe in the quiet rhythm of the earth and step into this calm life woven with primal connection to the natural world. Some regarded him as a cold, relentless hunter, others saw him as a devoted chronicler of wildlife. Carl Akeley was an explorer who reshaped the untamed wilderness within the boundaries of civilized society and searched for ultimate truth deep within primitive untouched lands. His entire life was tangled with deadly inner conflict, yet he settled into astonishing peace and serenity in his final years. If you ever feel lost and lonely deep into the quiet night, perhaps the vast African starry sky painted through Carl Akeley's eyes will wrap around your heart with unprecedented gentle comfort. Tonight follow this tranquil tale that needs no forced remembrance and walk fully into the true story of his life. He once thrust his bare arm straight into the roaring jaws of a fierce leopard, feeling the wild untamed heartbeat of the beast balanced perfectly on the fragile line between life and death. As the founding father of modern artistic taxidermy, Carl Akeley rejected the stiff, lifeless, hollow animal mounts of his era, devoting himself instead to reviving the real soul and vivid vitality of every wild creature. He eventually fell ill and passed away deep within the African jungles he loved so dearly, laid to rest amid the mist-shrouded Virunga Mountains, forever keeping company with the gentle mountain gorillas. This is a gentle journey woven with awe, redemption, and the eternal search for belonging. Tonight close your eyes and follow Carl Akeley back to those clear star-filled nights deep in the heart of Africa. Imagine wandering alone through the African jungle in the stillness of midnight, breathing in the warm earthy scent of decaying humus beneath your feet, while low distant growls of unknown wild beasts echo through the dark foliage all around you. Suddenly a flash of golden shadow sweeps out from the darkness, sharp claws tearing brutally into your shoulder as the heavy weight of looming death presses down firmly upon your chest. In that terrifying instant, with no weapons held in your hands, would you struggle desperately or surrender quietly to the unyielding laws of nature? Carl Akeley lit a burning torch, illuminating the piercing eyes of the raging leopard and casting light upon the destined path that would shape the rest of his days. Tonight, accompanied by the soft flickering glow of the quiet hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he was universally recognized as the father of modern taxidermy, a gifted artist who transformed stiff, hollow animal skins behind museum glass into breathtaking artistic masterpieces brimming with life. Yet he was far more than a skilled craftsman. He was a spiritual pilgrim seeking redemption in the wild wilderness, spending his lifetime chasing the deepest hidden truths of nature across the vast plains and jungles of Africa. His final resting place was not the bustling, crowded streets of New York, but the mist-shrouded depths of the jungles he cherished more than Anything else on this peaceful quiet night? Relax your mind and body and follow me deep into the profound untamed wilderness where reverence for all living things forever lingers. The story of Carl Akeley begins not with a grand heroic entrance but with a brutal hand-to-hand fight that bordered on utter hopelessness. It was an African night in 1896. The young Carl Akeley walked quietly alone through thick bushland, searching patiently for the wild animals he wished to study in their natural habitat. A heavy tense stillness suddenly filled the air, charged with primal killing instinct, as a starving leopard lunged out from the hidden shadows, knocking him violently to the ground. In that split second between life and death, Akeley had no time for hesitation or careful thought. Driven by raw primitive instinct, he forced his right arm straight down into the leopard's throat, gripping tightly with all his strength. It was a raw, visceral connection between human and wild beast, their bones straining against one another, warm fresh blood splattering across both their skin and flesh. Against all odds he managed to slay the powerful leopard with nothing but his bare body, emerging severely wounded, barely clinging to consciousness as exhaustion washed over him. Lying beneath the soft glow of the moon, he stared down at the once mighty fierce beast, now growing cold and lifeless beneath his gaze. A strange sharp twinge of sorrow stirring deep within his soul. He felt no thrill of triumph from the kill, only a profound sense of absurdity, realizing how incredibly strong life could be, yet how fragile and fleeting it truly was. This narrow escape carved a permanent crack deep into his spirit, making him understand plainly that simply skinning and mounting animal hides was a grave disrespect and desecration toward precious life. He swore a solemn vow that if these wild creatures were to live on within museum exhibits, they must be preserved with true dignity, carrying the genuine spirit and soul of the jungle within their forms. After returning to the comforts of civilized society, Carl Akeley embarked on a lonely artistic revolution all his own. In those early days, taxidermy remained crude and careless. Practitioners simply stuffed animal hides full of dry straw, leaving the finished mounts looking bloated, stiff and lifeless like shapeless burlap sacks. Akeley felt deep anger and sorrow toward such careless work, believing it was a second humiliation inflicted upon nature, a cruel murder of the wild beauty belonging to every living creature. He secluded himself away in a dim underground laboratory, devoting endless hours to studying anatomy, classical sculpture, and even pioneering new techniques for spraying cement molds. He abandoned the old outdated use of dry straw entirely, instead crafting precise detailed plaster molds based faithfully on the natural muscle structure and body contours of each animal. In life he would spend weeks upon weeks, carefully measuring every subtle fold of an elephant's thick skin, observing the gentle rise and fall of every muscle as a lion ran freely across the savannah. Through countless quiet late nights, Akeley seemed to converse silently with the spirits of the departed wild beasts, running his fingertips over the cold smooth surface of plaster mold, striving relentlessly to breathe natural vitality back into their frozen forms. His fellow craftsmen and colleagues thought him eccentric, even insane, wasting vast amounts of wealth, energy and time merely to chase a faint sense of lifelike realism. Yet in Akeley's eyes, without that authentic spark of living spirit, these preserved remains were nothing more than empty lifeless shells, unable to tell the grand untold stories of the African wilderness. At last, when the first fully lifelike full-sized elephant group stood displayed in the museum exhibition hall, the entire world fell into silent awe. It marked the very first time humanity could stand face to face with the breathtaking grandeur of the wild without ever stepping foot outside the city. Carl Akeley's heart could never fully wander far from the African land that had ignited his inspiration and shaped his soul, yet when he set foot on the continent once more, his inner state of mind had transformed completely. His journey became a long, quiet pilgrimage of apology, from hunter to humble admirer of nature, no longer raising his gun merely to collect specimens for museum displays. Deep within the mist-cloaked Virunga Mountains he encountered mountain gorillas up close for the very first time. Gentle towering giants, long falsely feared and rumored to be monstrous savage beasts, he watched gorilla leaders stand guard over their family groups amid swirling mist, observed playful young gorillas frolicking peacefully beneath the dappled shade of forest trees, scenes filled with the same tender warmth and affection found within human families. At that time, European colonial hunters hunted these rare gentle creatures, relentlessly driving their numbers toward the brink of extinction. Akeley was overcome with urgent fear, realizing the species might vanish entirely from the earth before he could even finish his field sketches and research notes, and so the once legendary elite hunter transformed himself overnight into one of Africa's earliest, most passionate advocates for establishing national parks and wildlife conservation. He wrote heartfelt, urgent letters to government officials beside crackling campfires, spoke out boldly at international conferences, fighting tirelessly not merely To protect animal hides and museum exhibits but to preserve the complete natural integrity of the wild African land itself, he grew disillusioned even with his own celebrated success in the grand museum halls of New York, coming to understand that the finest, most perfect specimen of wildlife belonged alive, beating and breathing deep within the shelter of the forest. This profound shift of identity left him quiet and withdrawn, wandering painfully between the noise of modern civilization and the quiet solitude of the primitive jungle. He longed for genuine inner peace, a place of true belonging where he could step away from his busy work at the dissection table and simply rest his weary soul. Carl Akeley's final expedition into Africa began with a quiet premonition of his own passing. Already advanced in years, his body marked all over with old scars from past battles, fevers, exhaustion, and decades of harsh wilderness travel carving deep, heavy lines into his face. In 1926, high up in the lofty mountain ranges of Africa, he finally collapsed, overcome by severe lingering illness. His traveling companions wished to carry him down the mountain to seek medical treatment, yet Akeley shook his head, softly gesturing toward the distant mist-shrouded peak of Mount Mikeno volcano. He spoke calmly to his wife, confessing he had no desire to return to the noisy, bustling streets of New York, no wish to go back to a life filled with the sharp scent of plaster molds and the blinding glare of public spotlight on a wild, storm-swept night. He closed his eyes, peacefully passing away quietly inside a small, simple wooden cabin overlooking the natural habitat of the mountain gorillas. His loyal friends followed his final wishes, digging a simple grave deep within the primeval forest at the foot of the volcano. No grand elaborate funeral ceremony, no formal eulogies from politicians, only the soft rustling of giant tropical leaves brushing against one another in the falling rain. The man who spent his entire career recreating the wild beauty of Africa inside museum walls finally became an eternal part of the wilderness itself. His flesh and bone dissolved slowly into the rich forest soil, nourishing the ancient towering trees he had spent his life admiring, completing one final quiet cycle of exchange with the natural world. If you walk into the Akeley African Hall at the American Museum of Natural History in New York today, you will be wrapped in an overwhelming sense of serene quiet behind the tall, clear glass. Lifelike elephant herds wander across the simulated African plains. Lions creep silently through tall savanna grass, their eyes glinting with an eternal lifelike radiance. These masterpieces stand as a lasting spiritual testament carved into existence by Carl Akeley, reminding every city dweller that humanity has never truly severed its ancient bond with nature. The raw terror of his brutal bare-handed struggle against the leopard, the quiet reverence he poured into sculpting every lifelike form, the peaceful calm of his final burial beneath the misty volcano, all blend together into this perfect moment of quiet harmony. He proved that human love for the natural world can rise far beyond hunting and possession, reaching ultimately into selfless protection and gentle unity with all living things. Our quiet story draws to a close tonight. May the vast, vibrant, life-filled Africa captured through Carl Akeley's soul drift softly into your dreams. There is no need to dwell endlessly on the blurred boundaries between life and death. Simply embrace the warm, quiet tranquility flowing up from the deepest heart of the forest. Starlight now settles softly over the mist of the Virunga Mountains. May you sink into peaceful rest within that same gentle stillness. Good night and sweet, gentle dreams. He was a desert hero cloaked in flowing white robes and also an Imperial intelligence agent trapped in endless inner turmoil. Thomas Edward Lawrence wandered searching for a place to belong between the scorching heat of Arabian wastelands and the cold, drizzling rains of London. As the sinking sun slips behind rolling sand dunes, let us follow the whisper of the wind and uncover his fractured life hidden beneath layers of fame. Tonight let this quiet story lead you deep into the lonely desert of his soul. What becomes of a man who wins a war yet loses peace within his own conscience? How can he settle the unrest buried deep in his heart? Thomas Edward Lawrence offered the most heartbreaking answer. Through a lifetime of endless solitude, he once led tribal forces in fierce resistance against colonial rule, yet handed over his allies to political bargaining, lingering torn between glorious honor and the weight of betrayal. On this peaceful night, listen closely to the story of Lawrence and feel the heavy pull of fate alongside the quiet yearning for true freedom. The world knows the legendary figure of Lawrence of Arabia, yet few have ever seen him sitting alone, lost in silent melancholy. Thomas Edward Lawrence stood as a tragic genius chasing pure ideals amid the narrow cracks of worldly power. He refused medals bestowed by the king, vanished into seclusion under an assumed name for the rest of his days, desperate to escape the false mask of heroism forced upon him as the hearth fire flickers softly. Let us follow the gentle narration and dive into the depths of a soul dyed crimson by the desert sunset. Why would a man hailed as a hero by the entire world choose to fade away like a fleeting shadow? In 1922 an ordinary unassuming private signed a false name at the enlistment office of the British Royal Air Force. No one could have guessed this quiet, reserved young man with downcast eyes and a somber gaze was none other than Thomas Edward Lawrence, the figure who struck fear into the heart of the Ottoman Empire. Tonight, accompanied by the soft flickering glow of the burning hearth, we step fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, he began as a pale, quiet clerk confined within dull office rooms in Cairo, yet overnight rose to become an undisputed ruler of the vast barren desert. Draped in pure white robes, he rode across deadly valley stretches on the back of a camel, carving promises of freedom into the endless dunes. His deepest, most agonizing moments never came from narrowly escaping death. They struck when standing atop a carriage of hard-won victory, realizing he had never been honest with the Arab allies who trusted him completely. This sharp fracture of identity resembled the desert sunset, magnificent and breathtaking, yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness that seeped into every corner of his being. Walk with the falling night and discover the soul shattered by relentless inner conflict hidden far behind the dazzling halo of heroism. The cracks of destiny often open quietly within ordinary academic pursuits. Long before fame arrives, before becoming the iconic Lawrence, he was merely a quiet archaeologist, utterly absorbed in studying ancient crusader castles. He dug for broken pottery fragments beneath the blazing Syrian sun, his skin bronzed by harsh sunlight, while his mind remained calmer and quieter than the pages of ancient scholarly books. Thomas Edward Lawrence belonged inherently to the vast East, drawn to its boundless, silent wilderness that offered no compromise, no hesitation, no trace of triviality. When the First World War broke out, he was recalled to Cairo, confined within map rooms, calculating tedious geographical coordinates day after day. His superiors saw him as an unkempt, aloof eccentric who cared little for rules or formal manners, yet he understood far better than anyone else what dormant fires lay smoldering in those desert regions, marked simply as no man's land on official maps sent to join the camp of the Hashemite family. He brought no heavy artillery or military strategy manuals, only a pair of eyes sharp enough to see through the tides of changing times. It was there he first slipped into the traditional robes of the Bedouin people, a gesture felt almost like a sacred ritual of acceptance. In that pivotal moment, this quiet outcast of the British Empire began weaving an illusory dream across the lonely wilderness, a dream that would never truly belong to him. If you have ever witnessed the Nejd Desert before the break of dawn, you will understand the deep spiritual longing awakened by such boundless solitude. Determined to capture the strategic stronghold of Aqaba, Lawrence led tribal warriors across a deadly expanse known as the Hammer of Allah, a stretch of wasteland where survival hung by the thinnest thread. In such merciless terrain, water held greater value than gold, and loyal fellowship proved even more rare and precious than water. One tribesman fell behind amid swirling sandstorms, abandoned to certain death under the ancient unforgiving code of Bedouin tradition. Yet Lawrence turned back alone, braving scorching heat hot enough to burn the breath from his lungs to rescue the stranded warrior. In that instant he was no longer a British military advisor sent from afar. He became one of them, known to their people simply as Orange. This profound sense of belonging and recognition became the very source of his endless pain and inner torment. He wrote in his personal diary that he wore a perfectly crafted mask so flawless he slowly began to forget the true face hidden underneath. He spoke solemn promises of independence and freedom on behalf of the British Empire, every word sinking like iron nails into the hearts of his Arab brothers. All the while, tucked inside his bag lay the infamous Sykes-Picot Agreement, the secret blueprint drafted by great powers to carve up and divide the Middle East beneath the glittering starry desert sky. He discussed hopeful futures with the Arab leader Faisal, while his inner heart tasted the bitter metallic stain of quiet betrayal. This unbearable inner tension robbed him of peaceful sleep night after night beneath the quiet stillness of the desert. War spreads like a devastating plague, and worldly honor stands as its most misleading, deceptive symptom. The braver and more heroic Thomas Edward Lawrence appeared on the battlefield. The heavier his spiritual turmoil and inner suffering grew, he mastered the art of planting explosives beneath speeding military trains and learned to carry out cold, calculated executions without hesitation. On the night he was captured and brutally tortured in Dara, something deep within his soul crumbled beyond repair. It was not merely physical torment, but a complete loss of dignity and a haunting self-loathing that lingered endlessly. When he finally marched triumphantly into Damascus, crowds flooded toward him with blooming flowers and thunderous cheers, yet he felt an unbearable hollow thirst deep inside his spirit. He struggled desperately amid the chaotic task of city administration, striving to hold the fragile unity of Arab factions together, yet could only stand by helplessly as imperial political Agreements took cruel effect. He became the reluctant middleman who had guided his allies to the negotiation table only to watch them be divided, exploited and betrayed. At the Paris Peace Conference he stood dressed in full military uniform covered in shining medals, yet felt like a clown performing hollow rituals at a solemn funeral. King George V prepared to bestow high royal honors upon him, but Lawrence turned away at the final moment, leaving the royal court and attending officials stunned and bewildered. This was not arrogant pride, it was the profound exhaustion of a soul desperate to cast off the dusty robes stained with desert sand and heavy lies forever. In the remaining years of his life Lawrence spent every day killing the legendary name attached to him. He sought refuge within the Royal Air Force and tank regiments, living under assumed names such as Shaw and Ross, spending his days cleaning machinery and sweeping barrack floors. This humble anonymous life became a costly form of self-redemption, a quiet penance for the burdens he carried inside. Friends including Winston Churchill and George Bernard Shaw tried repeatedly to pull him back into the spotlight of public attention, yet he always shook his head in quiet refusal. He secluded himself in a simple modest cottage tucked away in the quiet countryside of Dorset, surrounded by towering bookshelves and overlooked by the damp quiet woodlands of England. He devoted countless hours rewriting his monumental literary work, 7 Pillars of Wisdom, striving to untangle the messy threads of fate and memory through the power of words. Late into the night he rode his powerful motorcycle across empty country roads, racing wildly beneath the moonlit darkness. The rushing speed allowed him to forget for a while the glow of desert sunsets and the flutter of Arab banners dancing in the wind. This deliberate spiritual exile stood as his most resolute silent protest against the unjust compromises of his era. He could not bring himself to die as a pure Arab wanderer nor live comfortably as a respected dignified English gentleman. He became an eternal stranger, drifting forever between the ruins of haunting memories and the edge of cold reality, quietly awaiting his final destined end. In 1935 a sudden motorcycle accident brought a final close to this torn, turbulent life. After his passing, people discovered piles of unsent letters and several faded, well-worn Bedouin robes inside his simple, lonely cottage. The life of Thomas Edward Lawrence answered the quiet question posed in the beginning. Fame remained the lightest burden he bore, while his own conscience served as his heaviest unbreakable chain. He left behind no perfect settled legacy, only an eternal paradox of identity. Caught between two worlds, he was both conqueror and captive, hero and betrayer. The desert sands of the Middle East still shift and ripple beneath the wind, while his name has sunk gently into the depths of history, softened by the passage of time. Our quiet tale comes to an end tonight. May you never be forced to carry such heavy burdens of fate on this calm, peaceful night. Let go of tangled struggles over right and wrong, gain and loss. Embrace all the light, shadow and dimness of this day. Just as the desert accepts the fading glow of the setting sun, may you find in your warm dreams the true lasting peace. Lawrence spent his entire life chasing, yet never managed to grasp good night and sweet peaceful dreams. Beneath the endless cycle of scorching sunlight and glittering stars across the Arabian wilderness once wandered an elegant English gentlewoman, Gertrude Bell, a legendary name that drew clear national borders within a male-dominated world. Her entire life formed a profound symphony of political intrigue, tactical manipulation and unparalleled solitude, as deep and silent as the desert midnight. Tonight, accompanied by the warm glow of flickering hearth flames, let us delve into the genuine life of this undisputed desert queen. She ventured into the deadly barren desert lands far earlier than the famously renowned Lawrence of Arabia, earning profound reverence from the fierce Bedouin tribesmen. Gertrude Bell was far more than an accomplished diplomat. She served as a gentle soul mediator, bridging conflicting cultures of her era. Amid the narrow cracks between civilizational collision and violent conflict, she always maintained restrained, profound compassion and quiet grace. Close your eyes and follow this soft voice, drifting back 100 years into the dusty, buried memories of the ancient Arabian desert. If fate forced you to choose between bustling, prosperous London and desolate, endless desert, which path would you take? Gertrude Bell answered this eternal question with her entire lifetime, accepting the bitter price of perpetual homesickness and inescapable solitude. This is a quiet, powerful story about firm choice, heavy responsibility, and the resilient tension of human life, perfectly suited for tranquil nights. Drift gently into an immersive historical dream, accompanied by her timeless words and lingering desert whispers. Imagine a vast unfolded world map spread smoothly across the luxurious halls of a Baghdad royal court. A delicate red paintbrush glides softly within the slender hands of a lady dressed in flowing white silk long dresses, with every precise stroke blurred tribal territories solidified into distinct national boundaries, breathing life into the modern nation of Iraq. This remarkable trailblazer, known universally as the Desert Queen, was Gertrude Bell. She possessed the immense power to reshape human history yet never managed to secure a permanent peaceful home for her own wandering soul. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, once the most brilliant intellectual genius at Oxford University, she discovered genuine spiritual breath and freedom within the scorching, blistering heat of Damascus. She laughed and conversed casually with tribal chiefs inside humble Bedouin tents, yet silently shed lonely tears amid the cold, ruthless calculations of political warfare. The world remembers her for founding kingdoms and redrawing global borders, yet few pause to hear her soft, helpless sighs echoing beneath the pale, luminous desert moonlight. Beyond the grand narratives of geography and imperial power, her life embodied an intimate, profound, wandering journey through overwhelming loneliness and hard-won freedom. The first irreversible crack of fate often emerges within seemingly perfect, flawless circumstances. In 1892, young Gertrude Bell set foot upon Persian soil for the very first time, traveling to Tehran as a distant relative of a British diplomatic minister. Amid blooming, fragrant Oriental gardens, she encountered her first and most painfully unforgettable lover, Henry Cadogan. Beneath silver moonbeams, among weathered ancient ruins, they recited heartfelt poetry and discussed the profound splendor of ancient Persian civilization, surrounded by rich exotic spice aromas yet rigid class prejudice within British aristocratic society erected an invisible, impassable wall, ruthlessly severing their tender, affectionate bond. Shortly after their bittersweet separation, Henry suddenly fell severely ill and passed away in a foreign, distant land. When the tragic news reached London, Gertrude shed not a single tear. In public social gatherings in that sorrowful moment, she quietly realized that the refined, repressed, elegant life of a conventional British gentlewoman could no longer contain her restless, free-spirited soul. She began devoting herself relentlessly to studying Arabic and archaeology, embracing academic knowledge as her only medicine to ease overwhelming grief. Since the outside world refused to grant her a warm, permanent home, she resolved to conquer the boundless, desolate, deadly wilderness of the barren desert. Thus, guided by painful, turbulent fate, the vast arid wasteland became her ultimate sanctuary and undisputed territory. Within the merciless Nafud Desert, deemed a terrifying, hellish wasteland by fearful Western travelers, Gertrude Bell stood as an extraordinary, unparalleled oddity and enduring legend. Rejecting the traditional side saddle reserved for polite ladies, she rode firmly astride her camel, just like seasoned male explorers dressed in tailored, dusty hunting garments. Amid the bitter cold winter of 1913, she ventured deep into the extremely dangerous, turbulent region of Ha'il, a chaotic battlefield ravaged by constant tribal conflicts, an area no Western man, let alone a Western woman, dared to trespass into safely. As night descended upon the silent wilderness, she lit warm bonfires beneath the empty, starry sky. Gathering around her were curious Bedouin tribal chiefs, utterly captivated by her extensive knowledge, sharp wisdom, and precise, profound understanding of desert geography. She brought not merely precious, generous gifts, but also a gentle, equal attitude. As a thoughtful cultural mediator, she patiently spent countless hours listening to elderly chiefs recount ancient blood feuds and complicated tribal histories, carefully recording the subtle whispering sounds of wind sweeping across rough sandstone. Within her travel journals, the immense, boundless wilderness magnified her inner solitude infinitely, yet every sincere interaction with foreign civilizations gently soothed her lonely soul. She cared little about being used as a political puppet by imperial forces. What truly mattered to her was belonging purely to the desert. In those quiet, fleeting moments, her elegant, fearless grace, dancing precariously on the blade of danger, earned her a sacred, revered title among Arabian tribesmen: Haidan, the noble lady of the desert. The brutal artillery fire of World War I rewrote the inherent rules of the barren desert, abruptly pushing Gertrude Bell directly into the violent eye of a raging political storm. Stationed within the Arabian Bureau in Cairo, she worked side by side with the later world-renowned Lawrence of Arabia. Unlike Lawrence's unrestrained, tragic, heroic wildness, Gertrude remained consistently calm, meticulous, rational, and pragmatic. Her sharp mind stored detailed records of thousands of Arabian tribal bloodlines, age-old feuds, cultural customs, and complex geographical terrain. British military authorities relied heavily on her accurate intelligence to plan strategic uprisings, while she sincerely hoped to establish a fairer, more modern, stable order across the Middle Eastern lands. She shrewdly maneuvered between conflicting faction leaders, delivering persuasive, deadly political speeches within the magnificent royal courts of Baghdad with her uniquely magnetic voice. When Faisal I ascended To the royal throne with her careful assistance, Gertrude stood quietly in the rear of the cheering crowd, wearing a faint gentle smile while her heart endured unprecedented heavy oppression. Staring at the clear boundary lines personally drawn by her own hand, she understood painfully that countless ancient sacred tribal oaths had been shattered and countless potential future wars had been quietly seated beneath these artificial borders. As an agent safeguarding British imperial interests, she suffered an overwhelming sense of betrayal, betraying the vast desert she deeply loved and betraying her own pure original intentions. She functioned as a magnificent creator, yet gradually transformed into a confused wanderer, losing her sense of direction within the very nation she had helped establish. In her quiet later years, Gertrude Bell dedicated every remaining ounce of her strength to the construction of the Baghdad Archaeological Museum. She guarded precious fragmented relics of the ancient Sumerian civilization unearthed from dry soil with the tender devotion of a mother protecting her beloved child. She resided in a cozy small house surrounded by lush thriving rose gardens, every carefully cultivated rose serving as a quiet sentimental reminder of her distant forgotten British homeland. Yet as regional political situations gradually stabilized, her irreplaceable crucial identity as a cultural mediator slowly grew awkward and obsolete. New bureaucratic officials deemed her overly dominant and assertive, while old loyal companions drifted apart amid drastic turbulent era changes. She endured the ultimate desolation of an uncrowned queen, once indispensable now reduced to a redundant footnote in completed national history. On one sweltering quiet afternoon in July 1926. She carefully sorted and organized all her manuscripts, lay down peacefully inside her Baghdad residence, and never woke again. Some claimed she chose voluntary death, unable to bear the cold isolation of being disconnected from the changing world, while others believed the vast desert had finally recalled its wandering soul. Thousands of Arabian civilians spontaneously marched onto city streets to hold a solemn funeral for this noble, kind English lady. In that tender moment, all political conflicts, border disputes and power struggles faded away completely, leaving only an independent feminine soul gently landing and settling within the silent drifting desert sand. 100 years have passed since Gertrude Bell departed from this mortal world, yet her lingering echoes still resonate softly within the endless desert winds. People continue discussing the influential maps she drafted and her irreversible impact on human history, yet greater emphasis ought to fall upon her profound, inescapable loneliness. She demonstrated an extraordinary alternative way of living, bravely seeking opportunities within rigid social prejudice and establishing rational order upon chaotic barren wastelands. She never deliberately pursued superficial definitions of female success. She simply sought sincere reconciliation between her unique soul and the complicated turbulent world following her footsteps. You may picture an elegant lady brushing away floating desert dust with the hem of her flowing white silk dress whenever you gaze upon that dry arid Arabian land. Now the night outside sinks into deep stillness. All political schemes and power struggles have long dissipated into gentle breezes. Gertrude Bell's timeless tale has reached its quiet end at last, gaining eternal peaceful rest beneath the silent soil of Baghdad. You need not dwell on complicated national boundaries or heavy historical entanglement. Simply sink into serene undisturbed sleep within this tranquil night. May your dreams stretch as boundless as the glittering desert starry sky, and may your soul remain steady and tranquil like solid stone after passing sweeping sandstorms. Good night and sweet, peaceful dreams. Upon the blank white desolate Antarctic wasteland where death lingers silently in the bitter cold gaze of ice and snow, two vastly different destinies once unfolded side by side. While the world glorified Robert Falcon Scott for his solemn tragic heroism, Roald Amundsen traveled quietly across jagged ice crevices leading his loyal pack of sled dogs. He was no romantic poet, merely an impeccable precise calculator, weighing every gram of fuel, every degree of body temperature into the immutable chips of fate. Tonight, accompanied by the faint gentle glow of burning flames, let us step deep into the genuine life of this solitary polar wolf, Roald Amundsen. If human exploration possessed a definitive textbook, Roald Amundsen would undoubtedly stand as its coldest, wisest mentor. He never believed in meaningless miracles, trusting only the timeless survival wisdom of the Inuit people and flawless, uncompromising execution beneath the deathly silence of -40-degree temperatures. How did he retain unwavering rationality, and why did he choose quiet disappearance at the peak of his legendary career? Close your eyes and follow this soft voice drifting back 100 years into the tense, calculated battle waged upon the frozen Antarctic plains. Most legendary duels in exploration history end in devastating tragedy, yet Amundsen remained a rare exception. With almost ruthless rationality, he confronted the deepest hidden fear and chaotic darkness dwelling within the endless Antarctic polar night. Roald Amundsen's timeless tale is a prolonged wandering journey exploring inner order, restrained discipline, and the quiet search for ultimate belonging. Sink into the tranquil stillness of this late night and feel the calm immutable strength flowing silently from the frozen northern edge of the world. Thousands of kilometers away from all human civilization, the frigid Antarctic ice sheet echoes only with the endless whistling of bitter icy winds. Two exploration teams guided by entirely opposite philosophies marched steadily toward the southernmost tip of the Earth, while British explorer Scott penned his final desperate farewell letters amid brutal raging snowstorms. Another expedition calmly sipped warm hot chocolate on their safe uneventful return voyage. The Norwegian leader who first conquered the geographic South Pole was Roald Amundsen, a man devoid of the passionate fanfare and noisy glamour surrounding traditional heroic figures. Tonight, accompanied by the softly flickering glow of the hearth fire, we walk fully into the untold life of this remarkable soul. Through this tranquil tale meant only for quiet reflection, his entire existence resembled an exquisitely calculated blueprint stripped of redundant, sentimental lyricism, relying solely upon steady rational execution. Deep within the endless polar night, he gambled boldly across the boundaries of time, constructing his unique survival philosophy amid the persistent barking of loyal sled dogs. Humanity is always easily touched by heart-wrenching tragedy, yet frequently overlooks the cold glacier-like fortitude and profound loneliness hidden beneath extreme rationality. This chronicle transcends mere geographic conquest, unfolding as an intimate, spiritual journey, learning to build unshakable order within the inherent chaos of the natural world. This legendary journey originated not within the blinding white Antarctic ice but within the piercing bitter cold of the remote Arctic. In 1903, Roald Amundsen chartered a small fishing vessel named GJOA, setting sail to conquer the legendary Northwest Passage, a treacherous ocean route never fully traversed by human beings. During 3 long grueling years trapped in unyielding sea ice, Amundsen refused to waste his days drinking alcohol idly inside warm cabins. Unlike countless other reckless explorers, instead he stepped bravely into the icy wind, entering simple Inuit tents to absorb primitive survival wisdom dismissed by arrogant civilized societies. He carefully observed how indigenous people stitched breathable warm animal furs, how they disciplined powerful sled dogs, and how they judged incoming storms from subtle faint cracks spreading across frozen ice surfaces. These invaluable lessons later became his deadliest advantage against Scott's cumbersome, fragile scientific instruments and vulnerable Siberian horses. During the intense Antarctic race, he gradually understood that in the face of nature's overwhelming brutal power, human arrogance proved far more lethal than freezing low temperatures. Within his detailed journals, he recorded precise navigational data alongside sincere reverence for the Inuit harmonious philosophy of yielding to natural forces. These formative Arctic experiences engraved an unbreakable doctrine of precision deep into his soul, transcending the reckless mentality of an ordinary thrill-seeking adventurer. He reconstructed himself into an immaculate polished master capable of surviving any brutal polar environment. A tremendous well-guarded secret quietly brewed inside the hull of his vessel Fram. In 1910, originally announcing an Arctic expedition, Amundsen instantly altered his sailing course southward without hesitation. Upon learning that an American explorer had already reached the North Pole, he concealed his true intentions even from his own crew members, not openly declaring their new destination of Antarctica until sailing far away from the Madeira Islands. This subtle, shrewd determination embodied the profound complexity of Amundsen's personality. He prioritized tangible results above all else, never wasting any precious opportunity. While Norwegian sleds glided effortlessly across the smooth Ross ice shelf, Scott struggled helplessly against malfunctioning electric motors and collapsing horses. Amundsen's campsite functioned like an orderly miniature factory, forcing every crew member to repeatedly adjust sled weight within the endless polar night, trimming every unnecessary gram and tightening every tiny metal screw along the pathway toward the South Pole. He established meticulously marked supply depots stocked with abundant food provisions. He even extended warning flags several kilometers outward on both sides, ensuring his team would never overlook vital canned supplies amid blinding swirling snowstorms. When his teammates questioned his extreme obsession with trivial details, he merely stared quietly at his brass compass, speaking in a low, steady tone. Victory belongs to those who thoroughly prepare for every possibility, while failure inevitably falls upon those who neglect simple precautions. On the 14th of December 1911, the bitter Antarctic wind momentarily fell into complete silence. Roald Amundsen and his 4 loyal crew members stood solemnly upon the untouched geographic southern pole, free from expected explosive excitement or passionate celebration. Amundsen calmly unfurled the Norwegian national flag, inserting the tall flagpole firmly into solid glacial ice. Alongside his companions, he left behind a simple tent containing a respectful letter addressed to the Norwegian King, and another sincere note written specifically for his British competitor Scott. Within the short message he earnestly requested Scott to carry their letter back to civilized lands, for he had already rationally calculated the minimal survival chance of Scott's expedition. This complex state of mind balanced quiet sympathy for worthy rivals with cold rational submission toward unyielding natural laws on their safe return journey. Amundsen's team maintained excellent physical condition. Through strictly controlled exercise routines and precise food rationing hundreds of kilometers away, Scott and his men endured brutal starvation, painful frostbite, and unbearable hopeless despair. The cruel gap between the two expeditions had already been predetermined long before departure. Amundsen chose to cooperate harmoniously with sturdy sled dogs, while Scott stubbornly fought against fragile, vulnerable horses upon the merciless ice sheet. Clear logic effortlessly defeated romantic poetry, and meticulous calculation overcame desperate prayer. When Amundsen safely led every crew member back to base camp, he simply enjoyed an ordinary peaceful dinner, as if completing nothing more than a routine scheduled journey. Nevertheless, glorious victory never brought Roald Amundsen lasting tranquility. Scott's tragic death cast an inescapable cold-blooded stigma upon his reputation. The public willingly romanticized the poetic, doomed British explorer rather than acknowledging the rational survivor. Amundsen gradually retreated into prolonged silence, his deep eyes forever holding a frozen glimmer of Antarctic frost. He attempted trans-Arctic flights and daring airship expeditions, continuously pushing forward the boundaries of human exploration, yet his soul could never fully readapt to noisy, crowded modern cities. Broken relationships with his elder brother and persistent conflicts with financial sponsors left him suffering colder human indifference than any brutal polar blizzard. In 1928, upon hearing the news that his former rival Italian explorer Umberto Nobile had vanished over the Arctic Ocean, 56-year-old Amundsen willingly set aside all past grievances. He fearlessly boarded a single rescue airplane, rushing straight into the icy sea that had gifted him eternal glory and bitter solitude. This mission marked the sole irrational, reckless decision throughout Amundsen's disciplined lifetime. He departed without sufficient fuel backup plans or formal farewells. His airplane vanished completely within the thick fog of the Barents Sea, leaving behind nothing but a single floating buoy upon the dark waves. This silent fragment became the final symbol left behind by the Polar King. He ultimately surrendered his own mortal life into the eternal sacrificial ritual of the untamable wilderness. The legendary life of Roald Amundsen slowly concludes amid the rolling icy waves of the Barents Sea. Throughout his lifetime he relentlessly pursued absolute control over his surroundings, yet willingly surrendered his final destination to unpredictable raging storms. Human society habitually glorifies sentimental solemn tragedy while frequently overlooking the profound hidden affection concealed beneath rational calm. Amundsen's obsessive attention toward every supply depot and his gentle, thoughtful care for every sled dog represented a higher form of compassion toward all living beings. He broke through the Antarctic silence, yet never dared to arrogantly transcend the solemn majesty of nature. Now the night outside sinks into profound stillness, the distant frozen ice plain shimmering with cold, mesmerizing radiance beneath scattered starlight. Roald's timeless story reaches its quiet ending at last. He finally attained absolute tranquility within the boundless white wilderness he deeply cherished, a peace never granted to him during his restless lifetime. Release all anxious worries about an uncertain future and drift peacefully into slumber amid restrained perfect order. May your dreams shine as brilliantly and boundlessly as dancing polar auroras, and may your inner heart remain steady, profound, and unshakable like slow surging ocean currents hidden beneath thick glacial ice. Good night and sweet eternal dreams.